2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championships. That's right, today is the grand finals of Season 5. Here we go. It's a season of love, it's a season of battling. My name is Liger, and I am joined by Matsy. Matsy, bro, how are we feeling today going into this big end of the weekend?
Fantastic! That's how we're feeling today, Liger, and I'm definitely eager to get into these fire matches. We have had some absolute bangers yesterday evening. Big shout out to Dan for covering that one with me. But today, it's the final showdown. It's going to be the road to the grand final to determine who is going to be facing off against Chopper Mag.
Ooh, they already secured themselves that spot into the grand final slot, as Chopper Mag always regularly do. Let's see if they're going to take it all the way home and claim that first place spot today. But before that, we gotta watch the lower bracket finals. Okay, that's gonna be between, of course, XOXO and Crazy Raccoon. That's gonna be a tough matchup. We're keen to see how that one's gonna go. Matsy, tell me, from the performances yesterday, how do you think the teams are going into today?
They're fired up. They are red hot. You know, we saw Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon already battle it out yesterday, and Chopper Mag managed to sweep it back in a reverse sweep after losing 2 maps. So these teams are hungry, just like how we're hungry for some of these amazing costumes. And let's take a look right now at exactly what they look like, as when winter answers the call of light and thunder. Wrapped in frost and grace, cloak and daggers, ice are paderu, trading shadow for shimmering white and blue as they move like a winter breeze across the battlefield. And when the skies tremble, hail Thor, god of winter! His might sealed in ice and storm, available now till Jan 22, 6 p.m. PT. Embrace the cold and let winter reign.
Ooh, and you gotta go nuts this season, all right? The snowballs aren't gonna throw themselves, okay? Listen up, everybody. Give into your holiday spirit in style with Penny Parker's festive Snow Spider and Star-Lord's storybook-like Starcracker and Daredevil's I'm Not Daredevil costume, all right? These are looking good. They're gonna be available till January 16th, all right? Also, strut your cold as ice looks and bring on some winter cheer. I hope you're bringing it on, Matsy.
Oh yeah, cheering loud, cheering proud, and just how like how we're going to show them why they're all treading on thin ice. This was no snowman, it was a snow spider, or more accurately, a snow spider. It may have been coated in a thick layer of snow, but there was no mistaking everyone's favorite mechanical marvel, especially when Penny Parker popped out of its hatch in her festive holiday dress.
Ooh, you're gonna keep it cool on the battlefield. Come on now, with Penny Parker Snow Spider. First appears in Marvel Rivals Season 5. It's also available till January 16th as well. You're gonna slay the competition and reign supreme. And I tell you what, Matsy, this one, we've seen it happening. Everybody look at it on your screens right now. The web action, the snow covering the mech, it's looking good. The Snow Spider's looking sharp, ready to go. Absolutely primed for a good time. But there's another one out there, Matsy. There's another one. It's a bit on a, instead of looking cold, it's kind of cozy. Tell me about them.
Cozy? This ain't MRC America. No, just kidding. Stay tuned for that one later, everybody. Shout out to Cozy there and the crew over on the American side of MRC. But shout out to these wonderful costumes here as well. Take a seat emote going to be bundled in there, you know. Love to see a bit of style with all those different Penny Parker costumes there. As you can see, available now. It's all great. It's all amazing. And there's more amazing stuff coming at you in Marvel Rivals. But you know what else is amazing? It's going to be the coziest time of the year. Festive sweater season. Matt Murdock opted for a slightly more casual option, donning a personalized holiday sweater, but still managed to make a bold statement, even if it wasn't a fashion statement.
Well, look, you know, he's going to embrace the festivities in comfort and style with Daredevil's, not Daredevil costume. That's right, everybody. First appeared in Daredevil's 2011 Comic Run issue 7, and you're going to bring the warm, fuzzy holiday vibes to the battlefield for sure. Again, available till January 16th. Man, who said comfort couldn't look good?
Your magical story is about to unfold through countless victories ahead. Star-Lord was decked out from head to toe in an elaborate costume that made him look like a Christmas nutcracker. From his mustachioed mask to his red and green coat there, he looked like a storybook character come to life.
Ooh. Now you're gonna crack open a world full of mysteries. A Star-Lord Starcracker costume, first appeared in Marvel Rivals Season 5, is available now till January 16th. Alright, that's right, everybody. The night sky is full of stars, and be the one that ignites the brightest. And speaking of stars, Matsy, we got a lot of stars today. The grand finalists, the lower bracket finalists, everybody's trying to find out who's gonna take that grand prize of the prize pool here in MRC and really shine like a star. Maybe they might dawn this, you know what I'm saying? We might see some Star-Lord. It's been played quite a bit. It's chunky. He's up there in the duels picks. So maybe those players are going to be rocking the Star-Lord Nutcrackers. It's going to look good. It's a good costume. I think all these three are great costumes.
Holidays!
Get in the shop. Get in the store, everybody. Get in the stores now. Cop them. But what we also want to cop, top tier gameplay. That's what we're here for tonight. We need the business. We need the absolute prime, pristine, sharp esports gameplay. And that's what these teams are going to be giving us guaranteed. They've been doing it for the past 2 weeks, all MRC wrong since back in December. That's it. We're here. Already another MRC finals. And we're the first ones to bring in the finals. America's going off. EMEA is going off. And China as well. Everything is stacked going off in MRC. But we're going to deliver the first champions here tonight. It's going to be a banger. Stick around, everybody. It's going to be a good one. I'm telling you. Woo.
That's it. Can't wait to see who's going to be able to become our champion. As you can see, the journey so far started from December. Now we're here in January from the ignition round all the way through rounds 1 to 14. And we saw 14 conclude yesterday. And We're going to have our lower bracket finals today into our grand final right thereafter. We are cooking, and we are cooking good here this evening, as we will be ushering in our first champion of the year in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5 Pacific, with many more champions to follow across all regions. So, very excited to see who will be crowned our champion tonight. And, you know, they aren't just going to become champions, Liger. They aren't just going to be becoming champions. They're going to take away a bit of cash prizes.
Ooh, a bit of moolah. Oh, a bit of Dr. Doom, dollary doos. That's what we want to see. 14,500 prize pool for the Pacific region. It's looking good. The champs specifically walk away with 6,000. That's dollar bills right there. Good times guaranteed. Runner-up get 3,000. Third place 1,500. Fourth place numbers 5th to 8th 400 each, and 9th to 16th locked in with 200 each. All right, we now are here to decide the medals. Third, second, first. That is our goal here today. Who are the runner-ups? Who are the champs? Who's the third place? Most importantly, who's taking that big pot? Who are the champions here? But that's the prize pool. The stakes are higher than ever. They can taste it, Matsy. They can taste the money. Opportunity is on the doorstep.
That's it. Show them the money and show them who is going to be our champion. Well, that's going to be decided by this next two matches here. We got XOXO-01 taking on a Crazy Raccoon to kick things off in the lower bracket finals there. And the grand final will be between the victor of that series against Chopper Mag. Do we see the Chopper Mag Crazy Raccoon rematch? Do we see the Chopper Mag XOXO rematch? There's two possible outcomes here. They're both revenge matches between both of these teams. So, who's going to get their shot? That's going to be determined by XOXO and Crazy Raccoon right here, right now. And you know what? We've got a bit of a grudge match brewing in that matchup as well. Like, you know, JT3 coming up against their old squadron on Crazy Raccoon. So, could have a bit of competitive rivalry between these rivals.
I mean, that's what we want. We want a story. We want to know what it means. You want to get back at your roster that you used to be. We'd prove to them, listen, it's not about you, it's not about me. It's about proving that I'm the one that's going to take it to the next level on my path as a pro player. So we'll find that out very, very soon. We also know the story for Chomji very well, Chopper Mag. We know what they're here for. We're talking about, Matsy, we're talking about the best of the best in all of Pacific, especially our sub-regions being OCE and Asia. It's where they culminate, you know, it's like a kind of mini international event here in the Pacific. So keen to see from these, you know, 3 super teams. Wait, you know what? Let's confidently say that 3 super teams, right? We are talking about these players who are just bringing out all the stops for this grand final. We're not in the best of 3 territory anymore. We've left that behind. It's best of 5. These teams have so much time to really, really download each other's data set, remind themselves how they played to get here, and get to the mile that gets them to the very last matter to take on Chomji. Let's see who it's going to be between, of course, Crazy Raccoon and XOXO. It's stacked, Massey. I'll tell you that. Whew, I'm sweating already. Like, the heat's been crazy down here. It's been raining today too, but like the weather's all over the place. Honestly, I think someone put Storm, just summon Storm in a lobby and just sent her over to Australia. I'll tell you that. But this is the plan today. It's going to be a massive one between XOXO and Crazy Raccoon in the lower bracket finals. This is your last chance. Who's going to take it? We're about to find out.
That we are, as our teams get set up into the first map of this endeavor. It is Krakoa kicking off things strong on Domination as we enter the next station. And let's see how both these teams will fare on it. You know, a map like Krakoa, XOXO, pretty big bag on it, and Crazy Raccoon, one and the same. Crazy Raccoon have lost every time they've played this map, and XOXO, they've won once, they've lost once on this map, so it's a mixed bag to see who's going to claim victory in terms of the stat book. But in terms of the bad book, we are seeing Stock Standard, Gambit, Daredevil, see you later. We've seen that pretty commonly across all the drafts across MRC.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after doing the math a little bit, we know we've seen it. I probably can confidently say Gambit has had to easily have a 90% plus ban rate in MRC.
No doubt.
Had to easily. Not a doubt at all. And following that, it just means, what are these teams building in their strategist comps? Now, I've heard something crazy happened yesterday with Mantis. Now, I missed out, unfortunately. Matsy, tell me, who showed up with Mantis yesterday when I wasn't here? Was it somebody donning white? Was it somebody with a cape? Was it somebody who believes in the moon? I want to see that today. Bring me the Moon Knight Mantis today. I want to see it. I heard it was good. I'm looking forward to it. But we also are not looking forward to not seeing Lady Loki. Unfortunately, Loki is back. another time.
Ooh, looks like Wolverine is going to be taken out as well. So we did see this one slip through time to time in some of the drafts yesterday as well. You'd see Wolverine get taken out, Angela at times also. It's a pretty mixed bag as to, I guess, what kind of draft you're going to get, because even sometimes you saw Jeff kind of get broken away from there. The Loki was hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be banned, otherwise protected. So, yeah, pretty mixed bag. But another one, a common mainstay into the place is going to be Phoenix. Is going to be in the protector there for Crazy Raccoon. So, XOXO, they got a chance to respond to this one right now, and curious which way they are going to go with it, whether they have some prioritization around the Vanguard, and it's going to be Rogue.
Ooh, I like that. I mean, we've seen it be experimented with more. You know, there's a lot of Rogue's kit that can really solve a lot of problems, especially when you got those very pesky dives in your backline. Just that command grab to be able to steal the powers, just completely put them in an animation lock, and just have your team just absolutely barrage on that person. That's going to handle your Spider-Man. We know that. We know Song Jook-woo's hovering it. Could see it. It's going to handle anybody diving in the backline. Your Wolverines, your Panthers, your Psylocks. So many options. I could definitely see value from that. But at the same time, you know, it really opens the door to have somebody else be the other dive Vanguard. Rogue, surprisingly, really good front line. A lot of coverage, and can really take down even those like Magneto. Really put him on the back foot, steal the Bulwark shield, get yourself their own shield, playing against the Groot, take the Ironwood Wall. Having an Ironwood Wall is so valuable on Rogue. So I like seeing that these teams have now finally come around to bringing Rogue into their meta compositions, into their team comps, really unlocking her potential as she progresses through Marvel Rivals release. But for now, let's go on to Krakoa. It's a beautiful map. It's a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful evening. Everything's beautiful right here. Even the tree. The tree's smiling. The tree's having a good time. Matsy, you having a good time? Because I'm having a great time, bro. Casting video today. It's going to be a banger. We are in, and we are starting this first map.
That's it, starting on strong here. And speaking of new costumes, I see that new Phoenix costume coming out in full swing there. And very hopeful to see the new Atom costume as well. I think we saw it donned by some of the players yesterday evening. So definitely get your hands on those if you can, everybody. But speaking of getting your hands on things, both these teams going to be seeking to get their hands on the mission area. And very curious to see how this composition plays out. You know, they've got the 3-2-1, I'd say, or 3-1-2 for XOXO there, playing into the Hulk. You don't see it often, but if there's a team who can pull it off, it definitely is XOXO. So Crazy Raccoon, they're creating a bit of distance between them. Piggy being able to utilize the Angela here is great to enable that, because they can just go for a poke and jab type endeavor while the rest of their team sets up around the mission area. But now the fight's really starting to kick off here, Liger, and Piggy is just being a nuisance to them, but the Hulk will swat them down.
Oh yeah, expect nothing less right there. Just a lot of zoning. Oh, Brownie with the take. Taking out Resta. The Jeff is down. It's going to reduce some of the healing potential, but nonetheless, going to be, you know, returning back to the fight quickly. Piggy taking out a big, taking out Ace. There goes the Rocket. Yaki also taken down. Yaki's going to be brought back by the BR Beacon. Won't be a moment wasted. Oh, and it's a big spear. Counter from Piggy, taking out LFT, JT3. That's another one. The Phoenix going and taking a pick. Brownie taking out Zetha right there. Big plays, and that does give Crazy Raccoon the percentage to start us off. Right now, I'm paying attention. The Phoenix is already online at 100%.
Already online and ready to burn it all up on that end Song Inferno, but for the moment, they're just going to take it slow, take it easy. See if they can get some jabs through up top there, as they're looking for a Song Jook-woo there, but not going to be able to break her through. They're just going to be having a little scuffle between themselves and Piggy for the moment. But Yaki and Co, they're doing a great job just to hold position on the mission area. Piggy, though, does find the KO onto Alone Feels. That's great isolation there, albeit BRB will be able to bring him back. Sia coming online as well, and now it's time for the ults to start to pop off here. Like the fight has just begun.
Ooh, flame it up. Actually, it's a bit icy out here over here with Brownie on the Phoenix, repping the new costume, but absolutely putting the reps in, taking now. Horus Banner is the next pick, gonna get burned up. Song Jook-woo is down. Gargoyle taken out by Seth on the skies. Everybody's trying to match each other's pace. Looks like Jeff's gonna go for his time. Is he gonna land it? Is he gonna scoop somebody up? Dastro's going to bring her back with a massive one right there. Brownie taking out Resta. Pigs are going left, right, and center. Brownie still putting the pressure. Taking out JT3. Gago follows suit, taking out Zeta at 70% climb for Crazy Raccoon right now. Just getting pick after pick and cleanly taking that fight right there. XOXO did stall it out a fair bit, but it wasn't in their favor because they couldn't get point capture back. Now, right now, going to this next fight, they will have the Heartbreaker. They might be able to deny a chance for Crazy Raccoon to start the fight. But Piggy's ready. Piggy might bring their heaven down on him.
Yeah, heaven could have fall before you know it, but if we do see the Heartbreaker activated, it might prevent heaven from falling. Maybe staying in the skies a while longer. We'll see how that will progress, though. Here we go, Heartbreaker coming out. Not going to be able to get Piggy in the range of that one thus far, but at least they take away a bit of percentage from some of their opponents, though. A good KO coming through from a Sundrick Wu, and the lone field's there, so it's going to zone him out one after the other here, and we'll see if they can get any more. Zeta, good for the double KO there, and we're going to see if they can flow some more together as well. And they will spill a bit of trouble through to their opponents, but there's going to be more fun on the horizon, Liger. I can't wait to see it.
I mean, absolutely right now we're looking at, you know, just big moment right here for EXO to be able to take percentage back, get percentage on the board for themselves. Crazy Raccoon still took a 99% right now, you know, got a couple ults ready to go. Ultimately, it's looking in their favor, but EXO, they just can't drop a fight here. If they play it smart, they hold it down, they bring the Monster Hog, which they are. Heaven's gonna fall. That's gonna be coming out from Piggy, just trapping them onto the side of the area right there. Nowhere even near the point. They're having a battle by the waterfall. The Phoenix is gonna crash down, and it's gonna be ice cold taking out Sonjoku right there. And that's gonna be exactly what they needed to just nullify the push, but it could be more favored for them if Gargoyle takes out Zeta, which they do. That's going to get Sonjoku returning to the fight. Action is happening. Brownie's taking shots. They're lasering through as much as they can. Scooped by the Rez. Is Rez going to get away with it? Getting chased by Yaki. And Yaki's going to save their teammates right now. Cleaning out the opportunity that Rez could have potentially gotten. But 55% climbing. XOXO still in point contention. Interesting to see if they can buy more time. Take out somebody. But a Strange is there. Sonjoku to keep their sustain. Keep them in the plane. And just help them gain more percentage. But they can't drop the fight, Matsy. Just as this meteor might drop.
Drop and pop, but nobody gonna go down except for Lone Fields and more. XOXO will be bringing them back, though. He's gonna bring the Galactic Legend into the mix there with the BRB, but it's gonna be Yaki. Triple KO. The strategy show is just getting started. They're looking for more and more. Lastro bringing up the Catholic Revival at that stage of the fight. Interesting timing there. I don't know if that's a bit of a misplay, to be honest. Because, yeah, I felt like they'd won the fight at that point, but looks like they're just adding a bit of insurance to that play and will be able to capture the Cradle with confidence. So, without further ado, we move on to the carousel here, and Crazy Raccoon on for a confident start.
Absolutely, definitely right there for themselves, feeling really fresh, really confident going into this next one right here. Definitely what they want. They want that winner's momentum. Achieve it, lock it in early as possible. Right now, I'm noticing, you know, we're running, you know, Mantis, Adam, Rocket, the triple strategist lineup coming out. Whereas EXO, they're confident on the 2-2-2. They're rolling with the, actually, sorry, let me correct myself. 3-2-1 triple Vanguard lineup right now is what I'm witnessing. Sonjoku is going to be bringing out the Cap this time, swapping out of Hulk. That's interesting. You know, we've really seen this noticeably in Pacific. Traditionally, you know, most of these teams are bringing out the triple strategist lineup, but everybody's getting it a bit different here. They're trying to change things up for themselves. I'm curious to see how that's going to unfold for them. There's a lot of options for themselves going into this, but Ultimate's online, you know, both Vanguards, you got Piggy and Zephyr really, you know, going to bring it back again. High mobility, high frontline pressure, a lot of potential for themselves, but 15 seconds till the mission area unlocks, Matsy. Fight's about to kick off. I'm just waiting to see who's going to get speed first, because Piggy is flying around trying to mark someone.
Trying to see if they can mark them down, lock them in, and we'll see what they are going to be able to manage at this stage as the mission area now hits the unlock, and Gargoyle does swoop them out of the skies. Say goodbye to Sonjoku Wu there. It does have the meteor available, but they aren't even going to need it. They're just dealing damage from a distance right now. Brownie doing their best to get even more into the fray, and they will not play around. They will be able to shut it down piece by piece here. A great dismantle coming through from Crazy Raccoon as they lock in the early percentage, and that was a solid fight. I loved the prioritization coming through from Crazy Raccoon there, and they might even be able to start out more. Sungchuk Woo is running a marathon to get away right now, but I don't know if they're going to succeed. They won't. That is not good at this stage.
I mean, at this stage, you know, what's the game plan right now for XOXO? How are they going to exercise this Triple Vanguard lineup, you know? Normally, you just absolutely rush someone. Just take all 3 of your Vanguards and jump Lastro. Take out the Atom, burn that Cocoon, and potentially cancel out a Common Survival. But instead, they're going to start off with a Heartbreaker coming out from Zephyr. That's going to go straight for Lastro. Excellent performance right there. That's going to give them massive value. Lastro's going to have to roll on out for now. They're going to go for the steal, taking the Bulwark Shield for themselves. They're going to nullify the Amplifier. That's going to give them just a bit of power back into their favor. Lastro's going to hit the Cocoon. They're going undefeatable. Yaki's going to turn the tides for Crazy Raccoon. Everybody's throwing ults right now. It looks like it's going to be a meteor flying. Will it land though? Who are they aiming for? And they clap out, taking ace the Raccoon right there. That's going to be a big value for themselves here. But the Jeff is going. Rez is looking to see if they can scoop somebody up right now. But even if the fight is going back and forth and forward and backwards and all the above, right now, point contention is still in Crazy Raccoon's favor. XOXO need to either take a big fight here, target someone down. Seems as though Rez gets one. J33's back in the fight. Zeta's taking out Gargoyle. Looks like they have the numbers here, but Crazy Raccoon still had 3 in contention. Will they be able to take it right now, Matsy? I tell you what, it's going to look like XOXO have the favor here. Zeta taking Brownie, Sunghyun falling as well. That's going to give them point back in their favor and start some percentage on the board.
Yeah, looking good so far, and we'll see if they are going to be able to change it up a notch here. Bit of control in the favor of XOXO. Good that they flipped it before Crazy Raccoon hit the 99% mark as well. Otherwise, it becomes even more uncomfortable at that stage. But speaking of comfortability, Crazy Raccoon now have to try and lock it down, lock it in, and see if they can take the mission area for a deeper spin here. Piggy has been attempted to be caught out, but they can't just swap them out of the skies here. Have to really keep their eyes on the prize at this stage, and we'll see if they can get more. Brownie, solid KO on the ace there, will be traded out by JT3, though Piggy can hunt down some more as well, but the slippery nature of Arista and Go will allow them an escape, but not for long. They do trade it back twofold, though. Heartbreaker coming out from Zitha as well. Try and see if they can break through, breathe some life into their team, but it's not meant to be. Gargoyle and Co keep the show going to keep the freedom charge from Sungchuk Woo now. Trying to see if they can race around the mission area, but the Heaven's Retribution keeps them in place. We will see the KO on the Brownie to get XOXO back into some fruition there, but the trade coming through left, right, and center right now, Liger. You think the fight's going to stop? Nah, it keeps going. Those ults keep coming right back up, and they keep flowing it together.
Oh, they're making it happen right there, Meteor. Gonna meet the Amplifier. Everything's going in, everything's pouring, they're damaging. Looks like Brownie's just marking right now. Absolutely jumping for JT3. Taking the Phoenix to the sky, trying to stall it out. Wait for the Jeff. Wait to see who's going to pop their ult first. Jeff's going to be crashing down. The Phoenix is going to meet. And it's an impact right there with Lastro actually taking a little sliver of Rez's HP to finish the deal. Biggie with the speed taking out Aloe. That's going to be 80%. Big 90% for XOXO. But Crazy Raccoon, they take it back. They take it back. They have the lead now. They got the 91. Are they going to take it home, or is XO going to force a contest? JT3 looks like they're in position, but they're going to have a collision with Piggy. Let's see if they take it. 4%. We're definitely going into overtime.
Ooh, OT. That's exactly where you want to be. Sungchuk Woo not going to be there for long, though. Good KOs coming out from a Crazy Raccoon, just singling them out. And XOXO, they're trickling in here. I mean, they have to, right? It's OT time, but they have to regroup and play together at the same time. There's so much pressure around this situation. Sungchuk Woo playing into the Spider-Man. You know it's desperate times when the Spider-Man comes out, trying to swing onto the mission area, but no! They're just on the edge. They get forced out right at the last possible moment there. And that is going to be that for map number 1, Liger. Crazy Raccoon lock it down in 2. We will have a 1-map advantage in their favor.
Yeah, there it is right there. Victory secured by Crazy Raccoon. Brownie with the MVP. I mean, we saw it. Phoenix was on the mark, absolutely burning it up so well that it felt so cold like ice. Living up to that new costume right there, represent in the stores now. But there it is. First map win tonight for Crazy Raccoon in this best of 5 series. Woo! We gotta download a little bit there, okay? XOXO unorthodox compositions, really bringing out that triple Vanguard lineup, but they didn't activate early enough to get the value that would come from a composition like that. So how are they going to be able to change it? Well, let's analyze. Let's have a look at these highlights and see the moments that really stood out, Matty, because for me, it was really the Brownie and Piggy show. They were just constantly on XO.
Yeah, they were constantly switched on, weren't they? And, you know, they have to be at this stage. They have to be switched on. They can't be allowed to be switched off, otherwise the game gets flipped. But they definitely put in a lot of hard yards, especially, you know, Yaki in particular just was a pleasant surprise for me. Making a big impact on that Mantis, you know, you think, just a strategist? Nah. They even enabled this triple KO in particular, and it was just so big. And speaking of big things, we saw a big dunk there at the end from Gargoyle. Always love a few of the dunks, you know. Love to see the come on and slam. That kind of plays there. Always so good. And definitely eager to see more of those jamming out into our future maps. Like, I think it's going to be a good fun. More mag action. If it breaks through the draft, that is. We did see it banned out, you know, a little bit there. So, who knows?
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. A lot of options. We saw Rogue was protected. You know, the Daredevil seems to be something they want to get through. I think EXO really want to get the Daredevil through, but rarely are Crazy Raccoon going to let them have it right now. You've really locked them down to a certain composition, and maybe due to the limited hero pools and hero picks, it could be a factor, you know. It really is how well you play as a team, but how well you play the other team. It really is all about that. So, second map, you know, predictions, how we're going into it. No matter the mode right now, it seems to be a situation of winning this early in the bans and picking phase right there. So if you can nullify those threats early, maybe even sacrificing the chance to ban out those more generic or required meta bans, sacrificing that, letting that through, knowing you can target the comfort picks, the specialist picks especially, you know. So going into this, we're going to have a second map. We're going to go, best of 5 series is nowhere near done. Come on now. CR, that's right, Crazy Raccoon versus XOXO. This is going to be a good one, Matsy. Let's see how, you know, XOXO play differently here. Picking and banning is going to be very different for them. They need to really approach this carefully, because right now it felt very decided early on, and Crazy Raccoon always getting that 80% lead, 90% lead in domination. And it looks like we're still on domination. Ooh, this is interesting.
Is very interesting. It's been a bit of a trend with these, mostly with the teams coming from the Asian region, where there just seems to be a lot of domination played between them in the series. So curious to see how many maps of domination we get in this series, to be quite honest with you. You know, are we going to see a full spreadsheet of domination? Are we going to see something else? Who knows? But what I do see in particular is already a bit of a change up. They've realized the impact of that Mantis, and now XOXO immediately shut it out. But in doing that, they let the Devil through. So Daredevil on the Protect there could be a bit scary. I'm kind of terrified as the impact of that one. But Phoenix getting taken out as well, that's pretty solid. I like their adaptation here, Liger.
Ooh, that's interesting to see. Okay, Daredevil's made it through. That is very, very interesting to see how that unfolds. But Invisible Woman, gone. Nonetheless, gone. You're banning out one of the best, if not, if you had to say one big 1A, big 1B sort of situation between Gamma and Invisible Woman right now, makes sense that they're both going to be banned out. But the Angela Protect also is valuable. A lot of versatility coming out from Angela lately. It really is her season to shine. But on top of that, there's more to come from this final Protect from EXO. Not going to deal with the Phoenix again. It was just doing too much. The Mantis boost as well. It makes sense to really knock that out as well. But the Cap Protect, what does that unlock for EXO? What can Cap bring to the table?
Well, funny you should say that. No, it can definitely bring a lot of high mobility gameplay through. We've seen a big prioritization around the Cap. You know, I feel like at the moment, he's in a pretty good spot, I'd say. You know, you're able to really utilize your functionalities there. Cap and Angela being available really creates a lot of high mobility situations. And that's exactly why Gargoyle Piggy immediately straight onto those heroes there. And sometimes you do see it combined with the Thing as well. You know, we saw that from Chopper Mag in particular. We saw FMCL bring out the Thing and just drop down like a meteor on their opponents. So the Thing is so back, Liger, and I feel like maybe this is your meta. Maybe we see the Liger thing. I'd love to see that.
Hey, listen. Listen, I have been absolutely going crazy on my Angela gameplay too. Don't talk to me about it. Don't even try right now. I am loving the mobility that these Vanguards finally have, those we haven't seen in meta for a while. It's not the Emma Mag show anymore. You know what I mean? It's not. And I like that. It's versatile. It's something different. We're getting exploring a bit, you know, having a bit of an adventure. Okay, go on an expedition. Take a dive into the hero pools and bring out something you haven't in a while, or bring out something new. Okay, at the end of the day, keep it fresh, keep it fun. I mean, Star-Lord's back in play. You know, not much Helena Moore seeing the light of day at the moment. Really more the Star-Lords, the Phoenix, you know. We haven't seen Phoenix so actively in meta since back in the mid-season finals last year. So here we are again, going into the action. I'm just looking forward to a bit of lawyering up. Yaki and Songjuk are going to hit that truncheon action with the Daredevil gameplay. I'm looking forward to this mirror matchup. But at the same time, let's take note. Let's realize that we have a Luna instead of the matching Jeff. Luna Snow could really change the tide here and really open up a lot of opportunities for EXO. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, let's see how it's all going to pan out here. Yaki just taking on that frontward presence at the moment. Trying to see if they can have a bit of a slugfest against Piggy right now, but they're waiting out their opponents here to have the Righteous Cross available there, so can trickle through a bit of damage, and they're trying to see if they can shut down the opposing Daredevil on Songjuk Wu, as a matter of fact. Might just succeed. Zetha as well, a bit of trouble, but no one has been able to get an established presence on the mission area just yet. You know, they're just kind of tiptoeing between it right now. EXO getting a bit of percentage, but they're falling off, so just trying to see who's going to be able to find that first KO out of this one to really start to roll things together. But for the moment, it's just that battle of endurance, a battle of durability here, and everyone is refusing to fall. Piggy pretty close though, but should be able to get healed right back up by their team if they play their cards right.
Right now seems to be the option for themselves. Ella with a big peek, taking out Yaki right there on the Bucky. The Winter Soldiers aiming high, hoping to take down somebody from those guys right there. Brownie's going to be the one to be taken down. Ella's going for doubles over here. Going to be trying to go for your best buddy, Mr. Captain America, running away with legs that can pray right there. And there it is, the push and the power. And it gives EXO the lead that they wanted so desperately. Now they finally have the upper hand against Crazy Raccoon in a map. But Crazy Raccoon, they got the ultimates online. They could activate at any moment, and it looks like it's going to be Brownie starting us off with a Galactic Legend in the backline, taking out Ace.
Taking him out and ready to clear the space is Lastro as well. A great double KO there. Ooh. Do manage to find a lone feels. They're trying to bring themselves back onto the platform there. Not going to happen. It is going to allow Crazy Raccoon to swoop past the rest of EXO. EXO 0-1 there. So we'll be able to just stack up the KOs and flip the mission area just in time. Only 35% built up for EXO, so not too much ground to cover in terms of percentage right now for Crazy Raccoon. And they got a couple of ults they can play with as well. More to follow very soon. So they're ready for another fight in that sense. But EXO are right on their tail. You know, they're pretty close to having the Freedom Charge, Sonic Seduction, Fate of Both Worlds there. If they have at least that Fate of Both Worlds available, I think that they can launch the engagement here. And that's going to be out very, very quickly. But it looks like they're already looking to launch the gut there, looking to see if they can jump into it. Let the devil out. Freedom Charge is going to be in response.
Ooh, big action right there. Songjuk taking out Lastro, trying to run away on the Jeff. Big pain is going there. Addo's getting picks. Amplifier's going to get taken down. They're going to get Heavenfall dropping on him. But it's going to be matched with, as you said, Rez, who danced, but the dance is over. And another one down. Songjuk taking Lastro again, who came back with the beacon. So, oh my days right there. Day3 taking out Piggy, getting the value right there. 40% climb for EXO. They took point contestation back, and Crazy Raccoon are on the back foot here in a very, back and forth kind of fight. Everybody having several, duels, 2v2 situations, but the team fight nonetheless goes in favor for EXO. Day3 taking a little pick on Gargoyle there. That's just going to buy him just another good 5-10% chunk right there. Because Matsy, if they're just going to keep getting little picks like that, it's going to delay the time that Crazy Raccoon need to recontest. But in terms of recontest, they do have, two duelist ultimates ready to go. Yaki could bring out, let it all out. But Brownie could definitely take to the skies there. But Zetha's got the Freedom Charge, and it goes off, and it's going straight for his teammates to be able to build up their ult charge just as well. They're ready to spell trouble, and let's see who's going to be able to crawl out of the rubble here. Zetha going to be able to jump in. The Fierce Leap there, ready. Try and sweep them away, but it's not going to happen today. They're still going to be able to hold on strong to the mission area, but Brownie
This is the turnaround. Seongjuk going down, letting the devil out. Sia coming out in response from Ace there, trying to clear some space. Resta going down is devastating here for XOXO. They can't afford to be losing strategists like that, because that's what the recipe is for Crazy Raccoon, to flip the tides here, take control of the mission area. They lost Ace now. Resta still trying to get back towards their team as well, so this is a troublesome situation. They can trickle through those KOs, and now XOXO are forced into the reset. So a solid outcome here for Crazy Raccoon. You know, they single out those key targets and will be able to build the percentage back into their favor there, just as XOXO were on the edge of potential glory.
Oh man, look, it's definitely that they want to really take it back right now. XO, they want to get themselves their first round win here in this series. They're really going to try their best here. They've got ultimates coming up very soon, which are going to be Alo and Seongjuk. It's going to be interesting to see if they get the value they need, but Yaki sees them all. Again, just a beautiful notion of Daredevil. You know, he can't see, but he really sees more than everyone else. You know, using those superpowers of his, as we know, to just see through the walls right there, allowing your team to just download that information that you can give them, let them know what's going on. Gargoyle taking out Ace right there. That's going to give a massive value, and he's going to let it out. Seongjuk's going in, and it's going to be big. Alo's taken down by the Piggy right there. That's going to be Yaki taking out Rez into a double KO. Gargoyle's flying around. Crazy Raccoon take point condition back. 95% climbing, taking out Seongjuk. JT3's down in a well. 98 to 99, 99 to 100, and Crazy Raccoon take the first round here on Hell's Heaven, starting off their lead.
Starting off their lead, and they take it with speed, taking away the Eldritch Monument there, and it's time to head over to the Frozen Airfield. Will we be able to defrost the battlefield? We'll see, because I think it's going to stay frosty with Emma Frost at the ready there. JT3 donning that one, but already seeing a bit of a switch up here, Liger. It's Alone Fields jumping out with the Psylocke. We love to see the Dance of the Cutterfly come through, and I think it probably is going to be able to deal with a lot of Crazy Raccoon's strengths if they can land the right positioning onto that ultimate, right? Because even if Brownie can maintain a bit of mobility in the skies on the Star-Lord, if they get caught in that circle, they're in big, big trouble. Same could be said of Yaki and Co. But we'll see how the show will go as our teams prepare themselves for battle once again. The gate's about to open here, Liger, and let's see who can take it right now on the next mission area. Let's get ready for the next battle.
Open the doors to Hydra Charter Space. Let's get into it right now. As we can see, this map moves. Remember, everybody, this map moves based on a percentage right there. So 10 seconds until that mission area unlocks. Who's going to go for the first contestant? We know Zetha. Zetha's already in the thick of it right there. Piggy just matching them just as well. Everybody's going right now. The cap recap is definitely going into action. High gear. But Angela as well. The Dive Vanguards are out here to play. And who's there to match them? It's Brownie. Take it to the skies. Wishing everybody a happy holidays right there. Backed up by the Amplifier from Seunghun. And that is going to give them so much damage right there. And Rez is going to try and keep their team alive. And they successfully do with the fate of both worlds. But it's going to be matched as Heavenfall drops. And that gives Ace and Rez a bad night as Piggy and Brownie take them down, trapped in the Heavenfall setup by Angela. That's going to be Zetha right there. And Seongjuk taken down by Yaki, and Brownie is there to take another. Alo's down, JT's down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The whole team's going to be taken down one by one as Crazy Raccoon take point contestation, get their percentage on the board, and prepare for the next fight. And Matsi, mate, they got the ult advantage right here. Actually, I'd say it's actually be pretty shared at the moment, but Piggy will have Freedom Charge at the same as Zetha, which means pretty much everybody's going to have ult in this next fight. It's going to go off.
It's going to go off, and Heaven's about to fall as well as they jump in to the fray there with the Freedom Charge on both sides of the scale. Its Jeff is available for last throw if required. They're trying to see if they can clear the space without it for the moment, but there is that option there should it be required. And let's see which way they are going to be heading now. Good KO on a JT3 there, looking to see if they can sweep it back once again. Yaki just maintaining that frontal presence all over again here, but they're not all looking to stay in position for too long. They realize they can't overstay their welcome. Will fall back towards the mission area, but still having a frontward approach. So then XOXO don't have the freedom to just waltz back in.
Ooh, right there, 55% and climbing. Everybody get your eyes on the map. It's moving, it's grooving, and in the back line, Seongjuk, ooh, taking out Brownie with a bit of Daredevil action, getting massive value. But Splashing around, Lastro and Ace trying to get the value they need, but Lastro's taken down by Sanjuku. The Jeff is down. Brownie phase shifting in the sky, actually taking out Aloe, just confident in their movement right there, but it's going to lead straight into a Galactic Legend, giving you another holiday cheer, taking out Rez right there, and Angela is on them, but it's not enough to stop them from shredding them up right there. More shifting around. There it is, another Angela going to get thrown off the map at the hip. Oh my days, so well angled, allowing them to get the value. Knowing Angela can fly, you can't fly while you're being tossed right there, and that's going to be another double KO, triple KO for Zeta on the Captain America right there, taking out Brownie as the final pick. Aloe back in the fight with a BR beacon, 96% and climbing for Crazy Raccoon, but it's going to be stalled. It's going to be stopped as EXO put the EXO stop right there on that, and they're going to claim their first bit of percentage here. But now, once again, it's giving me deja vu, Metsi. They are in a 0 to 100 situation. They cannot lose another fight.
Absolutely not. You know, they can't afford it. And already the fight's begun. Yucky, immediate shutdown there by JT3. That's big. And they reacted with the Sia as well. So Yagi at least fulfilled an objective of just drawing out that strategist ultimate. Now, they have none for the next fight. So if Crazy Raccoon wanted to, they could engage with the Sia. They have that Heaven's Retribution around the corner. Freedom Charge wanted the same. They've already found Rezda as well. This is a great start. If they continue to isolate like this could get even bigger. There you go. Sia coming online. Gargoyle hunting down Alone Fields. Freedom Charge from Zeta. At least coming out at the right time there, but they need more than that. Songjuk Woo, JT3 going down. This is big for Brownie. Finding all the KOs they need to. It's all falling into place right now for Crazy Raccoon. They're still managing to contest though on the XOXO side. Songjuk Woo could be the recipe they need with that portal. Sure, they're losing their teammates getting KO'd out, but with that portal, they have a chance to contest here, Liger, and we're into the OT.
A chance is all you need. 1 in 14,604 opportunities. Could this be theirs? Right there, Ace is going to go with the big Jeff right there. Absolutely trying to get the value for themselves. And they're going to be running. And they're going to be off the map. And they're taking Yucky and Gargoyle with them. Piggy did take him in return. But that's 64% climbing. EXO still consistently holding this down right now. Crazy Raccoon are down a couple that they need to get the fight going. They're going to be pushed into a corridor, pushed into a corner. Eldritch Web is swinging right now from Songjuk Woo, just fending them away, keeping the contestant in their favor, but they're going to turn the tides now. They're going to go back into defense. They let Crazy Raccoon get comfortable and get on point, and now they're going to converge back on them, setting up his Brownie. Who's going to take the next play? The Daredevil, that's right. Yaki in the front line, making it happen. Alice with the O, and there it is. Happy New Year. Oh my days. Right again, Brownie's taken down. That's going to be value for themselves, and that's EXO down 2. It's looking tough, Metsi. Honestly, the teams are trading back and forth, ults for ults. Angela v Angela. The Daredevil is getting value as well. A Gargoyle taking out Zeta. Agamotto coming out from Songjuk Woo. That's going to absolutely stun up the expectations. The double X's are out from Gargoyle. Gargoyle is just holding down the buttons needed to just slice and dice, and hopefully they'll nice and bring their team back into the pace right there. Overtime sticking down 99%. It's just one more sliver away. If EXO step up the point here, Crazy Raccoon take it. Who's going to be holding it down? Yucky's frozen. There's another freeze. Brownie taking Zeta. That's Zero's down. That's going to be almost all of them down. One last ditch effort defense, and there's only a Star-Lord left, and that's going to be Aloe down. And the last one is Angela, who heaven falls, but heaven is not enough. And Crazy Raccoon take the map once again, claiming another domination round on Hell's Heaven, and they're going to take this series with a 2-0 lead, but there's still one more potential map for them to win. But XOXO, I wouldn't sleep on them, Matsi. They could go for the reverse sweep. We've seen it happen earlier in MRC. This is very exciting so far. What a strong domination map.
Couldn't agree more. Like a stronger domination map, and they are going to be able to string together another confident victory there for Crazy Raccoon. But XOXO, you know, they're no pushover. As you said, they have been able to stay competitive in this one. Sure, they haven't been able to get the capture points through, but they're at least still taking it to them as much as they possibly can here. So definitely excited to see what this third map could look like, because, you know, this is series point right now, elimination point even, that XOXO are faced with. So very eager to see how it's all going to progress through as we take a look at our highlights. And look at that, last row. Enjoy the show on the It's Jeff there. It's Songjuk Woo on the Daredevil as well. Letting the Emma Frost out for JT3 and go. And just so many impressive players, but time and time again, names that keep coming up. Brownie and Yaki have been putting in huge work for their team, but it's not a two-man show. No, Gargoyle enjoys a bit of the spotlight as well. So huge stuff coming through there. And yeah, just again, in this map in particular, I was so surprised that they let the Devil out. You know, they prioritized the Mantis ban because it was a lot to deal with in that first map, but letting the Devil through, it's an even more dire circumstance. And I think that they've learned their lesson from that one. And yeah, I'm worried for XOXO, but I think that this next draft, keep your eyes on it. It's going to be so interesting to see what both teams bring in such a high pressure situation now.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot of options now. They figured it out. Let's see how EXO are going to play this ban phase for themselves next time. But Crazy Raccoon got that 2-map lead right here in Specify Series. It's a comfortable position to be. A lot of teams want to be in this position. You're only 1 map away from victory. You can keep it calm. You can go into this ban phase, relaxed, knowing what you need to do, but relaxed and focused at the same time. Whereas EXO, they are in a desperate scramble here on out. They are 1 map away from elimination in MRC Season 5. So, straight away, they're not even going to chance it. Phoenix is done. They're like, nope, it did too much round 1. You're out of here. Which in return, Crazy Raccoon is going to shut down the game and say, we don't need it. We don't want you to have it. We're going to do this on our own pace. We're not going to let the Royal Flush dictate how things move this game. And to follow that, Matsy, their next Protect, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they bring Daredevil back. There's an option there.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it just makes sense because if they're not getting it through on that first ban, because we've seen time and time again, Gambit Daredevil get banned through, that leaves other options open. But now they're focused on those other options. They've banned out the Phoenix this time, which that's great. That's also another high impact duelist. But we saw what they could do with the Devil in the last map there. So they're feeling confident to try and face it again. And now they've shifted focus. Angela's gone. I'd say that that was pretty big. You know, Gargoyle playing into something like that in the last map definitely made waves. We saw them hunt down Alone Fields and Co on that Angela, shifting the duelists out of the fight, which really allowed Crazy Raccoon to just establish so much more presence. They were overwhelming them.
Yeah, I mean, look, right now, it seems as though these teams are really still, you know, banning for that domination mindset, which they just got, you know, but we're on Araco now. We've actually switched modes. We're actually on Convoy. But if anyone knows Convoy and Araco very well, I would say 2 very sibling maps, Hell's Heaven and Araco. Why? Because the pit of doom, the pits of lava, you name it, all the pits, not Brad Pitt, but all the other pits there, that's definitely the action. And speaking of, I mean, look at the thing, man, handsome lad, you know, it made me think it was the guy. But listen, it's gonna be, you know, the White Queen band as a last band coming from XOXO. I like the thing being protected. That reminds me, EXO know exactly the little secret recipe, just a little detail to handling those pesky dives is Big Boy Ben Grimm bossing them up in the background right there, doing massive work on the thing. And the Venom, don't listen, Matsy, I know why you're saying ooh, because there's a certain night of the moon being hovered. I'm not getting my hopes up, okay? I heard it happen yesterday. I'm not getting my hopes up today. But if it happens, I'm a happy camper. But until then, the thing is good pick. Zetha, if you can't play the Rogue right now, if you don't have access to the Angela, if Cap wasn't working as well, the thing is the next best pick. But if there is gonna be the Moon Knight, you bring out Groot. 100% Araco is Groot freedom right now. You can turn a corridor into an absolute trap. Make it happen for yourselves.
Yeah, great to see that they're thinking about playing into the Groot Knight again. We saw it a lot yesterday in a lot of series there, and a lot of teams were able to just find so much potential around it. You know, you just lock them into that strangling prison, and then Hand of Khonshu just reigns free, and it's just a KO heaven for the team taking advantage of that one. But very curious to see how it will fare for XOXO on their attacking side here, you know, because prioritization isn't really in the same direction right now for Crazy Raccoon. You know, they're playing that triple composition. Maybe later in the piece we see a bit of a shift there, but another interesting thing I'm seeing is Sungjung Woo is actually playing into the Magic. So the only other team we really saw play into the Magic was Xavier Hope, and now XOXO are looking to bring it out with the Strange team up there. We're going to take things in a different direction, Liger, and we're already going to bow into this fight and light up the battle.
I mean, I like it. It's a little bit of sorcery, a little bit of mischievous magic going on with this team up. It's good. The double chains is very reliable, but already in the back line, Songjuk dropping the chainsaw blade directly onto Sunghun's head right there. Yaki's going to take out Songjuk in return for the avenge. But JT chasing Piggy into the portal and reminding them who really, hey, listen, they may not be strangers portals, but he's still gonna go through those portals and he's gonna work with them nonetheless right there. The Crazy Raccoon on the back foot right now. XOXO feeling confident with themselves as they are taking these first two corners. These such very hard to push through corners, you know. Araka has so many linchpin moments, linchpin points. You gotta really just box your team in and really defend. But right now they're getting the pace, but I'll tell you something else. This next fight for Crazy Raccoon is pivotal, because they've got the revival online. If they can bring their team back, fully commit, might get value, but the invisible boundary, aka the Venn diagram of boundaries, is in effect, and everybody's gonna get a lot of sustain, but actually, Alice still gets a kick through the midst of it, enough to turn off the boundaries. Gargoyle's gonna be taken now, but brought back up again from the Karmic Revival. Maxi, they're coming back for another fight to this. It ain't over yet.
It ain't over till it's over, but it's going to be over right now. Darkchild coming out at the last moment for Songjuk Woo there. Yaki does have the Galactic Legend and will immediately decimate it. So it's going to be annihilation towards Songjuk Woo, not able to take advantage of their ultimate at all. And they are going to be able to slow down the pace a little bit. Crazy Raccoon can recompose themselves. XOXO's have won. Start to re-establish their own presence here. All they have right now is God of Mischief. They're building up slowly towards more ultimate. They've got just under a couple of minutes to play with as well. And see if they can spell a bit of trouble here. But one thing I like to see is the chains coming out. And I like to see Brownie donning the new Adams costume here. But speaking of new things, it's time for that God of Mischief from Resta. But that's a sneaky KO in the meantime. And there could be more from Brownie.
I was just about to say, looking good, Brownie. Hey, I know what I have an ad read for him. Hey, everybody. Hey, yo, cop that new Adam Legendary. That's what I'm talking about. We've been waiting. We've been waiting for a new Adam Legendary. That's one for us. Everybody loves playing Adam, but hey, back into the action right here. Lastro on the invis, giving sustain. I want to bring a little bit of attention to Gargoyle's Rogue right now. The Rogue is nullifying Zeth's frontline pressure. Right there, it is absolutely nullifying it. I've found Rogue to definitely be the answer to your very traditional main Vanguards, your Strangers, your Groots. She's just constantly there that can really just like, okay, if you want to push forward, I'm going to start punching you up. You gotta take these hits, and right now, Aloe is making sure they're taking these hits. Already taken out Lastro in that first fight. Boundaries up by Ace. A big strangling prison. Will it get enough? Will it give them value? Songjuk in the backline, taking out Brownie. Adam's gonna, it's gonna be a tough one right there. Adam's gonna have to potentially come back. Yeah, Cocoon by Adam Wallace, by Brownie. Zetha taking out Biggie. Everybody's still having a bit of a fight, but you know, just a couple millimeters away, and it looks like 2.59 XOXO. They got the advantage. A little bit of Lastro there to try and contest by a few more seconds. 30 seconds till the door, and it's going to be another 2:30 added to the time bank. But the portal's still there. Having a little bit of fun. Maybe instead of just going for a quick reset.
Yeah, looking to take it easier for a little bit longer there, but it looks like Yaki is bringing out that Mantis again. Uh-oh. We saw what they could do with that one before. It's so back. And we'll see how they stack it up as we're just going to be into the quiet moments. You know, the quiet time while they push the mission vehicle a little further forward towards the next choke point. But Crazy Raccoon, they're just holding their ground for the moment. You know, they're conceding a little bit of ground here, yes, but they're looking to play from a more strategic angle, and it might not be so strategic because JT3 has now found the opening and could just swoop them out of this one if they take advantage of the man advantage they just gained. And again, another KO trickling through. They're getting them one by one here. Lastro does come back with the Cocoon at least, so they're back in action. But here we go, Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu. Boundary up as well. It's the Groot Knight combo. They do have the Karmic Revival from the God of Mischief though, so it's all for Nordlager. They're back in the fight just as soon as they got swept out of it. Brownie still feeling the impact of that Karmic Revival as well. Agamotto coming through in consequence to try and isolate some further KOs, and they will manage to get the KO through on Yaki in the end there. But so many ultimates were committed to that fight, and there's more. Lastro has another Karmic Revival coming up there, so it's going to be the fight continuing on and on and on. Just as soon as you think it's over, nah, it's Adam time from Loki time. It's all time right now, and XOXO are desperately clambering through to try and take this fight. Crazy Raccoon struggling to hold and not looking to fold through here. Lastro, last one standing, will go down. It's all going to be up to Brownie and Gargoyle here, and they do get it over the line. XOXO, second capture point.
There it is, the full effect of the moon mixed with a little bit of nature, giving you the power you need to take on all the pressure through Araka right now. XOXO have woken up. The beasts are back. Let's see how they can hold it down, get to that end line. This is the tough part. Everybody knows statistically, Arako, that final point to get it to the end, that last, third is so hard to push. Why? Because of that little undercarriage of all those Ultron hands that are terrifying, but also terrifying to fight through. Right now, it's all on them to try and claim for the high ground, get Crazy Raccoon off the high ground, take him off the advantage mark, and see if they can keep on pushing them. Iron Will walls are being set up. Songjiku in the back line, flanking out over here, taking the damage, bringing the power, going straight for Piggy right now. Piggy getting dove, but there it is, nonetheless value. Songjiku on the magic is getting everything they need to keep it going. Limbo up to the high ground, straight for the Moon Knight, straight for the Aloe, and there it is. Making it happen, backing them up, keeping their team in prime position right here. But Crazy Raccoon's still stolen. Yaki's back on the Daredevil. He sees an opportunity and goes straight in, taking out Rez right there. Invisible Woman is again hunted by the Daredevil. 1, 2, 3, 4 down for EXO. Crazy Raccoon really surgically installed themselves into the position they need to take a quick fight win there.
Yeah, solid positioning and solid impact are coming through to get a quick fight and win. But now it's time to see if they can find a few more, because there's just over a minute remaining on the timer here. So we could have potentially one, maybe a little more fights online here. The ults are starting to stack up too. Both teams are really getting their kits solidified. But you know what's really going to be on track here is the group night combo potentially on the way through there. Strangling Prison was committed, but no, they will not see Khonshu coming out. We will see the Devil coming out with the boundaries though. So Yaki might just be able to take advantage of this situation here. Agamotto up front though, alone feels going to be ready. Waiting, there it is, filling it through with the Dark Child coming out as well. Freedom Charge from Piggy here and ready to try and see if they can stick through this one. Get a KO over the top, but the healing impact is too much. Soul Resurgence going to bring it up for Sunghoon there as well. Just trying to see if they can spill something through. Finally, XOXO find a bit of mortality. Double down on the KOs there, looking for even more. They are swarming past them. 20 seconds to go here. XOXO, they need a portal and a dream if they want to get back on the mission vehicle right now. Otherwise, it could be curtains on this hold here. Let's see how it goes, Liger. One last chance.
I don't think there's a portal, but there is a hero, a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man who's definitely going to get there in time. 2 seconds left, and they've already captured it as well. Songjiku is just so good. Oh, the swings right there coming out from the Spider-Man. Always so lethal, but Piggy's there, keeping them jumping, going straight for the backline. They take out Aloe. That's going to be 3 down from EXO. It's not looking good for them. Crazy Raccoon pummeling through right now. Ace Force, Songjiku Force, JT3 Force, the last one standing. Zephyr on the Captain America, the hero. And is it enough? And no, Crazy Raccoon hold it just shy of the end. A strong pace from EXO early, but an even stronger defense for Crazy Raccoon to stop them, which means Crazy Raccoon just got to get it to that last area there, that last corner, just shy of it, and they claim victory. But XOXO, they kind of got the number early on this map. They push really quickly. The question is, can they understand how that push philosophy works, and can they reverse it into a strong defense philosophy? Let's see how it goes out. What are they thinking of bringing out? What are they thinking of playing? I will say, Thing was here and there, but just wasn't too prominent getting the value they needed, Matsi. But at the same time, it's a lot of questions that EXO need to answer for themselves right now and activate and just commit to a comp. Right now, it's Crazy Raccoon though, who are going to start and set the pace as they got a race to victory for themselves. Let's see if they get it.
Let's see if they get it. Let's see if they are going to be able to open it up here, as you have that triple composition coming out from XOXO as well. You know, they're bringing the thing. They're ready to bring up the pace, bring up the heat here. But speaking of heat, Brownie and Yaki looking to go for the Storm Punisher combination here. Definitely has found its time in the sun. You know, we've seen it before on maps like Midtown from some of our other teams in the competition, and definitely great to see it coming out here and now as well. You know, the Omega Hurricane definitely is a testament to how impactful the team could be. But Brownie, not playing punt, it's going to be the Moon Knight coming out. So Groot Knight once again, a Liger. We've seen it before, we've seen it again, and now they're looking to give us their own spin on how to play that combination. And I Can't wait to see the impact they'll find and if they can find success. But success is already looking to be found. Sungjuk Woo first to go down there. Good KO up front from Brownie, utilizing the arcs as well. Just try and trickle through damage onto the strategist line up there. Alone Fields and Co taking so much damage in deep trouble. And Hand of Khonshu could be activated in a moment's notice. But they could just be waiting out, you know, to take a bit more presence here. And wait for that Strangling Prison as well to get the real combo through. But for now, you're doing a great job to single out these KOs and really get the ball rolling.
My goodness, they're hitting like a truck. Like Brownie is hitting like a... I was watching the ult charge for Brownie fly to 100% while everybody else was chilling at 30-40%. It was insane. And they still have ult available if they need. The Mantis pocket is insanely giving value to Brownie right now. And even then, Yucky is bringing in the Thunder on Storm right there, giving so much presence, so many off-angle opportunities. And just the same, Brownie as well. They're just attacking on all three fronts right now. XOXO having such a tough time trying to bunker in and get a good defensive position because Crazy Raccoon is just holding it down. Yucky though, taking out Zeta. And the Mega Hurricane is going to be wound up for now. Let's see if it's going to hit them in the back line. Big pick taking out Songjuk Woo coming out from Gargo. But there it is. Comes Revival. Dropping the moon in the midst of it. Still going to do so much damage. Low, and Brownie gets two. Taking them out with a double KO into a triple KO for the Moon Knight. And that's going to give a lot of value for Crazy Raccoon right now. Holding defense just shy of the second corner right there. And they're going to take Ace with a little bit of a stagger. There's a bit of clones of Rez. They're pushing. XOXO do have one more fight to try and defend this first gate of Oracle.
Do they have what it takes? Will they be able to take it when all the stakes are high? Well, Resta going to be taken down there, and this has now created a chain effect. A lot of the members of XOXO are getting isolated through, poked down here, and it's looking good for Crazy Raccoon trying to get that control over the mission area, and we will see the push forward towards the next capture point. So, building up a bit more time, building up a bit more momentum here for the Crazy Raccoon side, and XOXO01 need to figure out the recipe. You know, how do they adapt around this? They're doing their best here, but they're going to be forced back towards the next choke point for the moment. And Crazy Raccoon are already hot on the heels there, looking to see if they can establish that forward presence themselves. They do have to worry, though. You know, Zeta is getting closer and closer to them, trying to engage from a couple of angles here. XOXO could pincer onto this. They're already building up the damage. Boundary coming up as well. Liger looking better. Meteor from JT3 could be the answer. They do get found, though. Nice KO from Brownie. JT3 going to be in big trouble. Does luckily get healed back up, but it's going to be the Dark Child now, Liger. And they're ready to fight back.
Here it is right now. The Dark Child's going in, swinging, slashing, hopefully trying to get the value they need. But they're going to nullify for now. They're going to put them on the back for XOXO. There it is. Brownie just bouncing, just absolutely tracking to oblivion right there, taking out Aloe and Ace. That's massive value. They're just absolutely shredding. And Brownie's there, right on res. The Mantis is down. That's just a subtle triple KO right there from Brownie. Just marksmanship coming out from the Blood Moon Knight right there, giving so much value. It is insane right here now. XOXO really got to show something up. They've only got 2 minutes 49 left right here to block. They're going to get another chunk added to their time buff. Does anybody contest 2 meters, 1 minute? The contestant is at 0.13. What a clutch coming out from XOXO. Double boundaries down coming out from Ace there. That's going to be the invisible boundary. Yucky is going to drop the Hurricane. Taking out Rez right there. The Master of Madness takes out Songjuk Woo. The strange Eldritch Whip is going. Taking out JT. Double KOs. The Groot is last. That's going to be down goes Zephyr. Ace as well. And that's going to be a 3-minute 50 time bank for Crazy Raccoon achieved. And they only got barely much more to go.
Yeah, more than halfway there now. They're ready to go the final push, the final distance here. And let's see if they are going to be able to get there. Cloak of Levitation going to be utilized by Piggy here just to get a bit of a vantage point over where XOXO are approaching from. It's the high ground this time, and they're already taken to the low ground of the HP bar there of Zephyr. So, going to have to play their cards carefully, to say the least, as they look to engage into the next fight here. Ults are available on both sides, but who commits first is going to be tested. And Lastro, big trouble. Alone Fields, great KO there to start things off. Might just be able to find a few more as well. Great communication into the isolation there. Yaki falling, looking for Brownie as well, trying to sneak around the back there, but they will be able to slip away. Luckily, Lastro was there to shield them at the crucial moment. but they're doing a great job so far. Just to trickle down a bit of time. Still have to see if they can face the music though, because Crazy Raccoon, they got 5 ults to their name, almost ready for the full kit here, and they're ready to take this one for their own. They just need the right recipe, the right moment here, Liger. They're getting ready to rumble.
We're about to find out. XOXO do have an Agamotto Prime. They're looking for it. JT's looking for it. It's going to start off with the Moon. Going to be dropping down the back line. Ace is going to drop the boundary. Brownie taking out Rez. That's going to take the Rez. That's going to take Ace. That's both strategists down right now. Aloe is also taken out by Piggy. And another rebound taken out Zeta. Triple KOs all around for Brownie today. Sunghoon taking out JT3. That's pushing. That's power. That's Crazy Raccoon on the last stretch. XOXO don't have anybody left to bring out a portal. They're going to switch to some speed. They're going to try to go in. And there it is. It's pushing 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's done. As the Agamotto was enough, and that's a clean victory right there for Crazy Raccoon. They're taking this series of best of 5, 3 maps to 0 against XOXO, and that is a good game right there, Matsy. That is a victory for Crazy Raccoon.
Good game, great game, and it's going to be a Brownie on the MVP. Absolutely no doubt. They put in the hard yards there on that Moon Knight and everything there beyond us. So with that being said, that will mean Crazy Raccoon now have their opportunity for the Chopper Mag rematch, as we saw that series go all 5 maps with Chopper Mag winning it in a reverse sweep before, and now there's going to be 7 maps potentially in a best of 7 grand final. That is insane. But you know what else was insane? The plays we saw into this series from Crazy Raccoon and XOXO right here on that final map. Look at Zeta right there, putting in the hard yards for their team, you know, setting up those KOs. It was just so solid across the board. And just look at the Groot Knight combo. You know, Alone feels able to take advantage of the Strangling Prison there. Just paramount to the success. I love to see a bit of that Groot Knight combo and everything there beyond. And, you know, I talked up a Gargoyle before, and there's definitely a big reason for that. They put in hard yards on that Magneto. You know, they were able to get a lot of big shots from afar there, really just showcasing the impact that those Vanguards can have. And yeah, I just love that series. I gotta give flowers to XOXO. You know, they did a great job to get this far in the tournament, and it proves a reason why they're one of the best teams out of Asia.
Yeah, absolutely the best in there, locking in that 3rd position place. That is still a massive effort, I think, in the entirety of Pacific. 3rd, it's still a great effort. XOXO ranking up, getting better and better positions and placements every time we see them play. Looking forward to seeing them next time. But Grand Finals, Matsy, is going to be between Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag. That's up next. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back soon.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1 The mid-season finals and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
the hunt.
Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for MRC Season 5 here in the Grand Finals day. That's right, everybody. It's going to be a big one today. Now, my name is Liger. I'm joined by Legend Matsy. Matsy, that last matchup was exciting. It was epic, but we're gonna change it up according to this next matchup.
We are certainly going to be changing it up. We're going to see a bit of history, I suppose. We're going to see exactly how the teams we just saw managed to get to where they were in the tournament. We're going to take a look back in time for a moment here. We are going to see Z10 taking on a Crazy Raccoon. So, going to be jumping it back in the time loop. You know, we've talked to Doctor Strange. She's loaned out the time stone to us, and we've gone back for a moment to Crazy Raccoon's endeavor against Z10. So, we are going to be jumping into Domination for map number 1 here, and we're going to be on Burning T'Challa. So, first bands are probably going to be Gambit and Daredevil. I got a strong prediction. Gambit, Daredevil. Nah, and there it is. No, it's just been so common throughout MRC that's just the default setting into this tournament. But what we do see in the Protect is going to be the Phoenix. So, a lot of priority around that duelist there, and definitely keen to see what the next Protect is going to be.
It's going to be interesting. You know, the Mantis, definitely something Crazy Raccoon have. I mean, we've seen it. You know, we might see some more of that Moon Knight. Definitely seems to be a signature move that they've been bringing out, I believe, on 2 separate occasions so far that we've seen on our lovely MRC live broadcasts. But that next ban, pivotal right now. It's going to be Captain America, locking it out right there. No opportunity for Z10 to bring out a little bit of freedom charge and action. At the same time, Z10 have a chance right now to really target something pivotal. Hero they believe might be the core to Crazy Raccoon's roster. 10 seconds till we find out what that band's going to be. Ultimately, it's going to be the Jeff.
Ooh, it's Jeff. Nah, Jeff going to be taken away, as you said. So, not going to be seeing the It's Jeff Ultimate this time around, but what we are going to be seeing is Cap taken away as well, and Protect for Z10. It's now going to be the Venom. So, very excited to see how they will be able to play around that one, and it's going to be Loki on the Protect here as well. Now, an interesting thing about Z10 is that they've kind of been, I guess, interchanging between a couple of their strategist players, in the sense that some of their matches you see them playing with creative, and then some of their other matches you might see them play with Dotori. So I'm curious what the mindset is there, whether it's just availabilities or whether like it's just, you know, trying different recipes. Yeah, I'm interested in that. But what we are interested in right now is that they're going to be swiftly chopping through these bands. Goodbye, Star-Lord. Goodbye, Groot. No Groot Knight today. Sorry, Liger. We'll leave that for the future, hopefully. But that's going to be our bands done and dusted, my man.
There it is, done and dusted. Maybe Thanos might snap him away. We'll see for now who's going to be the Thanos of this lobby right now. I'm looking at Piggy. That Lord Angela. That's flex. Something to take of note. Eggsy's back in the fray. The big Phoenix. Interesting to see how this matchup's going to go for themselves going into this, you know. Right here, we're really downloading more information about Crazy Raccoon. How are they, you know, going to bring it out for themselves? How are they going to take this one? And what it took to, you know, get them to that grand final. But here we are, into the action. Hamza Omar on the low key. Definitely see how they get value there. Practice spot, aka Marvin, is here again, Matty. One of your favorites, I know. But Eggsy's out here. Hey, Eggsy got the new costume for Phoenix. Represent. Spending those good hard-earned units.
Couldn't agree more. Love to see the new costumes coming in through the game here. Hopefully we see the Adam one again too, you know? Got to give some love there. Obviously, it's going to be great stuff on its way. But it's been a great stuff on its way. It's time to get into play on Burning T'Challa. As the mission area is heading towards the unlock phase here. Piggy going to be on that Angela all over again. And very keen to see if they can manage to swoop through and take some of the players away here. So they are just going to be stalling it back for the moment, but you can tell they're on their toes. They're hunting down a KO here, but Just looking to tread lightly into the early phase. Big damage coming out front though. Exy forced to take it from a different angle, and you can't allow Exy to roam free because otherwise they're just going to be able to line up a KO just like that. Yaki, first one to fall there. Exy, we're going to see if they can stall it out for even more where that came from, and I'm eager to see if they are going to be able to redeem this one, take the first point of contact on the mission area, because Crazy Raccoon, they're not letting up at all.
Not at all indeed right there. I get the value as they're pushing it forward. Exy, 50% to that, Endsong Inferno. Getting marks, getting sparks, and taking out Brownie right there. That's going to give them good value as they're pushing deeper onto Warrior Falls here. Again, the action here in the left. The Galactic Empire of Wakanda. It's looking good for themselves. Big upper kicks. And there it is. Kaidia getting the value on the road right there. Punching out, taking Biggie, going straight for the double boundary coming out actually from Creative and Lastro. Just nullifying a lot of the fight's potential right there. Everybody's keeping sustained, and Hamza Omar getting a pick. Sunghun taken down. Big plays. Big Loki doing what they do as a presidential candidate right there. Putting them down, making it happen for themselves. Jerry, Meteor could be online, taking them down. Gargoyle Falls, that's 10% climbing. That's for your 20% climbing. Z10, strong stuff for Z10 right here. Really putting Crazy Raccoon back in their spawn.
Yeah, they're really keeping them at bay here, aren't they? They're keeping them in their spawn and just isolating them out. This is exactly what you need to be doing as well. Keep your opponents at a distance and manage to maintain that control. But I like the shift of focus here from Piggy, because they're just sneaking around the mission area. This allows some cracks in the defenses. Now their teammates can start to walk up towards the mission area as well. They can start to build up towards an offense there. Heaven's Retribution into the Soul Resurgence. It's time for a fight, Liger, and the boundary's coming right up.
Happening right now. Big Meteor coming out from Gargoyle and the Phoenix that match, and that's going to be taking Hamza Omar. That's going to be value. Another Meteor flies, but it doesn't connect with anybody. Exy taking out Brownie. Everybody's sustained right now. Heartbreaker's going out, coming out from Kadia. And the Phoenix, the Endsong Inferno. The bomb straight down. But stay alive. Jerry still in the fight. Creative taken down. And return. Piggy going spears. Ooh, gonna have to play it safe. Not gonna get Jerry for now. Gonna have to retreat, bring up the shield, and just bring, just a lot of their pressure to the high ground right there as they're gonna be chasing. And the spears now connect with Eggsy, getting the value they need. And Piggy's gonna be taking out Jerry. That's Brownie. That's actually gonna be Brownie with a double KO, and that's gonna bring the point contestant to Crazy Raccoon side for the first time this map. And that's gonna give him a triple KO for the Brownie Phoenix right there. But I'll tell you something else, Matsy. I'll tell you something else. My eyes right now, it's on this Angela. Okay? It is 100% Piggy right now and Practice Spot, who are just on each other's backline, constantly getting value. If they can get shut down, your other Angela has free reign. So that's the win con that I'm noticing so far with these team comps. But at the same time, the Meteors do be flying, and you never know, they could catch someone off guard.
Yeah, they could catch someone off guard, and then they will get discarded. Speaking of, Brownie has already started the train there. Kaidi are going to be the first one to fall there, so not going to be able to take advantage of the rogue here. Going to have to just fall back. Wait to see if they can stack the attack with the rest of their team now. So to take it easy for a while longer. Jerry, the front lines there. Brownie just relentless in their pursuit of KOs here. It's the battle of the Phoenixes as well. Who will rise, who will fall? They will stick it back for now, but the control might shift to Z10 there. They're looking to get a bit of pressure on the mission area, and now it's the battle of the boundaries, battle of the strategists. And Crazy Raccoon have committed 3 ultimates. Actually, one of the same. They're looking to commit a few more as well. Hamza Omar first one to go. Good traction for Crazy Raccoon here, and they will be able to sweep past another. So things are all starting to come together for Crazy Raccoon now. Actually, going to be getting that environmental KO there, unfortunate, but now it's good for the reset for Z10 and great for Crazy Raccoon because they're in hot pursuit of potentially running it to 99% and they're beyond.
Oh, there is the action, the impact, everything's going off right there. A lot of pressure for themselves, 96%, 97% climbing for Crazy Raccoon. Are they going to take it? Are they going to secure it? Sunghun taking out the Angela. Practice Spot out of here. Overtime's ticking off. It's going down, sliver after sliver. Are they going to try and keep contestant in their favor? for themselves. They're holding it down. They're keeping it sustained. 99% climbing. There it is. The Venn diagrams back on our screens again. The boundaries are up. Everybody's getting sustained, but it's a matter of who to see will complain as they're going to get the Jerry wounding up the Meteor. The Meteor might fly. The Meteor's not going to let anybody cry. That's going to be taken out of contention. It is dodged. And speaking of getting dodged, it's going to be the Ensong Inferno flying up and nullifying XZ Creative at Omar. Big plays coming out from Crazy Raccoon right here. Another blast from the past as they are pushing Z10 off. And that's going to be their first round capture here on Burning T'Challa.
Oh yeah, great stuff coming down from them as they take control of Warrior Falls, and really impressed with how they managed to take advantage of the situation there. You know, Z10, they had a pretty impressive start on that first capture point, but Crazy Raccoon, their adaptation, certainly a marvel, a sight to behold. And we'll see what they are going to be able to bring into this next portion as well. You know, I think that Piggy really shined in a big way for Crazy Raccoon there, where they were able to shift the focus away from the team as a whole, and they had to deal with Piggy in the backline, you know, trying to see if they could just isolate their strategists or just try and shift focus away from the team. You know, they had to look at them, because otherwise if they didn't, Piggy had free reign to do whatever they pleased, and so it created that opening, which Crazy Raccoon were able to take advantage of there. So keen to see if they do a bit more of that, as Z10, they haven't really changed things up too much. They're still going through 1-2 there, and they're ready to see what they can do.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
And I want to see what they can do. I want to see, Matsy. I want to see. Give me the life. Give me the blood. Show me what you're going to do here in the Galactic Empire of Wakanda. That's what I want to know. Yaki's got Resurgence coming up very soon. That could be big. AZ going to bring out the Inferno. Maybe sing us a little end song, but 10 seconds to that. Missionary unlocks and the Wakandan airship takes flight. But into the action. Here we are again. Everybody's taking shots. Soon farming it up. And again, once again, Piggy just looking around like a swallow ready to swoop down and just spear someone. Gonna get nullified for now. Shields up, giving him sustained. We're gonna see how that unfolds for them. We're gonna move around, fly back. Gargoyle holding it down on the front line right there, just painting down Kaidia, who was just stuck alone, not getting sustained. Boundaries up just a little too late from Creative, but it's still going to give them sustain to keep in contention. Crazy Raccoon necessarily haven't captured it yet, but nonetheless, it's going to be a practice spot. Taking out Brownie right there. Big Venom in the skies. Big Venom diving all the way to your backline right there. And the runes of Loki are going to be used for now, but the meteor flies. And it doesn't get anybody, but it still does some damage. At the same time, another boundary's up, Matsy. This time it's from Lastra. Let's see how many people they can save with that.
It's all going to be proven right now, isn't it? And at long last, the mission area is captured. Good sedation coming out there from Yaki as well. Trying to hold the practice spot in place. And Crazy Raccoon may better hold the mission area in place. But Piggy does get shot down there. So good a start of retaliation for Z10 here. We're going to get more. Got a Mischief coming up. Kaidia goes down as well. So good trade out on the KO department. Some Resurgence now. Songu in there. Got a Mischief. A Meteor in reaction from Jerry. Ready to build up or something here. Get something through. Not going to happen. They will pull through. Hold strong. Their resolve. Unwavering. And they will be able to shut down Jerry. So once again, a solid KO slipping through the cracks there. Z10 not able to make the impact that they needed, and will be forced to fall back, and the staggered KOs are just adding even a further damage to the table here. Like Z10, as soon as you think they'll reset sooner, no, they gotta wait for practice bot now all the way back at spawn as well, and that allows Crazy Raccoon over 50%.
Progress has passed the halfway point.
Ooh, 50% and climbing their way to victory. Let's see if they're going to get it at the end of the day. Eggsy does have the Ensong Inferno. Hamza Omar has the chance to shapeshift and bring another ultimate online for themselves. Creative's going to have a boundary, and there it is. Your powers are mine. What are they going to copy? What are they going to get going? It's going to be a massive resurgence that's going to enable them. The Ensong Inferno crashes down to try and match that healing output with a bit of damage to match, and it's going to still be in favor of Crazy Raccoon. They throw down a boundary as well from Lastra to keep him sustained, and another boundary comes out from Creative, but it's directly on point, which means Z10 will be sustained on point, but the Meteor flies. It's blocked by Creative right there. So clean with it on the Invisa shields, and they also take out Gargoyle in return. 90% inclined for Crazy Raccoon. Looks like we get a bit of a symbiote trying to make it happen for themselves. Big crunches, but unfortunately no punches, no digs, no bows. They're just holding it down. They're getting a goal, and there it is. The Sonic Seduction just holding them at bay as they try to contest, but there is just nobody there to make it happen. Jerry Eggsy taking out two apiece right there, but they actually did flip. Nazi, stand be corrected. They turned the tide in that fight right there. Crazy Raccoon exhausted too many resources, couldn't get the tide in their favor, and Z10 paced themselves, placed ultimates last, made sure they got the value as much as they can, extracted the value, and they turned the tide. Massive Sonic seduction, especially from Kaidia. But I also got to say, Nazi, Piggy, who's got the Heaven Fall. Again, it's similar to what we saw in the previous matchup. These teams are always going into situations against Crazy Raccoon where they're just getting in 0 to 100 hard stuck moments where it's like you can't lose a fight right now. You're letting Crazy Raccoon take too many wins. But there it is. Let's see if they can try to hold it down. They're already at the 40% mark. There's a lot more to go.
A lot more to go, and Heaven's coming down now with the Ensong Inferno. They're going to bring their own Xe ready. Zone it out, a boundary coming up in response as well. It's time. Yaki goes down, a meteor around the corner. Ooh, they go for the swoop, and they will scoop up a Songhun there. Xe going to be traded in response, though. Hamza Umar still good with the Soul Resurgence there. Sticking it back for the moment. Both teams down a member, but now even more creative. Gonna have a creative KO around the corner there. So good stuff from them. They have a lost Hamza Omar though, so that could come back to bite them very, very quickly. Speaking of, Soul Resurgence from the Yaki up front. They're ready to utilize the momentum off that one to push up front quick. Come on. Creative in trouble. Does get caught by Piggy. Piggy always slipping through the cracks there and targeting down those strategists. But practice what? A plight of desperation with the Feast of the Abyss here. And they will be still sticking it out, but forced to slip back in the OT. So the KO comes through. They're going to need a portal or a miracle. They're trying to get back, but there's no time. Crazy Raccoon, lock it down, lock it in on map number 1.
There it is. Lock it in. Crazy Raccoon, a map victory for themselves here in this, this little multiversal trip down memory lane, as they're going to claim that for themselves. I'm curious to see how they fare in the rest of this matchup right now, but Gargoyle, ooh, putting the go in Gargoyle right now, absolutely was the MVP deserved. That's why he's the GOAT on the Magneto represent Dunk Masters all around. But there it is, the giant Gargoyle making it happen for themselves. Gotta say though, another honorable mention has to go to Brownie. Massive damage, massive marks, massive sparks on the Phoenix, getting so much value.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. They really were able to make a testament to their role. They were able to do so much work there, and definitely proves how effective they can be. Speaking of, we saw a lot of effective tactics, a lot of effective KOs coming through across the board there. You talked up Brownie. There they are, getting that Pig double down there, supported by a Gargoyle as well. So, in hot pursuit of a lot of KOs into this one, and there was a plentiful amount. There's going to be a plentiful amount of more as well. It's creative. To turn up to the show also. Just really bring on a showcase, a masterclass. But speaking of masterclass, we have got another map of this amazing action on its way. You think it's all done in one? Nah. In a best of 5, it goes down to not just 1, not just 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. That's how great it can be. And speaking of, we are getting map number 2 already in for your viewing pleasure very soon. And I reckon we could be going to the Pentagram. No, we could be going to Krakoa. Hey.
We are back on domination again. We're seeing evidently these teams in MRC Pacific Season 5 especially loving domination. Those Heaven, Burning T'Challa, Krakoa, you name it. They want to play more domination. It's such a fun, fast-paced game where everybody's just throwing hands and holding down the hill. Let's see if it's going to be enough for themselves. I'm very curious to see how this ban phase played out. Let's see where they, prioritize their picks here. Z10 going for the Daredevil ban. We know why. We know why, Messi. We know why Mr. Matt Murdock is locked out of here. And we know why Crazy Raccoon will never let Gambit through. They are not letting anybody get their hands on Myanmar, on the Cajun. You name him. He's just not going to be in this in this one. Not going to be in their run. They're going to prioritize it every single time.
That's it. Not going to be able to utilize the Raging Royal Flush in any sense there. But they will be able to use the Soul Resurgence. Mantis coming back, and Song Inferno available as well now with Phoenix on the Protect there, and Angela an immediate ban. Unsurprising, considering the impact that Piggy was able to make there. They were able to shift her focus in a lot of instances, being able to take that away from them. it's going to hurt in a way, because now it means that Z10 don't have to worry as much about a Rogue Angela going on the loose there. They can keep their focus shifted forward a bit more. And now Crazy Raccoon, they will take the mag away. So I guess a lot of reactive bans coming through here, you know, just taking away the bits of impacts that trickle through in map number 1 there, and really just giving it their best.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, what more do you want? You know, give it your all, give it the game, do whatever you got to do to get to the end and get that victory for yourselves. I mean, yeah, there it is. Nature's team up. Might see in effect if Loki survives the last ban coming out from Z10. They could fully lock in that team up and it would be painful. But they're going to play it smart and they're going to make sure the mischievous one, the trickster, is not available for them to run that full team up. But Cap was also there protect as well, to which gives them quite a lot of dive potential, as they're probably more confident, feel like they've got the Cap under their mark. What the hell? Hella's the final ban. They're going to be like, listen, we're not going to have a Hella Phoenix situation. It's just going to be Phoenix. We're not going to have 2 crazy marksmen absolutely blasting us. But Mantis is there. It's protected. It's prioritized. Z10 might be running the Mantis group themselves. It's a lot of sustain, but it's missing the core. But Biggie hovering the thing, I like to see that. Lastra bringing out top tier invis. It's very common and it's very consistent. But Kaidia's Emma, wild card. Absolute wild card right now. It's so strange how prominent Emma used to be in the meta, but now seeing more people are taking turns going on the Angela, the Cap, a bit of Thing, Groot heavily, and of course Rogue. It kind of put Emma in a little bit of a backseat. So when we see Emma now, rarely is it a mirror match, and at the same time, it still reminds everyone how pivotal the Sonic Seduction is. It just gives so much value and enables so much more if you can play it smart. And yeah, speaking of playing it smart, listen up, bub. You got the Wolverine last stand combined with that Sonic Seduction. Woo! You're in for a mutant mad time, I'll tell you that. It's gonna hurt.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna sting even. Let's see how they're going to be able to take advantage of this one right now. Everybody, as we get into the action, to the fray. And let's see if they are going to be jumping into fruition right now as they take it slow and steady. Got the team up at the ready. They got the Brownie at the ready as well. Punisher on deck there, ready to take down those walls with a big machine gun and the shotgun as well. Definitely nothing to shrug out, that's for sure. But speaking of, it's time for that mission area to unlock. The next few seconds are going to be critical, and the fights are already starting to heat up here. You know, they're taking advantage of their cover, building up those walls there, playing around the pillars, making sure that they don't get isolated out too hastily here. And they will be looking to build up a ton of damage in the initial phase. Picky in a big amount of trouble there. Ready to see what else they can do.
Woo! Make it happen for yourselves. Try your best, get the rest. Gago taken down by XZ, getting the value, making it happen. Hamza Omar trying to keep sustain. Actually decides to go for a little bit of damage. Rocket Raccoon blasted. Taking him out right there. The Cap is down, but idea diamond form. Oh, what a full roundhouse diamond kick. Taking out Yaki. Brownie taken down as well by Jerry on the marksman. Phoenix right there, bringing in value. It's going to give him a lot of pressure. And this time, Z10 takes point lead right here. Let's see if they can take it to 99, maybe even 100, and put Crazy Raccoon on the back foot this round. But that is all going to depend on the Invisible Woman ultimate from Creative or Astro. It tends to be whoever ults second seems to be the one that's getting that round win.
Yeah, it's down to those timings, isn't it? Speaking of, trying to disappear in to the boundary with the Seer coming up in reaction. Oh, last stand coming at you as well with the Ansong Inferno. Jerry does catch Yaki, so great to shut down at least the Wolverine there. They can try and see if they can get a clean slate out of this one, but they still have to pace themselves accordingly. You know, they still have to clear the space here. They're edging towards that 50% mark, so at least they have that going for them here, but they still have to make sure they keep their eyes on the prize, because once again, you know, they have stray players just trying to isolate themselves towards those stray angles, which is shifting the focus again. So Crazy Raccoon are trying to find the recipe. It ain't working at the moment. And once again, the reactive ultimates now working out for Z10 here.
Ooh, it's getting the value they need. 70% of climbing. Just a lot of sidelining from Brownie. Oh my days, straight to the back, onto the wall. Double KO from Yaki on the Wolverine. With the last stand, definitely not letting him stand right there. And that's going to be the flip that Crazy Raccoon needed. They were just waiting for their moment. And Yaki struck like thunder right there from the Wolverine. Piggy taking out Eggsy in return. That's going to give massive value to them. But Z10's recouping. They got themselves an amplifier line. Not much else to work with, whereas Crazy Raccoon do have the boundary for the next fight. So right now, it's gonna be some good percentage for Crazy Raccoon. There's not much Z10 can activate on now. But if I were them, take a quick fight and build as many ults as you can immediately. It looks like they might be doing that.
Yeah, looking to make it happen. Sia going to come up at the last row with the boundary in response again now. Piggy just trying to take advantage through the boundary there. See, to capture any further damage through, but just ain't happening yet. You know, they're just zoning it out, taking it slow. Yaki, big trouble as well. Crawl through the rubble, but will not to get left behind this time. Jerry does have Ansong Inferno available, and they're going to pop it to stay in the fight here. Brownie has theirs as well. If they require a Gargoyle, though, it's going to be the one to fall. The Rocket Hunter, Omar, looking to make strides in this one. In the meantime, Creative almost going down as well. Ansong Inferno right up the front there. Creative, goodbye. And we will not see them again until the respawn there. So, great for Crazy Raccoon to take advantage of the situation, and we'll be able to build up some percentage in their favor.
Ooh, right there, the happenings, the power. Yaki taking out Jerry. 75% climbing for themselves. Look at the rage. Look at the rage in Yaki's claws right now. Just so ready. Even frontlining more than Gargoyle right now. Just ready to dive and take him. But there it is. The claim is theirs. Crazy Raccoon have the lead back in percentage right now. Ooh, they do spot a bit of a flank in Eggsy. See if they're going to get the mark and get the potential. Last stands online. Yaki's trying to get the lineup, trying to get the positioning right now. Regrouping. They're all spread out. They're trying to take angles, trying to see where is Z10's entry point. And they're going to go for a dive. And they're going to get the clash. And the boundary is going to drop from Creative. That's going to be a match for Piggy. On the freedom charge that ends too early. No freedom, just only doom. And that's going to get value for them. But they're down, but they're back because the BR beacon's in full power. And the amplifier taken sooner than the voice line could finish. Piggy taking out Creative. Overtime sticking up. 99% lead for Crazy Raccoon. Don't drop the fight. They win the fight. But if Z10 win the fight, they'll be able to take it to the 100%. Yaki taking out one. That's two. That's an Emma slam. And the timer is in their favor as Crazy Raccoon do take the first round of Krakoa. Woo! Matzy, it's time to get to the carousel and spin it up and see who's going to take this next round.
Dun, 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 dun. We're going to spin it up, and we are going to be having a good old time here on the carousel, Liger. It's going to be a great time, even. And we'll see if Z10 can bring it back. You know, they looked, I'd say, pretty solid. I can't lie. In that first capture point there, I thought they might even have the capabilities to take advantage here. But once again, you know, I'm noticing these little moments where Crazy Raccoon are able to exploit some of the other angles to shift the focus away from some of their players, which then unravels a little bit of the layers there and allows them to just slip a stream through. And it's just so dangerous. You know, they can't afford to have that shifted focus. They have to act as a cohesive unit, because if one strays off, then you see, it all starts to come apart there. So, curious to see how Z10 reacts into the next capture point here. There's a lot of open space, to say the least, but it's not as much ground to cover on this one. And let's see who's going to be able to push things up a notch up front, because ult department, Crazy Raccoon, they got the boundary, Ansong Inferno in a second as well. So I'd say advantage them in the initial phase here.
Yeah, definitely making it happen for themselves. 5 seconds to the mission area unlocks. See who's going to take the carousel. Moving into the fact. Jerry. Woo, Phoenix shifting. Clean as ever. And something fun online. So is Brad. Brownie actually just takes it online and actually throws it down. In return, going to force Jerry to throw theirs down. Big Ansong Inferno, but Jerry actually takes the big taking out Brownie right there. Massive value, massive counter, massive timing. It's really a battle right there in their favor. But Sunghyun on the bit of aggressive Rocket Raccoon gameplay coming out from Sunghyun right here, who is just, I think that's an unofficial double KO right there. They're just getting picks. Eggsy taken down. Cardio as well from Yaki, and point contestants in Crazy Raccoon's favor. Now, into this next fight, going in resources. What do they have? How does Z10 take this? Ideally, freedom charge. Bring it up. Why? You can get Kaidia, Eggsy, Jerry, all to that 60% mark, bringing close to having ult in the fight after that. But what they have now, boundary, boundaries available, creative. You can drop it amplifier, just boost yourselves damage. But the main thing they have to focus on is not getting caught by Yaki, because Yaki's got that last stand and will do a lot of damage to them if they catch a few. But as well, Piggy gonna go for the freedom charge.
Yeah, looking to bring it up, but it's Lastro to open the account there. Actually, luckily brought back by the BRB there, and let's see if they can do a bit more as well. Let's see how it goes down. Yaki ready, waiting. Last stand is available. They might not get to activate it though. Boundary coming up from Creative here. See as well from Songhun and Yaki going to come back from their own BRB. So Seduction coming out as well. Trying to see if they can zone something through here. Freedom charge from Practice Bot there. Gonna wait it out and to see if they will get trickled down the water spout. Last stand at long last does come through from Yaki. Not able to take advantage though. Brownie going to be able to find the KO. Kaidia bringing out their own Psionic Seduction into the end. Song Inferno from Jerry, and they get the double KO onto both duelists. Exactly what you want to see, stringing it together. Biggie, a nice reaction as well. Does manage to catch Jerry there. Gargoyle getting shut down by Kaidia. So Z10 now looking to draw a wedge between them. Looking to take advantage of the mission area for their own. But this portal gets them in at the last moment.
Oh, maintaining a lead. Crazy Raccoon refusing to yield right now. They're going to bring that they're going to bring the portal out. They're going to, big slam taking him out. Oh, Soul Bond had to get activated there by Gargoyle just to nullify that damage. Everybody's taking a bit of damage. That may have been too much shared as the Brownie Strange is down. Songhun as well. Yaki as well. That's play. That's power. That's going to give 1, 2, 3, 4 down for Raccoon. But nonetheless, a good portal which bought them 99%, which again puts Z10 in the impossible scenario once again. Can you defend from 0 to 100? That is their answer. The question that they need to answer right now for themselves. They do have old favor though, so they could at least get to that early 40%.
Yeah, they can at least build themselves up a little bit there, and they have the flexibility to potentially go even further beyond, but the cost is they may have to commit some of their ults just like they did now. Kaidia bringing it up, forcing a reaction there into the boundary, but now they've committed their own boundary because they want to last into this fight as long as they possibly can. But that's the issue, and now there's going to be the commitment on the other side. Creative going down, brought back by the BRB here, and Song Inferno into the Sia as well. Omar going to be able to find Songhun there. So solid impact, finding more. Piggy now isolating Creative as well. Freedom charge going in. Xe in dangerous territory, but still managing to come off. Leap does find Yaki. Nicely done. Taking out your opposing Wolverine. And they're keen on even more. They don't get too overzealous though. They won't TP through. But C10, they gave a lot to that fight. And they do hold strong.
Woo! Holding strong indeed for themselves. Making it happen. 70% climbing for Z10. We said it right now. They have the last stand as well. They could win this next fight. Only returning ult would be Gargoyle with the Psionic, but it could be in their favor. Exy's got to really line up a big one here, try to nullify it. Let's see if they get the value. Lastro's got the boundary if they need. They can contest pretty quickly. It's going to be a boundary to entry point for themselves to get onto that point right there. That's going to be the cap on the back foot. It's going to be Piggy dashing around, but Jerry's marking him, making it happen. Pushing forward, burning it up. There is a Psionic going up from Gargoyle. Doesn't really collect as many as they'd hope. But still going to nullify him. Exy is going to grab Gargoyle and absolutely barrel roll them with the last stand into their teammates right there. Gargoyle down. That's going to get Yaki. Is going to in return be taken down from Creative, avenging them. But it's pressure and it's power and it's all building in Exy's claws right here. The slash, everything is pain, and they're trying their best to not let up, but it's gonna go. Wow. Z10. Holy. Showing up right there, taking the carousel. We're taking this to the 3rd point decider. I love it.
I love it, and I can't wait to see who's going to be able to bring it back right now on the cradle as Z10. They hold strong, hold firm, and will be able to squirm their way through to a capture point. So, well done, well played. They keep themselves in check and keep themselves on deck. So, good stuff from them, but just because they did it once doesn't mean they're going to do it again. They have to do it all over again if they want to tie things up or want a piece into this series. And let's see if they are going to be able to lay down the foundation to keep this one on a track, like as there's only going to be just 7 seconds remaining here. Crazy Raccoon, they've got the end song Inferno available. Last Stand as well soon. The Seer is at the ready, but Creative has that boundary available, so it could be a battle of the reactions into the initial fighting stage here. You know, if you get caught out in the neutral phase as well, that's going to be an issue because your opponents can take advantage, swarm into your roster there, and then it could be a huge issue. But let's see who is going to be able to find the best vantage point and the best opening into the pursuit now as the mission area is about to hit the unlock potion. Here we go, Liger. The fight is on. Hustro's in trouble.
It is on, like, oh, big swing on, taken down right there. End song in front of, almost hit the ceiling there, but curved it around, got it to the end point as Jerry needed with themselves. Crazy Raccoon do have a little bit of the point capture. They're going to be charging down. That's going to be, oh my days, Marvel taking out Yucky as well. That's big Captain America presence. That might be going into a triple KO. Excuse me. Whose cap is this? Well, never mind. That's going to be Piggy, the cap taken down. So, you know, just reminding them who's holding down Z10 with the Eggsy Wolverine. The beast, the wolf, is just absolutely on fire right now. But they're holding corners, trying to see who they can get an angle with and seeing how they get to this next fight. But Creative has the boundary. Yaki's got Last Stand. Options. But Crazy Raccoon has 3 ultimates online. So they got more options for themselves, whereas Z10, they got to be building up to that Last Stand and hopefully Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Could be the recipe here, Last Stand, and how coming at ya? They will find Kaidia out of that fight there. That's a big impact found, but they're brought straight back by that Rican. It's going to be seeing what they can achieve into this one. Another Last Stand from XC here. Ooh, will be able find exactly what they need, and they will be on track for the Penta KO. Brownie putting on a masterclass here on the Phoenix. You know, you think that there's going to be some sharp players on deck. Well, Brownie commands respect with the shots they've been able to pull off for themselves and for their team there. But it's not just the Brownie show. You know, Axie, definitely a big Sharpie as well. Been able to pull off some amazing KOs, and very keen to see more where that came from as we jump closer and closer towards the next fight here. Like Z10 already looking spread across the mission area, and here it comes. Get ready for the battle.
Double Phoenix in the sky, and it's going to be in favor of Jerry taking out Lastro. And there it is in return, Jerry taken down by Piggy. It's the Avenger, Captain America, the first Avenger. Don't know what he does, living up to the name, the title. But there it is, Yarn Amplifier. It takes everybody's focus from Z10 as they're shredding it down as much as possible, getting the value they need to be nullified for Crazy Raccoon's approach there. Gargoyle taking out Kaidia. The Emma v Emma goes in their favor, making it happen. 60% climbing for Crazy Raccoon, taking the lead back from Z10, holding it down. There are the shields, there's the pain, there's the double KO from Gargoyle, and that's going to give them pleasure right now in knowing they've fended off Z10 again. They're claiming the leading percentage closer than ever. They're probably going to get to the 80% mark until Z10 can contest again.
Yeah, I have no doubts. I think that they definitely have a confident way forward in terms of that, and very eager to see how else they are going to be able to pursue this one, as it will be 80% now on the board, and to see if they can draw towards more. Piggy taking a bit of punishment up front as Z10 going to go for a bit of a blunt approach. Yaki in big trouble. Nice isolation by Exy there. Yaki does come back from the Battle Recon Beacon, and Freedom Charge now coming out from Piggy here to see if they can engage in more. Going to be the boundaries on both sides into the Infernos as well. It's Kaidia now bringing up a Psionic Seduction, trying to zone out the strategist. Exy once again, Last Stand coming out, catching Piggy there. Last row as well. Looking good for C10 at the moment. Carbon Crush coming out. Kaidia on track and ready to attack. Jerry the same. Bring the pain, and they will double KO and more to follow. So, a solid outcome for C10 there. It goes to OT, but they bring it back. And now it's their time for the climb.
Ooh, their time. Let's see if they can hold it down for another good 40%. It's going to be potentially 2 fights, 1 in a row, or just 1 really long, drawn-out fight. That could be their advantage. That could be how they're playing. If they want to draw out that fight and hold it down and exhaust all of Crazy Raccoon's resources, they got everything they need. They got Freedom Charge coming up. They're going to have the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Again, both ultimates that just really enable your team to just stay persistent in a fight. And speaking of being persistent right now, these shots from Jerry are just persistently blasting Piggy's rocks right now. Just absolutely going for them. But the pain is temporary as they move on forward with the freedom charge coming out from bracket spot right there. Straight away focusing the iron amplifier. There's a big last stand in the back line. Jerry's taken down by Yaki right there. And that's going to be another signing coming out from Gargo this time. And they're going to be trying to make it happen. Yaki shredding through the Captain America. Going through Adamantium beat Vibranium. One's going to slash through the other. One's not going to be able to sustain the pain. But then again, it doesn't matter. As 99, T99 has been achieved by both teams. And they're holding it down. And the diamond form coming up from Cardia is going to be matched with Piggy on the thing. Gargo's taken down. That's 1-2 picks on the side of Crazy Raccoon. The Phoenix flies, but the Phoenix cries as it does not claim a soul. But Kaidia is there, taking out Brownie in return. That's a lot of pressure coming out. Overtime's ticking off. Z10 has the lead. There's a boundary going up by Lastra, but it's just not enough as Z10 turn the tide and claim their first map in this series, taking the Cradle and taking Krakoa as a whole. Holy, what a matchup.
Woo! You love to see it, Liger. Z10.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy Raccoon feel immortal there. Hamza Omar, aka Wendy, taking away the MVP on the Rocket Raccoon. And they did some great work with their Seers, with a lot of their plays there. So, one apiece into this series so far. And my goodness, you know, it's insane to see Crazy Raccoon losing a map. My gosh, I can't believe it. Goes to show how strong Z10 are into this one. And speaking of strengths, we're going to see them showcased into the highlights right now. Big shout out to the team for getting those together from this matchup. You know who you are. We appreciate each and every one of you. And we are going to be seeing the Yaki show. Ooh, Yaki was just so crazy to see on that Wolverine. And actually one of the same. You know, there were big plays coming out, but Brownie was one to watch. And Cherry too. Those Phoenixes, they were burning so bright.
Oh, absolutely burning brighter than ever right there, just as well as the claws. Adamantium claws just constantly being fired up from that team up. Again, that muted team up between them both was in full effect, and they got so much value for themselves. And I gotta say, I'm keen to see more of it. What a nice competitive matchup. We know where we're going here, but 1-1 so far. Woo! Z10 putting Crazy Raccoon through the ringer right now, not letting them take it easy. I'm keen to see what's gonna happen for them next.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, I'm excited to see what the next map looks like and everything there beyond. It's going to be an incredible bout ahead of us. That is for certain, Liger. And let's get keen for the next one, eh? Let's get keen to get going.
Absolutely, but before that, we're going to cut to a short break, and when we're back, map 3 in this best of 5 series. Let's get it. See you soon.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Back again here for MRC. My name is Liger. I'm joined by Matsi. We are taking a trip down memory lane. I can't even. Oh my days! I'm shocked,
It's
right?
so
I'm
exciting,
shocked because I just want more Wolverine. All right.
Yeah.
I'm losing the power to speak because Wolverine is just last standing my entire vocal cords right now. I'm telling you what. I'm excited because we're taking a trip down memory lane. What does that mean for everybody? That means that we are looking to find out, how did Crazy Raccoon get to the grand finals? What are they going to bring out of their arsenal, extract out of those strategies, those plays, to take on Chopper Mag? But to find that out, Matsi, you know, first we got to find out here, how did they beat Z10? Because Z10 kind of cooked them this last map. Curious to see.
And the curiosities will be answered, Liger. And, you know, I was getting a bit worried for a second there that maybe you'd had an encounter with the Scarlet Witch out of the Multiverse of Madness. You know, they've taken away your speaking power for a second there, and now
She can do that.
It back. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, we saw that in the movie there, so definitely watch out. Don't mess with Wanda. That's all I'm saying. But
Hey,
don't mess with these teams either. Tell me.
Hey, you just made me want Black Bolt in the game. Yo, bring in the Inhumans. And,
Surely. Come on, man. Surely.
That would be great. Just imagine your microphone. Your voice commands is how you attack. So if I say to my teammates, heal me, I actually damage the enemy. That's a great concept. Hey, listen, Netties, I know you're listening. Listen, Black Bolt, speech powered. Oh, whew, it would be so cool. But you know what else is cool? Phoenix being absolutely protected. That's actually hot. That's not cool. But what is also cool to see, Mantis protected, Gambit banned again, Daredevil banned again, Wolverine is banned. They said, nope, we've had enough. We're not running into that again. Crazy Raccoon's like, they're too good on the Wolverine. It's too much pressure from Eggsy. We got to shut it down. In return, Z10, they're not going to take that lightly. Let's see what they chuck away. And it's going to be Loki locked behind the prisons of Asgard right there. Not available for Crazy Raccoon's Arsenal.
Not going to be available this time. On to map of Convergence in the Central Park there, and very keen to see what else they can spin through with the next Protect here. You know, will it be another Vanguard? No, it's going to be Invis. So boundaries will be aplenty. Once again, we love the boundaries, but what else we love is Groot. Ooh, we love a bit of Groot action on this one, and considering what map it is, wouldn't surprise me if we saw a bit of Penny, to be honest. Don't know if it'll get banned. You know, I think a lot of teams have ways to react to it, but okay, we'll see that get banned out. Maybe a bit more prominence from the Deep Aratha team up into this map. So definitely do not want to deal with the large impact maker out of that team up, let's say, on Hela there. So one more ban to go here. Z10, the ball's in your court, and they are ready to dunk it through. There's no more Groot Knight. That's crazy.
Come on now. Now, come on. We're not banning Moon Knight MRC. He's not broken. Right, guys? He's not strong. Moon Knight? Nah. Moon Knight is a bannable pick. Nah. I'm not taking a screenshot now and posting it on Twitter, reminding everybody, look who finally got recognized. Look who finally realized it was always good. Nah, I'm not doing that. But what I am doing is crying because I miss Moon Knight. But nonetheless, we're still going to get banger gameplay from these two teams. Look, the Penny Parker. It can cook in the right scenario, and we're going to Dracula's Castle. We're going to Central Park. This could be good. But I will say, though, something that is open is a great pick, Angela. Angela's a great pick here. But looks like teams are going to go for that Groot situation for themselves, maybe, as we, head on over. Radatosca. Radatosca is the convoy's name on this map. A little bit of lore for everybody as we head into Dracula's Castle. It's just a shame that we've banned Moon Knight. The guy was going to get his $5. Now I think it's probably going to go to Rocket. He's going to take his money and buy Bucky's arm. Nah, I take it back. He's stealing Bucky's arm. He's not buying it. He's going to spend $5 doing something else. What are you going to spend $5 on if you were Rocket Raccoon, Matsi? What are you taking?
More units. Want more costumes.
Yup. we need Malice, but on Groot, yeah? Surely, that'd be fun.
Of course, yeah, that'd be a ton of fun.
Yeah, just cursed wood. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, I want to see the Liger cosplay. But which costume? The Blade Knight. Nah.
I mean, the thing is already there. The thing's already there. I look like a blockhead anyway, so, nonetheless, throw some rocks on me. Let's make it a deal. But, who's not getting rocks thrown on them? Eggsy right now, landing some shots. But at the same time, the Armored Spider nests are being set up. Hamza Omar and this insane Penny Parker coming out from practice spot is just really webbing up the field right now. If I am Crazy Raccoon, I don't know where I'm entering from. Everywhere is a minefield.
Yeah, everywhere is a minefield, and there's no way to really shield yourself. You're just going to have to get through it or get chucked out of it. So, going to be a big problem there, but at least Blastro takes advantage of the boundary to try and get some traction onto the mission area, albeit they're not getting very far. And now Arcadia bringing up the Strangling Prison there. XC onto the Ensong Inferno as well. Does catch Blastro through it. So, good way to at least shut down some of the strategist lineup here. They can force Crazy Raccoon out of the fight, but they've been pretty prevalent on their retreat here. They've been pretty solid with it. They didn't overcommit there, and they still have plenty of ultimates. They can actually swing it back. 3 at their disposal, almost have the Meteor as well. This could be big trouble for Z10 here. At least they have the Boundary and Soul Resurgence almost at the ready, though. So they're ready to engage into this one.
Ooh, making it happen for themselves. 2 minutes left on the clock to try and capture right here. Iron Guru is going to be a strangely prison. That's going to be webbing them up right there. That's going to be locking them down. Meteor flies. Meteor does not hit anybody. But nonetheless, Penny's rampaging through. The Spider Sweeper is absolutely brooming them out of here right there. It's going to force Crazy Raccoon to just go back to the Squirrel home base right there. Let's see how that gets him an option. Ironwood Wall being set up by Kaidia once again is ever since this new change to the Ironwood Wall, giving the unbreakable nature to Groot, hiding it behind walls gives you so many more opportunities. It really expanded Groot's gameplay loop and gave them a lot more options to play that really bunker down comp. And alongside Penny, it was the one thing Penny players were missing. And now I feel like these two are a very definitive combo for Vanguards, but at the same time, definitive Vanguard. You're right in front of my face right here. He's peeking on the Angela. Just a one-woman army right there, slashing, going for them, going for the amplifier, and flying away with style with the one-winged angel, doing what she does.
Doing what they do and doing what they do best. Great to see Piggy back in action on that one. You know, we've seen some pretty solid Angelas. You know, Tinny Valkyrie, one to name, but Piggy is the one that claiming this one right now, and very eager to see more where that came from because the Galactic Legend is online. XE goes down, Ayaki in the zone now, even more as well, but to be able to get any more from that one, and they take it slow, take it steady. And they haven't managed to claim the mission area yet. Just over 30 seconds to go here. Crazy Raccoon need to get a move on, and quick smart, otherwise we could see this one get dragged out. Speaking of, it's time for the big boom, the meteor, and they will find Kaidia.
Woo! Big Phoenix flying down, and Song Infernos are crashing the entire chorus right there. Soon bringing Elastra back in the fight with the VR Beacon. At the same time, Yaki's going to get some value. Phase shift them into the back line, matching it with the Heaven Fall. That's going to give Piggy the power to take down Creative. And there it is. The power. It's there. Double KOs after double KOs right there. Into the big axe gameplay. That's going to be the capture for Crazy Raccoon. And we're going to get into the convoy section right here as we are moving Rattata Tosca, trying to get to the double doors, the entry point of Dracula's Castle. Let's see how far they get. But I will say though, Matsu, Agamotto from Jerry, never mind. It's gone. No Agamotto. Back to Starlord. Not going to rely on the availability of that. Instead, we're going to build up to that Edsong Inferno, potentially another Meteor. Right now, I'm also noticing these Meteors are used very defensively, absorbing tons of damage. And when they fly, they usually do get maybe one pick, but rarely has Meteor become the penultimate decider of team fights like it used to be a few metas ago. It's really become a more defensive ultimate that it's used. And honestly, it's got good value by that. Because a lot of the time, we need something to nullify the damage. And if you don't have your boundary up, which as you can see was just used by Lastro, you need something else to defend your team with.
Absolutely need something else, and it looks like there's nothing to defend against the Galactic Legend right now, because they will be able to get some KOs through, but great evacuation maneuvers coming out from Z10 there. You know, they do at least get some of their team out of that fight, but in the meantime, this does allow Crazy Raccoon to push themselves up a little further, a little closer, even towards the next capture point. One last fight could be all it comes down to for Z10 here, and they're not even going to make it happen. They're not close enough to engage into this fight. They will be forced to retreat immediately, but now they're a little too close to the sun. They're going to get burnt out by Brownie, and they will all come crashing down. It's just a mistimed, misplanned approach, and it does allow Crazy Raccoon even more movement forward here. This is great to see for them, but Z10 now have almost a full kit of ult, Liger. If there's anything you need to stall time, they have it all. They have it all. And now it's on them to use them effectively.
A little help, please.
We'll use them indeed right there, making it happen for themselves. We'll bring attention, you know, they're just really, really flying through. The pace of this Ratatoska is clean, but right, the linchpin, the staircase, the stairs to Dracula's throne aren't gonna be easier to conquer. But Galactic Legend in the sky, Jerry, gonna try to get their value flying high, but they're not gonna be enough to completely allow a wipe of Crazy Raccoon. They've still got a couple stragglers, but you know what? They're getting value from the staggers, and never mind. Jerry didn't even need the ult to get these extra picks. The ult was there to just scare them into position, go for the flank, hit a backflip, take one, take two, and take three. They're gonna have to, you know, close that film set because Jerry's just moving like a movie star right now. But On the other side, Messi. On the other side, Yaki. Close to their own galactic moment.
Yeah, close to going a legendary once again. It's time for Heaven to fall down right now, though. Biggie ready with it. Trying to lock him in place here. Won't be able to clear any more space at the moment, though. Choosing it to stall time. Hamza Omar brings up the seal, though. Looking to see if they can run around the back. Practice bot getting shut out. Not going to be able to zone a brownie out of this one. They're just a little too hot into this one. Too much fire in their gameplay. But they aren't taking full advantage of this, you know. They're not overstaying their welcome here. Crazy Raccoon are still maintaining their pace here. They're taking it easy, taking it slow, but still progressing that mission vehicle forward.
Yep, up the stairs, it's moving. The pace is in their favor right now. Chainsaw Inferno's crashing down, assembling everybody, bringing that freedom charge, ultimate charge right on up right there. They're dashing into action, taking it out. Piggy still back with the BR beacon. 10 seconds left right now. We are definitely going into overtime. This is the final fight to prove who's right and going to take the might. Is it going to the end? Is it stopping right here? Everybody's slashing and everybody's absolutely shredding through. Jerry getting the value. 2 seconds, 1 second. Time is done. Z10. Dude, woo, hold it there. Crazy Raccoon did get a hefty 85 minutes, just shy of the final throne room of Dracula. But now we flip the script. See how Crazy Raccoon fare on defense. Z10, they're gonna have to be on the heavy offense right now. They gotta push practically, just shy of the entire map right there.
Yeah, just shy of the finish line there. And, I gotta admire the determination coming through from Z10, especially towards the end point of that hold there. It goes to show they're able to restructure, they're able to adapt around this, and it does net them at least a little bit of success here. But I mean, one and the same, they're gonna have to run it back and do it all the same and then do it even better. And now with Crazy Raccoon on the defensive side, a bit worried about the approach they are going to have forward, because look at Crazy Raccoon right now. Not going to be relying on the penny tech like what we saw similarly from Z10 in the initial phase here. They're still looking to stick to their guns, bringing out the Angela. They got the mag to rely upon there, and they have that triple strategist lineup, really focusing around Brownie. And you know what? If you had one player to be that singular duelist, Brownie is what you can count on. You've seen the capabilities they have on that Phoenix. So they are a force to be reckoned with. But let's see how it all goes down now. Everybody, we're getting ready for the next push to the mission area. And let's get ready to rumble.
Woo, let's get ready indeed. Here we are now. Rise up. Let's get into the action. This absolute set between these two teams is tied up 1 map to 1 map. Who's going to take this map and claim back the lead right now? Gargoyles building up that ult charge. Putting in the work right now. Trying to get this Groot on the back foot right there. But it's going to be Practice Squad, a.k.a. Marvel. Holding it down the front line. Never letting them go down. Big tree trunk in action. Big power is what you want. But magnetism is the key here right now as they're trying to build it up. But Astro's got that ult charge up, and it's a big Crave taken down. No chance for a boundary to drop from Z10 right here. Crazy Raccoon could have the numbers game here, and it looks like they're putting them on the back foot right there, holding it down. Z10's gonna have to retreat back to spawn partially over the first corner at least. And they're just winning a fight here, but nonetheless, Z10's playing it smart, not gonna play aggressive and lose more heroes.
Yeah, they're just looking to hold it down for the moment. They've seen what overcommitment can do to them, and they don't want to do exactly that. But speaking of, oh my goodness, they commit the seer, and then a Crazy Raccoon respond to the refold with 3 ults of their own. Xe at least brought out the Endsong Inferno to survive through the fight there, but my goodness, Crazy Raccoon are not pulling any punches into this one. They've managed to get the KO through onto Xe eventually, and they're looking to see if they can zone out even more as well. Like, Brownie pursuing this high ground angle enables them another angle of contact onto their opponents there, and they are just trickling through that damage piece by piece here. This is exactly what you need, but Practice Bot, a nice KO on a Brownie, gives them a way forward, and Brownie realizes they need to be there now, and they are looking to bring out the portal here, and Heaven's Retribution going to be right behind it, but no, they don't pull the portal. They realize their team is strong enough to hold without them.
Ooh, holding it down, and speaking of down, there goes the boundary, right on down on point. There it is. Lashford taken down by Credit. There's no chance of a counter boundary here. Venn diagram. No way. Nobody wants to see it. But then again, Songyun is bringing the team back. Born again. Lastro's back in the fight. That's going to give them the ability to have the boundary that they need. Gargoyle is going to take down Eggsy. Eggsy's not going to have themselves a revive. They're going to have to fly back from spawn, but there it is. Never mind. The BFB big and bottom back. Revival's going around. The Magneto Meteor used to just absolutely decimate the amplifier. Well timed. Great value there. And it's going to push Z10 back again. Crazy Raccoon committed 3 ultimates to hold the defense there, and now they're on the back foot. Z10's got the ultimates to dive in, and there it is. Resurgence pouring in from Jerry, but Eggsy's picked off again by Sunghun on the Adam Warlock, putting in the absolute lockdown. Gargoyle lockdown, taking out Creative, and there it is. Yaki again. The picks are flying. Brownie is just burning up those marks of the Phoenix and just shredding through Z10's front line. Everybody's running back to spawn. Crazy Raccoon are so extended out right now. The portal could be dangerous, Matsy. They could portal flank right now.
I'm excited to see it if it is going to become a reality here. Surely they bring it out, but no, it looks like it is going to be practice bot on the Angela. Ready? Try and steal the show. Ready? See if they get the Assassin's Charge here. Barge right in the door, but no, they're not going to be able to charge through anything. They're going to be charging right back to the Battle Recon beacon there. Shout out to Hamza Omar keeping that one up. But now we're going to see if they can hold on to the fight. And Song Inferno starting things off for XC here. Soul Resurgence in response to MC available soon if Hamza Omar can stay up into this one. They will stick it out. Heaven's Retribution up front into the boundary. Meteor coming out in response. Oh my days! Gargoyle absolutely decimates them. Brownie bringing the pain as well. That's one way to shut down not just a fight, but a map here. Assassin's Charge from Biggie just to shut it out. And that is going to be that Liger. Crazy Raccoon back on track.
Woo! Been a minute since a big meteor landed down. Let's go, Gargoyle. You know what, Gargoyle? You can have the $5 that Moonlight wanted. It's yours. Spend it nicely. Buy yourself a new Magneto costume. I tell you that. Get the black and gold Magneto. You know. Oh yeah, get this for Phoenix too. Hey, yeah. Get it for your homie.
And Song of Fire and Ice there. Ice and Fire. I love it.
That's it. That's it. Literally. Boom. Beautiful. Absolutely stellar. Just like the gameplay, just like the costume, just like everything we just witnessed right there. A strong, massive first point defense didn't even let them unchain Ratatoska. Ratatoska is still chained up there, unfortunately. But fortunately for them, Crazy Raccoon have the lead. They are once again on our screens at map point. Take one more map for themselves, and you know, it's clear. It's clear. So now, these highlights right here, we're having a look as we can see the best moments standing out. I'm gonna give it evidence right there, Matt. It's the Angela. The Angela peaking, just constantly disrupting him. Gargoyles, Meteors, they speak for themselves. And most importantly, Brownie was literally on the high ground. I think Brownie was playing the, you know, what is it? The Don't Touch the Lava game. Just constantly on the high ground. Didn't even touch the floor. The floor is lava, that's the one. Just refusing to touch the floor, always on the high ground. I mean, literally, hey, you're a Phoenix. You might as well fly. You might as well fly and stay on the high ground. So, nonetheless, that was a value. But I have to say, it was a really good, massive Karmic Revival that brought back that invisible boundary for them to use to keep them sustained. They really rotated and oscillated their ultimates just as they needed. Every now and again, use 2 heat to stop the push, They just constantly had the resources they need to hold it against them right there. Formidable.
Yeah, just really goes to show the importance of managing your ultimate economy effectively. You know, a lot of teams tend to fall down that rabbit hole of just overcommitting your ultimates towards a fight. You know, you might be overcommitting some of your duelist ultimates there, even when the fight's already won, and then that comes back to bite you later. So it's great to be able to have that just discipline, right? That trigger discipline to not push that big red button, you know, that says do not push. They push it, and then it all comes unraveled. But no, it's great to see the ult economy staying in full effect there, and great to see this series making good progress as well. You know, Crazy Raccoon now at series point Z10. Managed to take a map away, which is impressive in itself, but we're back on domination, Liger. We cannot escape. It's Hell's Heaven.
Unbelievable. All right. We're back on domination. We're gonna settle it in Hydra Charterer's base. All right. Gotta put a little bit of bass on that bass sometimes, you know, have a little bit of fun out here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm noticing something very, very quickly right now. Angela is being protected. It's a priority protect from Crazy Raccoon. And in return, Z10 is going to be protecting the Jerry Phoenix. But I'm just saying that is a tough matchup against Brownie right now. Brownie is putting in the work. So ultimately, you know, Lastro hovering the Invisible Woman and Creative as well. I'm very curious if they're going to ban out each other's Invisible Women, because it's a possibility for someone to different picks. Maybe the Mantis. Oh, never mind. Mantis is banned. I spoke too soon, and nature will not prevail.
Not today, and the Wolf will not prevail as well. No Wolverine today. Goodbye, Hugh Jackman. And hello to somebody else on a deck here. Who is it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Well, it could be Moon Knight. No, it could be something else entirely. The next protect will be a full Crazy Raccoon here, and the focus is Invis. So you talked about Invis before. Here it is. Not going to be banned out. They're going to keep that one on field, and they are going to yield the power of those boundaries.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, a bit of fantastic power can go no wrong. Z10, confident
Fantastic.
they want to run the mag. Hey, say that again. What'd you say?
Brainiac.
Of course it is. It always is. Hey, no Mr. Fantastic here. Yeah, yet to see Mr. Fantastic Blade. Yet to see their metas, but maybe one day, maybe in the
Season
Deadpool
6.
patch. Ooh,
Surely.
I mean, that's only 5 days away.
Or villain.
Deadpool's less than a week away. Everybody. Ooh,
Doesn't feel real.
Can't wait for that one.
Doesn't
I can't
feel
believe
real.
it's the Deadpool. We don't even know his role. I mean, let's talk about that for a moment. He's
Deadpool's a
visited
role.
all the roles.
Deadpool's a map.
He's a map. He's galactic. He's the victory screen. You don't win. You just get you Deadpool or you Deadpooled. All right. We don't know. It's one or the other at the same time. But what we do know is Groot is banned. Mantis is banned. Nature is not there. We might see Moon Knight, but we won't see Groot Knight. But what we will see is, oh, okay. All right. Well, before we get to that, just remind everybody, Hydra Charterist Base. I love dropping this little nugget of information. You can see from all the very, you know, tendril memorabilia, you know, these little Hydra artworks, guys. All of these are teasers to what I believe will be a future villain in Marvel Rivals, Hive, an absolute demonic beast, mind control powers, and I'm hoping big menacing Vanguard. Like think Emma, but ooh, nightmare fuel. Straight up, keen for that. I'd love to see more villains in the game. Hive would be a great pick. Really bring us some Hydra lore. Looking forward to it in a future season. But until then, we got Deadpool and we got Elsa on the way and a lot more. But for now, let's get back into the game. Let's get back to the action, Matsy. I want you to tell me right now, what are you noticing straight away from that Crazy Raccoon lineup? Somebody's back in play.
Somebody's back in play. It's Rogue. Back and ready to attack here, and ready to see exactly how they approach it with this one. You know, Gargoyle already looking to slam him down and looking to keep a practice bot at a pay here. Not going to be able to have the freedom that they would like here. And the diving strike will come through there, so they're already looking to see if they can bounce the shield off their opponents there and see if they can yield us some hasty results. But having Gargoyle ready on the road really does allow them some destabilization in the fights, right? Especially with the Heartbreaker available later. That could be so big, and the brawling capabilities are already being showcased. They've managed to combine with Yaki there, getting 3 KOs across the team now for more. It's just insane to see how much of forward pressure they've been able to just push through there. You know, they just find that drill pursuit, and they manage to kick Z10 straight out of the mission area there with immediate effect.
Now, what we're seeing, 30% climbing for Crazy Raccoon. What does that mean ultimately for them? They got the lead, they got strength, they got confidence. At the same time as having all those factors, what can they utilize to defend in this next fight? Creative has the boundary, Eggsy's got an Ensong Inferno, Hamza can just copy either of those. Double Phoenix, it's a good thing. It really will help you handle all those Loki copies as well. But there it is, boundary's gonna be the start from Hamza. That's gonna give them a bit of focus, give them a bit of pressure. Meteor's charging, hold for the Meteor. Will the Meteor land? It does, but it's blocked by a Bulwark personal shield right there. It's going to lead to the Sonic Seduction, scooping them up. This time another meteor flies, and it goes, but it doesn't connect. Another 2 meteors, unfortunately, not getting the value we want, but absorbing damage nonetheless, which is still a great thing to do. Venom, Big Crunch, taking out Brownie. That is what we want to see. Feast of the Abyss, absolutely taking the appetizer. Now, Big Pain, Piggy, taking that creative, 75% in climbing. Another very one-tapping slow fight. Never mind, Eggsy sped it up very quickly. Gargoyle down, swinging on down, Piggy is down, and suddenly a flip of the script right there. As, oh, never mind, the portal's up. They're actually holding it. What an insane portal from Brownie, holding it on the corner.
That is just so devious from them. You know, they didn't even see them because of the angle there, and they managed to strangle through the air to creative. Gonna be able to double down there, so nice comeback from Z10 here, but again and again, Crazy Raccoon, they just stall it out. OT time coming online now. Brownie did switch up to Strange. You know, they thought about a portal, but they're not going to commit to it considering it's a long road ahead of them. You know, they're at 99%. Z10 have to start from 0, so they've got a bit more time to draw out a fight or two here. They can stall some time and save a portal for later into the piece here if needed. For now, they can just compose themselves. Look to see how they tackle the rest of this one. But for now, they're looking to creep around the corners here. Brownie already almost isolating the KO on XD there. Does divert a bit of the focus. So now Crazy Raccoon can kind of pincer onto the mission area. Come from the side, come from the front here. And Z10, they're going to have to shift their focus accordingly. But with the Ensong Inferno into the God of Mischief, Feast of the Abyss, this could be a solid reaction. But no one's gone down in the KO department yet. And the boundary coming up, it could be the counterattack ready from Crazy Raccoon.
Ooh, okay. Oh, it's looking good. Boundary drops. A nice boundary coming up from Hamza. Very much absolutely maximizing the time of that invisible woman shapeshift for themselves right there. Idea getting themselves a chance to drop a Sonic, but it's going to be Yaki with the Meteor. Match it with the Phoenix. Ensong Inferno crashes down. Yaki actually takes out Kaidia, denying the chance of the Ensong Inferno getting full value, and that's going to be creative with the boundaries, and that's going to be so much more. Gargoyle is building up to it. The Heartbreaker's about to shake ya. Gargoyle taking out Jerry right now. Uptown, through the kicks, roundhouse, diving down, going for the backhand of Z10, putting them on the back foot, splitting them away from their Vanguard right there. Jerry having a bit of a tough time trying to get value, but right now he's going to regroup with the team. The heals are pouring in. Sungun's there. Heartbreaker in that backland, straight away from Gargoyle. That's going to shred down so many chances of more ultimates flying, but Eggsy got away in time to hit the Phoenix. That's right, Ensong Inferno, and there it is. Gargoyle down. Big Venom. Feast of the Abyss online. They might be able to pop it, and they do, but they don't get a landing. They blocked and dodged it.
Yeah, they will be able to stop a drop and roll through that one. And we're going to see if they can stroll ahead of it right now. Brownie ready and waiting with the Ensong Inferno as well. So we're going to stall our time for now. Brings it down eventually. OT time online. It's time for that Psionic Seduction. But what I like to see now is the Gargoyle Iron Fist. A blight of desperation, or they're bringing out the master tech here. It's going to be the Meteor coming up as well. Yaki goes down before it can pop. Oh, that's big. Z10 are fighting hard, fighting strong here. Got a Mischief coming up with the boundary as well. This is exactly what Crazy Raccoon needed at this stage, and they will be able to endure through. Taking down Kaidia into this one is a great start, but they need more where that came from. Practice bot, maybe the targeted focus here. Yaki ready with the portal as well. Ensong Inferno coming up, Feast of the Abyss. Jerry's gone down. This is good for Crazy Raccoon. They're managing to drag it through. 2 Vanguards down. They need to fight more. XD desperately trying to reset the timer here. It could be all for naught, but they got Kaidia back up front. Good to drag it out here for their team, but C10, they're trickling down. It's all going according to plan, and it will be Crazy Raccoon at long last, locking it in for that first capture point. And my goodness, Liger, it was so back and forth. It felt like the whole map was done, but that's only the first mission area.
Mate, I'm telling you, the overtime was longer than non-overtime. Easily. Easily at that point.
Yeah.
Maybe equal to it. but it was massive, and it was exactly what you want to see. The last-ditch efforts, the big portals, the big sustain, the boundaries were flying at the same time. Everybody's ults were being spread out over time. We weren't seeing 6 ults being blasted at once, which means teams got to survive longer, got to get their value. Ultimates would take 1 pick here or there. What would be the return favor? Sunghun would drop the BR beacon and bring her back like it was nothing. What would be in return from Hamza Omar? Copying Invisible Woman, dropping a boundary again like it was nothing. And what was definitely not nothing was Eggsy burning as much potential as possible, dropping Phoenix, dropping absolute as many Infernos as they could to try to get the value, but Brownie was matching that pace and just getting that 1 extra piece above, and they're gunning for that ace, I'll tell you that. But on the other side, we're gonna see right now, how can they get value from an Invisible Woman ultimate? If they can get that boundary up, Bastra can sustain them, they can take first fight and capture early.
They can definitely capture early, and that's going to be able to really put them in good strides towards the rest of the pursuit as well. But speaking of, boundary ready to be committed there by the God of Mischief. Comes to Omar, brings it up. Lastro, quick response there. And Song Inferno coming out up front as well. Looking to see if they can get anything through it. Not this time. Yaki so close, dancing on a knife's edge. But they will be able to bring it back. Creative now bringing it up as well. Going to be bringing out the opposing boundary in the sign of seduction. Clobbering time coming out. And it will allow Z10 to find the first KO through there on the Songhun. And Song Inferno allowing Brownie to stay in the fight. And not going to be able to get much from it. Trading out the KOs. Having a retribution coming out as well. Brownie does find Hamza Omar. And looking for more. They will catch Yaki. Practice bot locked into this one. And now they're hunting down Brownie. The Fists of Fury come out from Kaidia. And they will not be able to get much done with the Feast of the Abyss there. But they're still going to be able to stall out the mission area for the moment. And let's see how long Kaidia can last here as their team are right behind them.
Every hit is bonus HP. Kaidia got to throw hook after hook. Never, ever, ever drop throwing that feast right there, and you're going to keep yourself sustained. And right now, it's a good position for them. They do capture, and they're still throwing makers forward. There it is, building up that charge. Bombering time, almost on all of our watches, everybody. It's going to be a good one, but going to see a lot of potential as well coming out if they can get that big meteor from Yaki. Jerry's got it online as well. A lot of potential. The triple Vanguard is insane coming out from Z10 right now, as they have the Thing, the Venom, the Magneto, backed up by the Loki, backed up by the Invis, and pouring all of their reliable damage into Eggsy right there. Phoenix flies, gonna get icy with them, but it's gonna be a 30% lead right now for Z10. The Meteor is being charged up by Yaki. They're gonna aim it to the back line. We're waiting to see who's gonna take it, but it's gonna be Hamza Omar taking out Yaki in return. The big sustain coming out. Here it is. Another boundary drops. It's the invisible double boundary coming out into the Venn diagram moment, as it's gonna be there to sustain them. Both the Lokis creating that ones themselves. The Invisible Woman still, both of them at the 20% mark. That was 4 boundaries in a row, Matsy. My goodness. Holy.
Boundaries aren't coming down, man. You know, they're building an iron wall, to say the least, and it is holding strong. But speaking of holding strong, a big carbon crush there. Going to be able to lock it down in place, and looking to see if they can lock down even more as they clear the space towards the mission area. Looking to charge through Kaidia and Jerry. Big pressure up front. Kaidia, goodbye, and maybe a more to follow. Here we go. It's the Heartbreaker from Gargoyle. And they will cause turmoil on the mission area. Piece of the Abyss up front as well. Not going to be able to get anyone through it. Jerry's gone, so that's going to be an issue for them. But still managing to fight strong, fight through it. Psionic Seduction as well. Zone them towards the mission area here. Secure those KOs, and they will find a Kaidia through it all. Lucky for them, they do succeed in their endeavors. They did commit a little bit to it, but they've at least got some critical ultimates in another fighter. Should it arrive sooner rather than later, they are going to be still holding firmly onto these positions here. But Z10, they're hungry to get back in control.
Hungry indeed for themselves there. 20% climbing right now for Crazy Raccoon. Z10, if they're in the position they want to finally be in, one fight away from taking the round for themselves. Let's see if they can do it. They've got the power. There's a little bit of a 1v1 going off between Brownie and Kaidia right there. You know, a bit of action coming out from the Phoenix and the one-winged Angel. See who's going to take it. More power pouring in right there. Boundaries once again going up from Lastra, from Creative. Double time. Is they going to land just in time to go around the pillar and catch Creative? That's going to drop the boundary down. That's going to give them sustain. Gargoyle is just punching double hammer arms. And that's going to be big value. KOs all around. Triple down. And that's going to give Crazy Raccoon point contention still in their favor. But Z10, they got the ultimates. Potentially 4 going into this next fight. They got an advantage over Crazy Raccoon. But Heartbreaker's almost there. And if Gyro gets enough juice to be able to build it, they can really turn those 4 ultimates off.
That they can turn it off and will be able to turn things up a notch for them and theirs. But let's see how they fare into the next battle now. Got a Mischief ready to play on both sides here. Boundary coming over, something one and the same. I've got to follow suit into this one and ready to get in hot pursuit here. Gargoyle prepared, a Meteor up front as well. They cancel out the Psionic Seduction. Heartbreaker coming out though, could at least keep them on track here. They're trying to fight through this one as E10 almost got no control. They managed to cancel the Psionic Seduction for both them as Idea suffering the same fate there. And now it's going to be the Feast of the Abyss up front, trying their best to get back in control. They will succeed, forcing Crazy Raccoon to concede the mission area here. And it could be curtains in a second, unless Piggy blesses the timeline with OG. They will. Yaki ready. The portal could come through just in time. Like, oh, this is going to be it, man.
There it is. There it is. The portal contestation is in full effect right now. Creator's going to be tanking the power of the Phoenix right there. Give him sustain. The boundaries are up once again. Everybody's sustained. Once the boundaries drop, it's pain time. And there it is. The first one to be taken down. Who's it going to be? Pressured in the sky. Pressured down low. There you go. Another boundary coming up from Hamza this time, but it's not enough. And there it is. Gargoyle taken down by Jerry. That's going to get value. That's going to be a creative melee KO to Yaki. What? And there it is. Hell's Heaven turns back in favor for Z10. We are tying it up right now. Let's find out on this decider. How does the Eldritch Monument get taken?
All down to this. How will it get taken and who will be taking it? Because now, again, both teams have a slice of the pie here. And we've seen, Z10. One of the teams that can take maps off Crazy Raccoon now. Very excited to see what else they are going to be able to do, outside of Chopper Mag. The other teams that really been able to take it to Crazy Raccoon is Gosari. They took a map off Crazy Raccoon earlier into the tournament. And now Z10 are one of the same as well. So let's see who is going to be able to claim a victory here on this capture point. Will it be Crazy Raccoon taking it away and keying their ticket forward? Will it be Z10? We're going to keep this series online. All or nothing, no holds barred into this one. And the mission area gets closer and closer to the unlock Liger. And it's time for both of these teams to lock the heck in.
Nice to see. 5 seconds to the missionary unlocks. This is the final chance for Z10 to show them what they mean right now. They are one map away from potentially losing all their hope. Let's see how it all unfolds. Venom going in, big dive, Feast of the Abyss, Brandon taken down. There it is. There's a chance going in. Crazy Raccoon getting value. Dropman double boundaries out here. And once again, it is just Invisible Woman dominating the lobby right there. Big Meteor flies. Jerry taking out Suhyun in the back right there. Backing up the Venoms, giving a bit of boost to the practice spot right there. But there it is, flying back into the fight. Brownie taking some long shots, doing a bit of damage. They see the mark in the back and they spotted Hamza and took him down. Piggy as well. Down and out. Eggsy falls. Practice spot falls. That's going to be massive value for them right here. He's getting their picks. Kadia falls. That's 1 to 1 to 1 to 3, 4. Door has been closed on Z10's chance of capturing first as Crazy Raccoon start up their percentage climb.
It's the climb and it has begun. But what else has begun? Fantastic 4 team up between Kadia and Creative on the Z10 side here. So very excited to see how this will fare for them, how they will progress through it. They're going to take it easy for the moment. They've got a few ults they can commit to another fight. Should they want to pursue it? Here we go. Boundary is ready from Hamza Omar for the God of Mischief there. And it's now committed on both sides. Good reaction from Lastro here. Prepared for battle. Looking to rattle things up. No one going to be taken down. Maybe the Enter of Inferno could change that though. Another boundary committed from a Creative there. And they do find Hamza Omar and XD round the side. A great start from Crazy Raccoon here. Trying to dismantle the countermeasures. Trying to dismantle the offense. But it's going to be practice bot. Looking one around the side as well. Kaidia in a bit of trouble. Brought clobbering time up, but delaying the fight a little longer into this one and will finally be punished. And let's see if they can find more around the side as well. Feast the Abyss, keeps them in the fight a bit longer, but it could all be for naught. They need their team there with them. They need to find a way back in. But Crazy Raccoon, they just hold us strong into this one. They are so resilient and they never give up.
Never give up. Never ever get a chance to let them take the hope away from you. 70% inclining for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if they can wind it up, bring it up, going down. There it is. The meteors could fly from Jerry, and they're gonna go. There's gonna be a Strange in the corner. That's gonna be a tough time for Piggy right now. Practice Bot's going in on the anti-venom, trying to get the power to counter the real venom, but the venom's gonna get value right there. Piggy taken down. 90% is done as Z10 take the fight back in their favor. Starting percentage on their side of the board. Do they have what it takes to bring it home? A boundary drops from Crazy Raccoon. They want to take it back quick right now. But Kaidia, the triple Vanguard lineup, Z10 just barreling through, pushing Crazy Raccoon back.
Pushing them back when it counts, just at the tip of the summit there, so close by, and they will be able to start their own climb here. So good timing for Z10, and now good timing for them to build up some of their ult percentage as well as they hold on to the percentage on the mission area. Crazy Raccoon, they got a bit of flexibility to build up some of their own one and the same, so Z10 potentially just have to hold through, you know, try and stay resilient against some of the ultimates which are now coming up, and they've committed 2 on both sides now, and Gargoyle has found Hamza Omar, so they don't have God of Mischief to commit to this fight to drag it out a bit longer, which could be a problem here, honestly, but XD and Co are still going to hold through it. Creative going down. XD as well. Piggy is back on the Assassin's Charge. Back on the hunt. And they now start the domino effect. The KOs. This is not what you want to be seeing from Z10 right now, especially with this percentage. They need to get back on the mission area, but they're losing all personnel. It's OT time for sure, but they need to get back, and the time is against them. They're charging as fast as they can, but it just isn't enough, Liger. And just like that, the candle has been blown out. Z10's journey comes to an end.
An unfortunate run for Z10, but top 5 position nonetheless. Did so well against a team that has locked themselves into the grand finals nonetheless. Made them work for it, put them in the lower bracket run in a lifetime. It really is that time. Now, strong matchup, lock it down. Crazy Raccoon 3-1 against Z10. That is excellent right there. Now, we're going to have a look at those highlights, but of course, the scoreboard was top tier. Brownie, big Phoenix once again, so consistent with it, farming up those MVPs, farming up those final hits more than ever. And I gotta say, so accurate as well. But on top of that, Seunghoon, honestly, can we get a count for how many times Seunghoon dropped the boundary? I think it was more than Lastro. I think Loki's was building way faster. Maybe like two extra boundaries apiece. It's gotta be.
Yeah, they're looking to build a city with all those boundaries, Lager. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a city of boundaries there. So really great to see the impact coming through from those strategist ultimates, and really great to see how they can keep their team in the fight, or even allowing them the flexibility to engage into the fight with those strategist ultimates. So very eager to see more where that came from into wherever we may be heading next. Who knows? We'll find out soon. But we love to see some of the great plays. You know, we had Brownie highlighted for us, and you know, I can see some of the people at home highlighting Brownie as well. Definitely a staple player, to say the least. They put on a huge show, Lager, didn't they?
Absolutely. I think things are getting crazy. They put on a big show, but when we return, Matsi, I think it's grand finals time. I think it will be the case. So we're going to cut to a break, and when we're back, game time. Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon. Won't be long.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks.
done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You
couldn't be saved.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
We are here, everybody. Marvel Rivals Championships is now on. The finals, that's right, the grand finals are here, are now, tonight. The two final teams, Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag. My name is Liger. I'm joined by Matsy. Whew, brother, we are here. It's going off.
It's going off. We're going in a big way, and it's definitely a time to get things underway here at the grand final to crown our first champion of 2026 here in the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5 Pacific. Chopper Mag, Crazy Raccoon, the battle of the regions. Once again, Oceania taking on Asia again. Who will be crowned our first champion of the year? All will be decided here in this grand final, right here, right now!
Let's go right now. This is it. Set the stage for 2026 Rivals Esports. Let's see how it's going to all unfold. We're getting into it. We're getting to these protects and these bans. And starting us off, Crazy Raccoon is going to shut down the Phoenix. Locked out, gone. In return, Chopper Mag ban out Daredevil. And I have a feeling this is a Gambit Protector follow-up so that they can bring... Yep, there it is. They're going for it. Full force, full pace. We haven't seen Gambit today. We're going to see A little of that Cajun action. In return, Crazy Raccoon got the next protect rolling up. What's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Potential to, you know, secure themselves an Angela or another Vanguard here, maybe the group. Instead, lock in that Invisible Woman, Lastro. Woo! Lastro Astro, absolutely spatial awareness of a legend right there with the Invisible Woman, setting up the boundaries, as you said, basically building buildings for them on the Invisible Woman. But to turn the tides, they're not gonna let it get too excessive. They don't want any Lokis copying that. We're gonna lock Loki out of here. No Lady Loki. Only gonna have, you know, just 2 Invisible Women today. In return, Chopper Mag gonna go for that next ban. Let's find out.
Find out. Where's it gonna go? Who's it gonna be? Well, it's gonna be the recipe. It's gonna be Angela taken out of the game right now. Goodbye, Angela, and hello to many, many more. You know what I'd love to see? Gambit on deck. We don't get to see a bit of Raging Royal Flush action much at all these days, but today is our lucky day, and you know what else is on display? It's a bit more of that rogue action. Like we saw a little bit of that in our last series, and now it's time to break some hearts all over again. And let's see what Crazy Raccoon has to offer here in the next Protect.
Ooh, you know, there's a lot of options for themselves, but Groot, strong. I mean, we kind of know that Chopper Mag's composition, if they're going to be protecting the 2 heroes of this, you know, this season specifically, you know, a little bit of marriage right there, they're going to need something to really ground them, literally. Just be able to take on that onslaught charging for them. And it also is a smart choice for them to lock out the Wolverine so that a Wolverine isn't flying side by side with the Rogue and the Gambit. Question is now, Chopper Mag, final ban, what's it going to be? What are they going to nullify that can protect Crazy Raccoon from their aggressive composition walking out? I'm going to curiously see what that will be. Final ban locking in now from Chopper Mag, and it's going to be the Star-Lord. Okay, Star-Lord commonly paired with Gambit. Looks like they don't want to...
Villain, I'm not judging.
I'm seeing the same as what you're seeing, Matsu.
Oh my
days. Is that an Iron Fist?
They've brought out the tech. We saw a little bit of this earlier into the MRC, and now Chopper Mag is bringing in the Raging Chi into action. Oh my goodness. FMCL is going to be on that rip and tear combined with Rain on Me, aka Salvation, into that one. I cannot wait to see what this is going to look like. If they pull that into the decks here, like, I'm terrified for Crazy Raccoon because you can 100-0 teams just by combining those 2 ultimates. It's annihilation.
This is it. Lock in, rivals. This one's gonna be big. This is the grand finals. Starting us off, and we are talking 15 seconds till the doors to the grand finals open between Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon. The best of the best in the Pacific. As Matsi said, the best in OCE, the best in Asia have come together to hit this final bout. Let's get ready to run it down. Rivals, it's game time.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Game time and take aim, everybody. We are getting straight on towards the mission area here. And it's going to be a Chopper Mag looking to take it from above right now. Taking it slow and steady. Not going to get a fast pace on to the race, but Gargoyle already. We're going to go for some good kicks there. FMCL forced it back for the second, but they are not going to be holding on to it just yet. The unlock coming through in just a few seconds here, and now the battle already raging on. Big focus up from Brownie. Already getting the KO onto Duep there. They're locked in, ready to spin this one in the right direction. Brought back by the Battle Recon Beacon though, but Bobo and Zen Starry are taking punishment right now. They need healing desperately.
We captured the mission area.
We'll see when Liger gets back from montage as we are going to be barging right back in here. Boundary going to be coming right back up into this one. Welcome back, Liger. Pleasure to have you back on board here. And we have had a fiery fight so far, haven't we?
Now, I'm telling you right here, what I'm paying attention to, Diggy dropping their big strangling prison into the meteor. That's going to be boosted by the Royal Flush. Is it going to be enough for that? Boom! Into the meditating Iron Fist. FMCL refuses to go down with a massive meditation. Back to healing station. Into the fist right now. Boxing them up in the corner. Taking out Yaki. That's going to be the living Chi. Flowing through the Iron Fist into the back line. Bashing up the group. Taking out Piggy. That's a double KO. They're going to be swinging through. They're going to be holding it down. The Heartbreaker is breaking all of the defensive lineup. And it looks like Chopper Mag are going to be able to push Crazy Raccoon off the mark right there, and they're going to capture it into their favor. However, Crazy Raccoon got a 53% lead, Matsy, which means now Portal was there for a moment, but gone. An 8% climb into Chopper Mag. We're going to see how they're going to play now, so we can see how this melee triple Vanguard composition works out. The only amount of range on their team is in their strategists. They're all forward pressure right now, and they're just going in, right into the boundary.
Running it up and gunning it down. It's going to be Bobo opening up the account, though. FMCL looking to spell trouble for them. Does find Brownie. Piggy going down as well. It's all working out right here, right now. Zanstari not giving up either. It's going to be the fists coming through, and they will pull ahead into this one. But now, fall back. They can't overstay their welcome in the enemy spawn. They will be going to hold their angles in the choke point there as they build up a bit of percentage. But Crazy Raccoon, they're going the long way through there. Looking to take it up top, and Zanstari already charging ready. Does catch a glimpse of the Groot ahead and is ready to spread their reach into another fight here. They got ults to deal with them if needed, but here's that Raging Royal Flush. They're jumping into it, Liger. Here we go!
Oh, and now the chances is Brownie, who's going to get stunned, but they're going to bring it up. They're going to get the Kraken. That's one. Going again. That's two. Do we see three? That's going to be, oh, potentially could get the third. If they get the reset, they're running away. Trying to deny it. It's going to be denied for now, but nonetheless, still getting great value. Bulwark Shield is out. Amplifier to distract them. Let's see how it all unfolds. Do it in the combos. Absolutely striking down Brownie. Haymakers are flying in the backline from Zanstari. Directly onto the strats. Blast and Swingman out of the fight. Meteor's flying. Another big Yancey Street charge, leading into the absolute invisible boundary being dropped by Lastra to keep him sustained. But there it is. The group is holding it down. The unbreakable group, backed up by the Ironwood Wall, is just sustaining. Crazy Raccoon trying to cap it back right now, but the haymakers are flying from Zanstari. Everybody's gripping up right now. Living Chi flows through FMCL. Will they be able to punch through and bash through the backline? Haymakers are still flying right now. Zanstari backed up by the Royal Flush. FMCL pushing up the team back, directly boxing up the strategist in the corner right there. Trying to work through the patty cakey strategist. Manages to push them off. Big haymakers flying. Skittles gets a pick. Overtime sticking up. 99% rising up right there. Last sliver of overtime. Do Crazy Raccoon have a chance to make it? And it's going to go to Chopper Mag in this first round on Hell's Heaven, as of course they're going to be claiming themselves a Super Soldier Factory. Let's take it to the Eldritch Monument, Matsy. This one is on fire. What a matchup.
What a matchup, and what a day to be here, rivals. Chopper Mag have already barged in with a raging fury, and they will capture the first capture point, and we're going to see if they can do a bit more into this next one. Crazy Raccoon struggling to react into this one. They definitely made some impact into the initial phases there, but Chopper Mag, their adaptation is a sight to behold here, and very eager to see if they can get a stranglehold over the next capture point, as well as there's going to be more trouble ahead, more fun times into the endeavors here. But what I am keen to see is if Brownie in particular can isolate some of the targets with those bionic hooks, maybe get some utilization out of the Yaki on the thing as well here. They're really going to have to pick and choose their targets, and I'm very eager to see if they can shut down FMCL and co with some more movement into this one. But they're now out the gates. They're ready to go, Liger. The mission area is ready to unlock very soon. Let's see who can land the first blow.
Ooh, okay. Liking what I'm seeing so far. But what it means for them. So Hun dropping. Oh, okay. Royal Flush already going off. Gambit is going to try to get that enabling, but Bobo is going to blast him out of the sky with a big meteor, taking out Lastra. Biggie's going to go down as well from Duep with a bit of punch and power from the Rogue right there. And a big binary blade coming out from Bobo, just pummeling through Brownie's HP. And there it is. The thing. Last to take down. Yaki's down. Still contesting a little bit on fire. Having a little bit of a 1v1 right there between Gargoyle and FMCL on the Rogue v Iron Fist. It's going to be Sal taking up that little last pick there, taking out Gargoyle, and Chopper Mag playing percentage in this first takeover here. But Matsy, I'm seeing a big crack at impact ready from Brownie, and maybe Brownie might be ready to actually go again.
Go again, maybe again, but now it's time for the Raging Royal Flush to come into the Heartbreaker here. Lastra did manage to get off the boundary, but anything else is being quelled by the Heartbreaker for the moment. And clobbering time gets right back up. Yaki ready, Bobo will hit the Meteor. Who do they go for? Oh, they shut down Brownie on the impact there. They are not going to be able to make any more of an impact, so Ionic Seduction does at least keep them in place. They shut down Zenstari. They got their own Heartbreakers now, but Zenstari is already back and ready to attack with a Battle Record Beacon. Raging Royal Flush going to be able to flush them up front now, looking to see if they can strike them down. Living Chi with the Seer, and they will fight Lastro. Now looking to hunt down the rest of the back line as well. Great Carbon Crush. They quell the momentum of FMCL there, and now look to find some deeper control, but Songhook gets hunted down by Bobo, and they aren't letting up yet. They're still fighting here. Chopper Mag, just when you think Crazy Raccoon can bring it back, no! Chopper Mag are still in the driver's seat on this fight, and they are not giving up.
Never give up in the face of that terror in your screen right there. They are just refusing to stop. Any moment they have a chance. They see Crazy Raccoon grouped up. Salvation hits the Royal Flush, forces the entire team forward. Right there is them just executing loop-de-loop on every single time they build that ult combination. They are forcing Crazy Raccoon to take fights they don't want to take in tough positions, in tight corridors, on downhill positions. They're forcing them. Already, it's again going off like clockwork. Another Royal Flush. This time, it's Cushions and Starry forward with a double KO for themselves, and it's going to be countered by a potential clobbering time that could have got the value from Yaki, but it's just not enough, and they can't charge. And that's another Chopper Mag taken Hell's Heaven, which means they take Hydro Charter Space and win their first map in this best of 7 series. Woo!
Woohoo! Chopper Mag gonna be eating good after that one. What a way to kick off the series there, gaining a bit of momentum, and it's gonna be none other than Donker Master Duet on the MVP, baby. Rogue is backing in a big way, and you know what? I love it. I love to see a breath of fresh air, and we got more where that came from soon. But huge stuff coming out from a Chopper Mag in the beginning there, and really showcasing, you know, the Raging Chi coming out there. Just love to see a bit of FMCL power from that one, but love to see triple, even quadruple, looking at the scoreboard there, Vanguard coming out, obviously just for the portal play, but you know, it'd be interesting to see quadruple Vanguard in normal play, for that matter.
I mean, at this point, they're kind of running it. Iron Fist is basically a Vanguard when he pops that counter. I mean,
yeah,
with the damage blocked, very close. Very close, 9k, like it's value. It's definitely value, and Brownie, especially on what they were playing with the Bucky, 8k blocked. I mean, it's kind of pseudo. It's like chucking in Mr. Fantastic instead, honestly. There's your quad Vanguard. But reality is, lessons to be learned here for Crazy Raccoon, understanding what the composition Chopper Mag want to roll out with, and the most important factor to consider, Salvation. The Gambit, it was, like I said, clockwork. Every single time Royal Flush was available, it was happening. And we're seeing it right here. Just a recap of those moments and these highlights right here. FMCL, big with the Iron Fist, just constantly punching forward, constantly on the flank, constantly distracting the strategists that would otherwise be healing these triple Vanguards in the front for Crazy Raccoon. As well as we saw massive Bucky potential coming out from Brownie just a couple times, just not enough, as Chopper Mag just kept the fight going. Elongated fights that should have otherwise ended quickly, gaining more percentage, gaining more power, and giving a lot of a stressful position towards Crazy Raccoon. The Meteors flew, and Bobo was definitely behind them, putting in the work, and Zenstari as well, not to mention on the thing. Haymakers flying forward, absorbing so much damage, was massive value. But I gotta say, second map, Matsy. Second map, it's gonna be a bit different. Curious to see how it unfolds. These two teams, we're not seeing some 4-0 situations. Nah, I don't think so.
No.
They've matched up before in MRC, literally earlier. There's room for a very competitive grand final here, and I think everybody wants that. So let's get into the next map for sure. It's gonna be a good one.
Let's get it. Let's get into it. And looks like we are gonna be, you know, having a bit more on the card here. I think we got a little bit of word as to what our second map could be. Looks like we are gonna be racing our way over to the Hall of Jalia. So, Hall of Jalia, We've seen Chopper Mag play that once so far. And the one time they played, they won. We haven't seen Crazy Raccoon play Hall of Jalia at all. Maybe there's a reason they've been avoiding this map in particular. Who knows? But we're definitely going to see them tested in this map of Convergence. And, you know, I feel like, in a way, this is a breath of fresh air in another aspect as well. Like, no more double domination.
You never know. We could get 2 in a row next. We have no clue. At the end of the day, I'm curious as to why teams are running it. I think maybe leaning towards the Gambit comfort pick could be why domination is the pick. But Jalia, there's more distance to cover. There are higher ground positions. Yes, Gambit can get you there with the increased jump boost, but ultimately, how you gonna get that Gambit? Right now, they made some good bans earlier, but maybe banning the Gambit is first priority for Crazy Raccoon going forward. It's definitely going to be something that they know that a Chopper Mag is bringing unorthodox compositions that you've got no practice against. And if they're running it with a Gambit, Iron Fist, Rogue, Thing, Magneto in your front line, good lord. Good lord, the pain, the pain, the pain. Bull Arc Shields backing them up. You've also got the Gambit Rogue team up, Explosive Entanglement with the Magneto. You're stacking massive damage. So you got to be very careful how you're going to bring that to play.
Yeah, you really have to tread lightly, tread carefully towards a composition like that one, because there's a lot of explosive firepower coming at you in a quick succession there. So I am very interested to see how both teams, for that matter, adapt into the next draft phase here. You know, I don't know if Crazy Raccoon want to let Gambit through after seeing the impact that Chopper Mag themselves were able to bring just into the first map of domination alone. Like, do they let that through? Do they feel confident heading into Convergence, allowing those kinds of plays again? Or do they kind of head in a different direction there? You know, tend to push the focus towards the boundaries instead, have the Invis, maybe the Mantis up front, or Loki focus. Like, there's a lot of different ways you need to think about this one, and it's really going to be the test. You know, I can see the equations being solved by the teams in preparation, just into their, you know, little moments grace here, just trying to think, oh, how do we change this one up? How do we keep the movement going, or how do we stop them in their tracks?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. We're going to find that out very, very soon going into this map, but I will also mention what we know going into this map. Chomji has the lead. 1 map to Crazy Raccoon, 0 at the moment. But this is a best of 7, right? Grand finals are a best of 7. Best of 7 on a good day. It's a 4-0 for one of these teams, and they walk away with a clean victory and get to sleep happy tonight. But the other team's got every fiber of their being boiling right now to make sure they don't walk away with that victory, and they're going to fight back for it. So here we go, going into Hall of Jalia. Convergence time it is.
It is the time for the draft, and ready to wind our way through to our bans here. It will be immediate Gambit ban. 0 surprises there. And it's going to be Daredevil. So we're back to the standard bans here. It's time for the protects to come through, though. Chopper Mag. Who do they prioritize? None other than Phoenix. So we're going to keep it all stock standard in this one thus far. And Mantis is going to be the one to come out next. So looks like they are going to be shifting focus into a different direction here. Mantis could be coming out. Maybe we see some Adam come out of this one as well. But we'll see how they want to pair it up into the map of Convergence here.
For me, in my opinion, it really depends if Chopper Mag is going to ban the group, right? Because if we see Mantis protected, it usually leans to the group. And what does that lean to on top? Maybe the Loki, or a bit more obscure, but definitely has a track record, the Moon Knight. Moon Knight, Mantis, Loki, Groot seems to be another composition teams like to run. But the Wolverine's going to be banned for now, which makes me think they might go for the Groot Protect next, actually, from Crazy Raccoon. Because how do you take down a... Ooh, Chopper Mag going for the Angela. This might be a Groot Protect coming out next from Crazy Raccoon. But first, another Protect from Chopper Mag. What are they going to do? What are they going to protect to make sure they still have something similar to Wolverine, similar to that frontline shred? Iron Fist could be an option, but I doubt they'd ban Iron Fist return. So they might go for something else and protect another core element of their team. Maybe the Rocket, maybe even
Groot.
Never mind, they're gonna go for the Groot Protect. Interesting. Very
It looks like they have maybe a similar focus there. You know, I respect it, considering how commendable Zensari's Groot is. they definitely want to put a bit of focus around that one, trying to structure their defenses. And it looks like Loki is going to be another strategist protected through this one. So we could see just boundary after boundary, unless an invis does get banned by either side here, then maybe we're going to shift that to, you know, resurgence after resurgence. But we'll see which way they want to poke it through now, because there's 2 more bans, one for Crazy Raccoon, and it's going to be Cap. Definitely commendable. You know, they don't want to allow that freedom of a mobile vanguard, such as Cap, such as Angela. So, gonna deny some of that mobility. The only option now really is Venom. But that being said, it looks like Chopper Mag, they've realized the potential of the Groot Knight, and they do not want to have it see the light of day.
Sorry, as I was crying on the inside, seeing Chopper Mag ban Moon Knight. I've had words with these lads. Anyways,
Tell them.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll forgive them for now, but in the future, danger. Now, speaking of danger, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Loki is available, which means we're going to see Skittles go for that straight away. Skittles, one of the best Lokis in the region, tenfold, has the track record to back it up. But what this does mean is FMCL, the flex player on Chopper Mag, is gonna jump on strategist. So we saw a triple vanguard before. We're changing it up to the triple strategist for Chopper Mag this time. Whereas in return, Crazy Raccoon, they're gonna bring out Helena more, but at the same time, gonna get the symbiote shenanigans team up activated between Venom and Hela. What that also means is they got opportunity as well to bring out Rocket Raccoon, get themselves a revive, and at the same time, they're playing on offense. Now, kind of strange because you'd figure you'd run them more Hela on defense here for Jalia. It's interesting, but nonetheless, you know what made it through, and I know everybody's excited for this. The Bobo Phoenix is about to burn up.
Ooh, yeah. It's time to burn up on this one, and it's time to see FMCL's Mantis coming in full swing here. You know, we've seen some great aggressive Mantis plays come out. You know, a player that really has showcased that in the past. I've seen Yaki honestly do great things on a hero such as Mantis. So, very eager to see how FMCL will be able to pull it through now. And you can already see the structures being laid in place here. They're trying to just isolate the lines of sight on the defenses, and they're not overcommitting towards trying to push Crazy Raccoon away. They're forcing them to meet them on the mission area and play into their own playing field.
Into their own playing field is the key. Let's see. Oh, both on the insane 3-piece right there, taking out Brownie. The duelist on the high ground. The flank duelist of Brownie has been nullified by Bobo, who is just absolutely pressuring them. Venom on the flyby, gets pulled back. Will it be enough to be able to get the pick? Gonna have to pop that self shield for now. We're gonna see how the opportunities roll out for them. But Matsy, I'll tell you something else I'm noticing right now. Rain on me, Salvation's got that boundary ready for the next fight. We'll be able to take on a whale potentially, but it looks like Boba's gonna stay on the high ground. It's just gonna go bang for bang with Gargoyle right now. So much so it distracts them, enables them to be able to pull forward. Sensari with a Shining Prism, defensively used to take out Lastro, take on the Mantis, clear out the Resurgence.
Be able to clear it out, and Brownie going to be able to keep it clean as well, utilizing the Deep Breath team up there. You know, they get the little squids coming out. Big shout out to Yaki for helping that, but now going to be supported by the Soul Resurgence there, looking to push their way straight onto the mission area, and Skittles going to be able to get the copy through the God of Mischief there. Not activating yet. There we go. Delaying the Soul Resurgence. Horn of Proteus coming out from Yaki, though, trying to see if they can destabilize them for a second here, but no one's going down. Ooh, they do deny the Feast of the Abyss, though. Gargoyle in a bit of trouble there. Zenstari gonna be locked into this one, trickling through that damage on to Piggy and Co. Enjoy the show. They've locked them in with Ironwood Wall there, but the heals are just too great with the clones. Well, until they're not. Duep locked onto that KO. Traded out is Bobo, though. Caught around the side. Pop the sedation allows them to shut down Brownie. They can't afford to be getting picked off like this, because Chopper Mag, this just allows them to further bolster their defenses and just drag out more and more time here.
Now, what we're witnessing as well on top of that is just an insane defensive presence coming out from Zenstari, who's just utilizing those forward/walls to get to the high ground, to just nullify Crazy Raccoon's high ground approach themselves. If you box them into that corridor, right now, honestly, Crazy Raccoon in a very tough position. You're in a corridor against a Groot, the ultimate's on. things could get very dicey very quickly. Bobo still has the Phoenix on her, and another pick like that. Bobo just looks, and people blow up instantly. Sunghun taken down, going to be baiting Loki runes early on. And it's going to be a massive copy coming out. It's going to be Resurgence coming out from Lastro on the Loki right there to keep him juicing up. But FMCL is going to be there to match it. They're going to get Psionic baited out from Piggy. They're going to try to pressure, but they're rotating around. They're taking cover. Big waves flying in, and it's blocked again by the point blank boundary. Right there coming out from Salvation. Zen started taking out Yaki. Crazy Raccoon trying to take off angles with Brownie, but Duep is there to answer. Dunkmaster Duep is back on our MRC screens, everybody. And the passion is primed. 17 seconds left for Crazy Raccoon to try and make a capture. Yaki switched to Strange. Matsi, do they have a chance?
It's now or never. They have to make it work, because if they don't, that's going to be a full hold from Chopper Mag. And they're trying their best. Dunkmaster Duet back on deck, trying to shut them down. Oh my goodness! They managed to shut them down. I thought some could survive, but no. Duep takes them down, shuts down the Soul Resurgence. They find Biggie as well. Gargoyle trying their best with the Beast of the Abyss there. Good boundary from Skittles, and they will be able to trickle through another KO here. Gargoyle in deep trouble. Got us a death from Brownie. A flight of desperation, trying to hold on, but it's too little too late. Chopper Mag shut the gate on the defense. They full hold Crazy Raccoon. Oh my goodness!
They are absolutely firing on all cylinders. Phoenix firing, I should say. What is Bobo's aim, bro? What is Bobo's aim right now? My guy looks left and somebody's gone. He looks right and somebody's done. He looks up, there's no one there even trying to challenge the skies, because Bobo is on the high ground. But what is that? Nah. No, hold on a second. No, go back. Stay on it. Stay on the blade.
It's so back.
Listen,
we're back to Atlanta, Liger. We're so back.
We are back. Listen, let's talk reality here. Crazy Raccoon have won tough fights like this before. There's a chance. We're gonna consider what can they bring out here. Karmic Revival composition straight away makes sense. Straight away, committing to the Adam, keeping yourselves in the fight makes sense. Would you bring out the Loki? Would you triple strategist? Would you do Loki, Adam, and Mantis? Right? Would you put Invis out of the situation? But it seems to be Lastro's bread and butter, so they might still roll with it. Phoenix is going to be online. That's going to be Brownie. That was the thing we were missing. They committed to Helena more, and in return struggled against Bobo's Phoenix, against Duep's Mag. There were too many corridors for them to try and push through, and they were blocked out by Zanstari. So right now, they really it's like playing chess. You got to figure out what's your move here, what's your counter move here, how are you going to download the data coming out from Chopper Mag's gameplay and just decommission every aspect of it for themselves. We're going to find out now. Chopper Mag have 3 minutes 50 to capture a third of this first point. They basically need to win one team wipe.
One team wipe is all they need, and let's see if they are going to be able to bust a move through this one as they look to enter the scuffle in full force. And speaking of full force, we got Blade on deck right now, ready to see if they can command some respect. If there's someone you want to see on it, it's FMCL, that's for sure. We saw it in Stage 2 Oceania, we saw it in Atlanta, and now it's back all over again in 2026. Got a Mischief though, gonna be bringing up that boundary. The fight has begun. Strangling Prison with immediate effect, but they shut down Piggy. Big KO from Bobo there, and they're following it up. Duep on deck, does find Songhun there. Gonna be able to bring up the boundary though, keep them in the fight a while longer. And Piggy ready with the portal as well. Like the fight's not over till it's over, and let's see if they can run it back.
Running it back, making it happen for themselves. The Meteor flies, the Phoenix flies into the back line. Brownie taking out Skittles, getting a big pick right there for themselves. And there it is. The boundaries are up. Sustaining, Chopper Mag, Crazy Raccoon holding a good defensive position right now. Brownie is in the same spot as Bobo earlier and really getting value from it for themselves. Maelstrom and Manus online, big expulsion coming out, taking Salvation. Strong from Piggy right there. Looks as though Chopper Mag are going to regroup for now, build up their ults. They got the Unsung Inferno, they got the Dunk Master Dwarf ready with that Meteor M. Zensari as well, ready to flow with the group right there, but it could be wraps on this potential fight here. They're going to regroup. Yaki taking out FMCL, the big pick there. Blade at the 50% mark. It really depends how they're just going to blast all their ults together, but they got time. They got time to experiment, Matsi. But Crazy Raccoon, they do not have any time. They gotta go flawless for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to go flawless for the next 2 minutes, and let's see if they are going to be able to spin it together. Nice and quickly here as they are looking to take things up a notch. Looking to see how they will fare into this one. Big heels up front. Lastro, full focus, got a mischief. Going to be coming into the Endeavor right now. Skittles ready. Ooh, it's going to be Agamotto coming out. Boundary up front as well. Bobo into the end. Song Inferno to up ready with the dunks. Not going to be able to get it through this time, but they are looking to get some more. Yaki ready, and it is going to be the 1,000-fold slash into the straggling prison there. Get those end heels through and get the boundary up on Read on Me. It's going to be more from Sunghun as well. Trading ultimates right now. And there's one more ult that I'm ready to see. And Song Inferno from Brownie is right around the corner here. Will they use it? No, they don't need to. They forced Chopper Mag away from the mission area for the moment, but they're just as ready to push straight back in Liger. They are ready to wrap this one up again.
Again is the chance. 50 seconds left. Big Thorn slash Wall singling him out. Boxing in Piggy right there. Gets away with a bit of a flight. They're going to try their best to zone him out. They're currently on the point. They're pushing them forward. Chopper Mag's making it happen for themselves. The big Agamotto coming out from Piggy combined with the Ansong Inferno gives Go one, gives Brownie one. That's Bobo. Skittles then Starry down. FMCL down as well. 30 seconds left. My goodness right here. This is insane. Defense coming out from Crazy Raccoon. And they're zoning. They're stalling. Duep, who is Bulwark Shield prepared and trying to get value, but he's going to get edged finally. Bobo's on the Strange. This is the last chance for them right here. They couldn't get the portal off earlier from Crazy Raccoon, so it looks like they're going to do it this time. Let's see how this fight unfolds.
See how it all goes down as they get ready for destruction, and they're managing to just maneuver different angles as well. They're diverting the focus. We've seen this before. It's going to happen again. Rain on Me, bringing out the boundary to kick things off here. No reaction as yet. Crazy Raccoon holding resiliently, holding firm. It's going to be Duckbuster do it. Straggling Prison coming up front. It's going to be the Soul Resurgent. Yaki in trouble, goes down to Skittles there, holding from above. Biggie is down. Chopper Mag are zoning him out, but Brownie is not out of town yet. They got KOs of their own from downtown here. They're trickling damage in the OT timer. Crazy Raccoon are holding on to the Ensong Inferno, dropping it down. The boundary comes up just in time, trading through on the last row as well. This fight is not over till it's over, but Agamotto up front, stun locks Brownie and co. It's going to be another boundary. Brownie goes down. They're trying to hunt down last row. They will catch it. The OT timer, it just keeps rolling forward here. The Agamotto from Biggie, great reaction, but they're not going to be locked down into this one. It's FMCL, 1,000-fold slash and dash into this one as they will claim this clash. Yaki, last ditch effort, but just like that, Liger, Chopper Mag, lock it in for 2.
They banned the Moon Knight, but they still brought Khonshu to the battle with the Blade Knight at the end there. 1,000-fold slash. Literally 2 built in one singular fight of overtime. Insane. FMCL Blade once again, but everybody was formidable. Lady Loki on our sites with the Skittles MVP. We saw it at the end there. There was a moment where Loki was pouring damage into Crazy Raccoon, and it was not getting blocked, and it was absorbing too much. And the health bars were just dwindling and they could not keep up. It looked dire, it looked desperate, and it was what a strong defense from Crazy Raccoon regardless. Honestly, that fires things up even more. To have a 10-minute whole of Jalia map, but how intense both these teams had on their first point defense, wow. Wow indeed. But that's a 2-0 lead for Chopper Mag. Now best of 7, that is a very comfortable position to be, Matsy. Crazy Raccoon really got to show something big in this next map.
They got to come back in a huge way. That game went down to the wire, and we got to see the Blade again. I can't believe my eyes when we get to see just amazing stuff like that. You know, we've seen some incredible off-meta picks. The Blades come out. We've seen the Black Widow come out as well. There's been so many great things shine through, just like these highlights. Bobo on deck, Duep on deck, Brownie on deck, everybody on deck with the KOs here. Just such precision shining through time and time again. And that's exactly what you need to bring at this stage of the tournament. This is the grand final. There's no room for mistakes here. There's no room for messing around. And these players are giving it their all.
honestly, I want to see something different about the bans. In my opinion, Crazy Raccoon need to leave the Wolverine. Let Wolverine go through. Bring that in. Just get that team up with the Phoenix, the Mantis buff as well. That might be what Brownie needs to get fully enabled. But nonetheless, bans are very tricky right now. Chopper Mag got the most unorthodox strategies, but yeah, I think that's it. I think, yeah, Matsy, what do you think about that one?
Ooh, I think it's a fantastic momentum built up for Chopper Mag, right? But, you know, you were talking about the Wolverine ban. I think that's targeted towards FMCL. You know, they realize the impact that FMCL can make if Wolverine is let through. So there's a big reason why they've been putting focus in that area. And if they let that out, it's basically like letting the devil out, except it's letting the wolf out. And they're going full crazy with that last stand there. So you do not want to let FMCL out on that one. No. But hey, anything's possible. You know, we could see a shift in direction. Obviously, things haven't worked out for Crazy Raccoon so far, but just because they haven't worked out in terms of map victories doesn't mean it hasn't been close. These maps have gone down to the wire. That one went to OT. My goodness. You know, OT on the first mission area of all things. Like, can you believe that?
Wow, honestly, I could not believe that. There was the factor that it still went to an overtime full hold into an overtime full, like barely capture after what could have been a full hold. It's crazy. But what's even crazier is we got another map in store for all of you. But hydrate up, get some snacks. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with your MRC action.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points. And the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Championships. My name is Liger. I'm joined by Matty, the homie. We are here ready to get into map 3 of this matchup between Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag. It's getting exciting. It's getting fun. We just had a great 2 maps. Chopper Mag claimed the lead on both of them, but it was hard fought, especially on that second one on Jalia. I mean, we didn't get to see the second and third part of Jalia, but nonetheless, we're gonna get very soon into this next one. Now, Matsy, talk to me. What are we thinking needs to be the mental switch here for Crazy Raccoon to try get a map on the board?
It's a tough one, right? Because, you know, that there's things that are working and there's things that aren't. And we saw a lot of impact come through from something particular into the last one is a bit of that Groot action. We saw a lot of impact coming through from the Groot, to say the least there. But one of the same, you know, it's not just Groot, it's not just Zenstari you got to deal with. It's Dunkmaster Duep. The Vanguard lineup of Chopper Mag is just insane. But then, again, you have to think about the rest of Chopper Mag as well. It's really difficult, right, to play this give and take situation into the draft because, like, you can take away something like your Gambit, you can take away your Daredevil, you can take away all these high impact heroes, but then a team like Chopper Mag just has all these other avenues they can pursue and look just as good, if not better. So it's just so difficult to play this cat and mouse game of just like what stays, what goes here. So like, do they take away, you know, the Groot? Do they take away like the Angela or something else? Do they just try and get full denial over something like the Mantis? Because, you know, Mantis actually looked great in the last map as well. You know, I saw some great KOs get enabled by some of the sedations that actually came through. You know, I think back to like Chopper Mag on defense, for example. They managed to isolate Brownie when they were trying to trickle through some jabs onto the side of the mission area. So there's big impacts coming through from all different avenues here, and it's just kind of trying to make the best of the worst situation. And yeah, that's just the beauty of the draft as a whole.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you got to really alternate and figure out how you're going to play into it, into your favor, into what you've learned in previous matchups, but not too much be affected by that. Still get your bread and butter out there so that you can protect them and get comfort picks going forward, because your comfort picks at this point in time are very important, because you got to get that flow state. Right, winning needs to just feel like second nature at that point. You can't just hard force it, because you're gonna get knocked out by people more than ready than you are. So, besides all that factor, you know, the psychological aspect you need to have as a player in a grand final, it can get to you, everybody. The pro play is not just about your skill; it's about your willpower. What's inside here as well. You gotta assess it as a team, keep your morale up. We've seen it, Matsy. Team morale's everything, even on the stage, mid-season finals, grand finals last year for year one of Rivals Esports. Everything can change based on your environment right now. Everybody's comfortable at home playing in the MRC, but when you're in a final environment, man, your brain teleports to the stage, in my opinion. I feel like now they want to show off, prove themselves, bring unorthodox strategies out, execute unique things, get remembered. Hey, maybe LFTs become signed individuals, you never know. But here we've got two great teams, Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon, we know they're making big moves in esports. Big moves. They've really stacked up their roster this year. And I'm happy, I don't know about you, Matsy, to see them in a grand final making Chopper Mag work for it. Because Chopper Mag is premier team in OCE, and they are absolutely taking on the challenge and answering the call and making sure that I hang up the phone and take this loss easy. But for themselves going forward right now, they got the 2-map lead over Crazy Raccoon. They're bringing out Blade, Iron Fist. They're bringing out these melee demons. Nonetheless, FMCL, shout out to you. One of the biggest flex players in the entirety of Marvel Rivals. Many international players from the America region, from EMEA, have praised FMCL for his unorthodox strategies, versatility, and so much more. We're going to see more of that going into these next maps for certain. I mean, the guy plays Mantis, the guy plays Magneto, and the Iron Fist and the Blade, all that we've seen so far. Like, we are literally witnessing such a flex composition. And not to mention, it's not just him. Bobo as well has been switching off Duelist and going to the Vanguard role. They've been alternating, they've been fixing around each other. I think that's what puts Chopper Mags separate to other teams, is everyone seems to be role locked. I feel like Crazy Raccoon are a team that finally caught that bug as well, Matsy. They realized we don't need to roll like ourselves. Everyone's got strengths in different roles. Let's play around that. Let's make it work.
Let's make it work. Exactly right. And, you know, I've seen semblances of some of this role switching as well from one of the previously in eliminated teams. Hackers, actually, from the Oceanic region, has had a bit of role switching as well. Obviously not to the degree of the teams we're seeing here today, but it does show a bit of a momentum shift in the competitive environment, where some of these top competitors across the regions are starting to shift the focus there. You know, you can't just prepare for one particular playstyle, because you might think, okay, I'm going to verse FMCL. All right, I got to play into it like this. Nah, you could be versing Skittles with the riddles on the Juliet. You could be versing anything. You know, they could throw all different playstyles at you, and you just don't know which version of the team you're going to be versing on the given day. So it does make it more difficult to prepare for situations like that. And that's just the beauty of competitiveness. You know, you got to throw all the tricks into the mix there to really give it your best to just enhance your competitive flair. So I love to see it in teams, you know, really being able to flex as hard as they can and being able to do it so effectively. That's what makes your team great, and it's only onwards and upwards from here. But for now, it's time to see what they are going to be able to change into this one. And you know what? I had a thought, you know, amidst our discussions, I had a thought. What if Crazy Raccoon approaches it in a different angle and actually bans out the Phoenix?
Would be an option. Could be an option, you know, they do run it themselves, but if they can take it out of the picture, give themselves some opportunity to run it themselves, you know, remove it from Bobo's arsenal, that could be a factor for them. But it makes me wonder, you know, Brownie has been cooking on the Phoenix, but they got other great heroes in their arsenal as well. You know, we could see the Bucky make an appearance again. Bucky seems to be kind of a good pick for that, that thing, that group, that frontal, more melee lineup. So it's good to see Bucky evidently there, but we're going to find out very soon as we get into this third map between Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon. I'm looking forward to it. I think we're about to jump in. Let's get into the action, shall we? This is currently 2 maps in the lead for Chopper Mag against Crazy Raccoon here at the Marvel Rivals Championship in the Pacific region. This is it. It's about to go off. It's about to go down. We're going to keep this series going, Matsy. This is it. Let's jump. I think we may know the map.
We may know more than just know the map. We may know it oh so well, and I think it's gonna be Central Park on Convergence. We are so back, and you think about Central Park, so far, Chopper Mag have not actually had a good run on Central Park. That's the one of the only maps they've actually lost. So definitely going to be a bit of a tough one. Obviously they did lose to Crazy Raccoon on Central Park the last time they faced each other in the best of 5 there. So maybe a bit of a confidence pick for Crazy Raccoon, considering they are undefeated on Central Park so far. But we'll see how it all goes. We jump into the draft phase right now, and it is going to be stock standard. Bands coming through thus far. It's going to be Gambit, see you later. Devil, see you later. It's Phoenix, locked and loaded here. Big on the protect there for Chopper Mag. They do not want to concede that one. And Mantis is going to be next on deck.
Interesting to see what they're prioritizing for themselves right now. Still going to be the Wolverine ban. Still going to be that Wolverine ban as a priority from Crazy Raccoon. Because they know now they're protected the Phoenix if they can match it. If you get Boba FMCL on Phoenix Wolverine, that is a dire duels composition you don't want to verse. So smart to do that. Smart to ban. Okay, that's a win con. That is definitely something. Honestly, as good as Mantis is, if I was Crazy Raccoon, I would actually protect Piggy's Angela. Piggy's Angela might be the answer to a lot of their problems right now. If they can get it through the ban phase, it could be big for themselves. But they're going to prioritize other things instead, and secure themselves the Mantis to get that pocket onto Brownie, who they're pouring all of their hopes into right now. But at the same time, they're going to protect Loki, which means Loki and Invis are protected, which means a quadruple boundary moment. Okay, Venn diagram fiesta guaranteed, Matsy, for sure. Fun events coming out from Crazy Raccoon. What's it going to be? Who's it going to be? We're about to find out.
That we are about to find out exactly which way this one's going to go. It's going to be Venom. Ooh, they're taken away from Zenstari's ball into this one. So not going to see any dives from Venom, but we are not going to be seeing the Groot Knight either. So goodbye to Moon Knight here, and hello to the Bobo Show. We were talking about flexibility right now. We're seeing some of that Bobo action on the Adam Warlock. We've loved to see it before, and it is back in a big way here on defense for Central Park. They do like to play a bit of triple into this one. It looks like we are going to be running back all over again right now, Liger. And Crazy Raccoon, they're looking to come at it with the 3-1-2 composition themselves. And yeah, I'm just keen to see, or 2-1-3 rather, just keen to see how they can approach into this one with that. Are they going to be able to break past the defenses of Chopper Mag right now? Because they have a lot of utility at their disposal, and I just don't know. It's going to be such a hard-fought battle to break through.
It is indeed for themselves. Let's see how it opens up. Dracula's Castle. First point is a very interesting one, as teams are going to get onto freeing Ratatoska to start up the convoy portion of the map. But we'll see nonetheless how it unfolds. 10 seconds till those Squirrel Girl home base doors open. Let's see where we're going. A bit of opportunity. Doors opening now. Let's get it. Map 3 of the grand finals. Locking everybody. We got a good composition. And to remind you, on the side of Crazy Raccoon is Piggy, Brownie, Sunghun, Gargoyle, Yaki, and Nastro. And then on the side of Chopper Mag is Salvation, Skittles, Zenstar, Boba, FMCL, and Duep. These are your 12 grand finalists on their third map in this best of 7 series. It ain't over till it's over. Let's see how it all unfolds. We're starting off, of course, with Crazy Raccoon on the attack. Right now, building up that ult charge, and it looks like Gargoyle might be closer than anyone to a juicy Meteor M.
Ooh, well, looks like we aren't going to see it just yet. A big KO from Brownie there. shutting down a Rain on me and looking for more. They always manage to maintain a careful distance here, but speaking of distance, no distance between them now. It's going to be God of Mischief in to the boundary. Skittles managing to start the KO train for their team, and they are rushing out of the mission area, and they have found Brownie as well. This is big. FMCL trying to see if they can hunt down that KO. Won't be able to get it, but at least they force a Brownie back to their team there. They do not want to have any of their enemies lurking in their base there, respectively. So we'll see how they will fare into the next fight here, because Strangling Prison is available almost on both sides even, and Crazy Raccoon, they're ready to collide into this one. Speaking of, Strangling Prison with immediate activation forces out the boundary here from Lastro, and now looking to see if they can fight into it. Ooh, another Strangling Prison coming out into the Ensong Inferno though, and they're going to be holding on to this one a while longer, but what else came through that one was a cancellation of 4 Dunkmaster Duep. We did not see the Meteor M, it got reset there.
Reset indeed, and looks like Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to capture this first one, but since Sarah's got the portal open, they're not going to give it to him easy. Another fight is about to kick off. Any moment now, portal's opening up, they're not going to be able to block it in time. They open it on the backside, and they're going to contest with Salvation, dropping the boundary on them. FMCO has Sonics if they need. They can definitely contest it up. They can definitely contest it up into their favor. Let's do it. Boxing up and putting, oh, sorry, Piggy taking Boba down my corrections. I stand with the Ironwood Wall just as Piggy stands unbreakable, and they're forcing the pressure in, putting the work down onto the Doctor Strange, and there it is, and sorry, down. But Born Again, Boba brings the whole team back, and they're still contesting right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, open the door. There's still time for a fight. Magneto Meteor is being charged up by Derp. It's being wound, and Brownie phase Phoenix shifts out of it. What a clean dodge. Singhun taking out Duep. Piggy taking out FMCL. The fight is dwindling down. Skittles down, Boba down, and Crazy Raccoon free Ratatosca, and we're gonna get on track here to Dracula Castle.
That's it. Time for that conversion there into the convoy section. Time for Ratatosca to break out. And let's see if they are going to be able to bring it up once again into this one as Chopper Mag prepare themselves at the next choke point here. Crazy Raccoon going to have a little breather between phases right now. Chopper Mag, no. They just have to hold the next point of contention here. And now they've spotted out their opponents and they are ready to face them head on. Isolating the lines aside with the form of walls there, always are going to be a good tactic. And we'll see if they are going to be able to make it fantastic as the boundary comes up. Crazy Raccoon are looking to swoop past them here, but Skittles brings up their own boundary with the God of Mischief there and is ready to delay this fight and hold on for their team here. Have to stall out a lot of time, and being able to time those ultimates is going to be a critical part to their success. They're not looking to use them all willy-nilly here. They're going to take their time with it.
Now into the reality of the fact that there's just so much right now. Pace of Crazy Raccoon is just formidable as they're barreling through. Zensari though, taking out Gargoyle, hitting a massive Strangling Prison coming up from Big in return, and it's going to hit a jumping Strangling Prison from Zensari, scooping them up right there, doing quite a bit of damage, but they're going to have to exhaust a lot of healing. Yaki dropping Resurgence. We're going to get the healing Thorn Slash Wall set up right there from the team up between Zensari and FMCL, but Singhun's there. Ultimate's online, potentially good. Gargoyle's got the Meteor, waiting to charge it up and flow it. Who's gonna get the absolute receiving end of that one right now? It's gonna be Phoenix in the skies. There it is, Brownie doing the damage. Singhun as well. Copying, giving him Resurgence, keeping him boosted. Everybody's just feeling boosted in damage right now as Ratatosca is so close to the double doors of Dracula right now. And the fight is on.
Oh yeah, the fight is on. It's raging on. And could be the battle of the portals, but no, Duep did switch it back. Bobo getting caught just as they might have tried to stall it out, but ultimately wouldn't have stalled it out for long there. One player left to do it all, and it does mean that now Crazy Raccoon are going to be in hot pursuit of the last capture point here, and already looking to make an impact in a big way here. Looking to take it slow and steady. Leave Gargoyle to scout ahead, waiting for their teammates to join them with Ratatosca there, but they're fighting on the bridge here. And this could be a dangerous point of contention. Speaking of, Strangling Prison right around the back might actually stack up, does work against them. Duep able to catch the KO onto that one. Now looking to work with their teammates as well to isolate them up front there, but luckily they did have the shield ready and waiting. So Great placement from Lastro there to keep their team online a while longer, but Chopper Mag, they do a great job to force them back at that stage, and it allows them a little bit more time into the endeavor here.
Ooh, a little bit of an opportunity for themselves right here. Let's see if they can keep on pushing up to the stairs of Dracula right now. Gargoyle's got the meteor if they need. Lastro dropping a boundary. Match it with Salvation. A boundary to match. Meteor being charged up, winding it up, lining it up, and it's going to go down. Not connected, unfortunately. Loki's runes kept them sustained, and they were able to get out of there quickly. Give them a bit of HP, give them a bit of MP, and they're going to keep on going forward. The stairs right now blocking it out. Phoenix flying down potentially from boundary could be a big one. Match it with Gargoyle's meteor, which is blocked. Blocked by the debris right there. Gargoyle, unfortunately, not getting the value, but they do pick up FMCL on the side right there. And it looks like they're only a few steps away from Dracula's throne, Matsy. They have what it takes to take down the throne.
That's going to be the big test for them, isn't it? Gargoyle going to be the gatekeeper now, shutting out Bobo. And we're going to see if they can capture anyone else as well right now. It's going to be the big hug. Strangling Prison coming out, and it's going to be the boundary into the Soul Resurgence there, exchanging Strategist Ultimates into this one. They do have Psionic Seduction available, and they have managed to catch Duep as well. So already finding positive strides here. There's the Psionic Seduction ready to try and zone it through. It could be the battle of who gets the boundary first, though, at this point. Lastro and Rain on Me so close to it. Bobo going down again as well. This is going to be problematic for them here. Rain on Me closer and closer. Has it up now. Won't be looking to pop it yet, though, but there we go. They will get to it first. Lastro now activating it in unison, trying to see if they can push past this one. Endsong Inferno are going to be available for Brownie once they reach the duration there, but it's Skittles bringing up the God of Mischief into another boundary. They're trying to shut it down with a Meteor. They do catch Skittles. Exactly what they were hoping for there. Bobo, though, could be their last hope. Does have Endsong Inferno available, and they will pop it. Looking to drop it down. They will not be able to lock anything in from it. Rain on Me goes down to Lastro there from a distance. They managed to hide in the corners there, biting Bobo, and they're trickling through these KOs, staggering them in. This is not what Chopper Mag needs right now. They need to get to the mission area with haste, otherwise they could get displaced. But now Soul Resurgence is coming out. It's time for the Dunkmaster Liger, and will they land it? No, they won't.
Unreal. Lastro completely blocking out the Dunkmaster's big meteor right there. But Sungun's going to hit the Resurgence copy. Going to give him in the fight, keep him going, keep him blasting through. Brownie taking out Skittles. That's going to be overtime achieved. That's going to be the value they need. Duep taking down the Stolen Hearts, and sorry, on the cab, just stolen, buying time for their team. But it's so hard right now. Crazy Raccoon are making it happen. Agamotto there. Not going to connect, but it is going to still do enough. The walls are being set up. It's just not enough. Crazy Raccoon do take it all the way to the end of Dracula's Castle here on Central Park, which means let's see if Chopper Mag can do the same, because if they can't, Crazy Raccoon going to win this first map in their best of 7 series.
Ooh, they're going to have to bring it back in a big way, Liger. And Crazy Raccoon, this is exactly the momentum shift you wanted to see from them. Because, you know, they had a struggle some first 2 maps, but now they've managed to bring it back to a full push on the first half of a Convergence here. Central Park ignites a bit of a spark for them, but now we see side switch. It's time for attack Chopper Mag, and time to see the FMCL played again. Maybe we'll see if it's gonna get locked down for good once we get out the gates here, Liger. But if they're for real about this one, I can definitely see the potential here. You know, I can see Strangling Prison, 1000-fold slash, and they look to go with a big clash.
Yeah, I mean, the 1000-fold slash is massively viable. The anti-healing that it has can stack and absolutely nullify all the healing coming out from the Invisible Woman ult, from the boundary, coming out from Lastro, for example. So, seemed to be their option on Jalia when they were on attack. Could potentially be the case here. It all depends on positioning, because a lot of high ground here is a bit tough for a blade, but nonetheless, let's get aggressive and let's find out if they can bring it all in.
Yeah, bring it in, and let's see if they are going to be able to spin it through right now as they look to take it slow and steady into the beginning of this endeavor. Crazy Raccoon staying vigilant on the front side of things, but Chopper Mag already looking to barge their way in. Going to be denied entry at the gates here. They are trying to see if they can find a point of weakness within their defensive line here. And they're already looking to pincer through from multiple angles, and that's going to shift the focus a little bit here. We'll see if they can manage to prepare for what's to come, though, because FMCL already are building towards the 1,000-fold slash. But I mean, the first one to it is going to be Piggy with the straggling prison. Big reaction from Rain on Me, though. The boundary perfectly timed. Sunghoon might have one as well in a second with the God of Mischief here, but for now, they're just holding firm. And here it is, Liger. Time for a potential boundary. There it goes.
Yep, you killed it. You know it. So was going to definitely hit that. Playing the Loki. And it makes sense that it would be copied, giving them more sustain and more chance to stay in that fight. But right now, it looks like a semi-regroup is enough for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if it all unfolds. Invisible boundary online for Lash Shore. This could be big. Piggy on the group, throwing as much pressure as they can. It's enough to actually take down Zestari. And the powers are being copied right there from them. Let's see if they have enough juice to be able to keep it going. Ultimately, it's gonna be a good one. The group walls are being set up. And the action they need. Can Piggy make it happen? Can they do what they need to do? A lot of opportunities for a massive activation coming out there, right there from Piggy. That's gonna help them take down the Duet.
And that's exactly what they need in order to build a bit more time for themselves. You know, take down one of those critical vanguards to Chopper Mag's arsenal there. They will be forced to reset. Waited the time out a bit longer, but I mean, for the reset, Chopper Mag has 5 ultimates ready at their disposal. They can look to brute force their way into the mission area here if the requirements are aligned. Speaking of, already looking to play into the boundary, forcing out the Soul Resurgence there into the Ensong Inferno. It's going to be the Strangling Prison and Dunker Master Gargoyle on deck as well. Not going to be able to get the KO through there. Big shield onto FMCL as well. Keeps them in the fight a while longer. Ooh, they're looking to hunt down the strategist there. Not going to be able to come on top of it, though. Will be forced to just hold back a while longer. Piggy with the portal as well. Looking to keep the fight engaged here. Does have the Soul Resurgence coming out from Songhung there on the God of Mischief. And it's going to be Dunkbuster Duep on deck with the 1,000-fold slash from FMCL as well. Not going to be able to catch anyone yet, but the support of the Duelist does enable the shutdown of all strategists for Crazy Raccoon. And with that, they are now much more vulnerable. They need to stay online as long as they possibly can. Songhun luckily still going to be there though, and will be able to keep it going for a while longer, but maybe not for too long. They're getting focused down here. They've lost a Piggy, and now they're losing even more critical pieces here. And it all comes unwound at long last. Chopper Mag are inbound for Ratatoska.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh my days. Interesting pace right there. 3 minutes to spare. Pretty confident situation for themselves. It really just depends how they get past this first corner and up the ramp. Now, options for themselves. Of course, Skittles has the copy. Be a big one from Loki coming out. Zenstar is there as well with the Stranded Prison. It really depends how they can just pour damage into that combo. FMCL, you did take note though, is now on the Bucky, so there's more opportunities for that. It really ultimately depends how they're going to play it out. Someone's actually going to be on the Loki deep in the backline right now. Going to be enough for them to take out Bobo. They're already strangling Prison. Let's see how it all unfolds. Should be okay. Making it happen right there. Skittles and Zen and FMCL each take a peak H for themselves right there. And they're just doing a lot of work right now, especially that Bucky. Putting in the work, Matty.
Hard work pays off, and let's see how many more dividends they will be able to collect into this one. It's Crazy Raccoon looking to hold it out and maybe able to get a last-second contest here. FMCL trying to calculate the Bionic Hook there. Not going to be able to land it this time, but doesn't matter. Crazy Raccoon too little too late and will be swept away now. The capture point has been collected by Chopper Mag, and now they're looking to collect some KOs with it. Bobo just ready to burn it up there, and will be able to shut down the Loki runes as well. Just taking their time with this one. Yaki in big trouble, and they get sent to the rubble. Big stuff coming out from Chopper Mag there, just completely disparaging any efforts of Crazy Raccoon, and now we're going to push it through to the next point of contention.
Alright, point of contention right now is going to lead to a very tough staircase to push up for Chopper Mag, but nonetheless, harder fights have been won. Let's see if it all unfolds in their favor.
Don't let anything
Gonna see FMCL try to get the range they need, but Crazy Raccoon do have the ultimates online that they need. They're gonna have chance to hook somebody. See if they get a pick. Nothing for now. Phoenix takes to the skies in return. Yaki's going to give Resurgence, keeping them defended right there, Matzy. And they're going to be able to do so much more with those ultimates online. Chopper Mag trying to match the pace. Phoenix flying a little too high. It doesn't matter nonetheless as Meteors fly and they get another pick. Taken out right there, the Bobo. The pressure is on, Matzy. And the next ult to pop off might be the Kraken Impact.
Would be, but not going to be this time. Great Bionic Hook, but Piggy, great reaction to getting Bionic Hooked there. Managed to get the Strangling Prison through and take advantage of the fight here, which enables quite a few KOs going in their direction here. So Crazy Raccoon going to be more than happy to be gifted an opportunity there to swing the fight back in their favor, and they can stall out a bit more time as a result. But as a result of that, they still have the Kraken Impact for Chopper Mag here to bring into the next fight. And they might be able to take advantage of it with the Strangling Prison, but they just have to wait for the pieces to fall into place here, and they are going to be looking to see what they can manage. Piggy getting scarily close there, but they will be able to stay online with the boundary. Now look to fight on.
Fight on indeed. Fight on indeed right there. They're going to try to make it happen for themselves. A lot of pressure coming out from Salvation. Big boundary is going to set them up, same as before. Matching what Lastra did to just get their team pushing on through. Only a few chances left. Let's see how the Meteor flies. Will it be enough? Ooh, it's pretty clean right there. It really depends what these teams ultimately want. We're going to get into it really soon. A lot of action, but there it is. Lastra taking shots, trying to make it happen for themselves, keeping on splashing. But there it is, another one, a big chance, opportunity right there. They just can't get the vote that they need. It's going to lead to another Phoenix flying high to the sky, dropping them right down. Let's see if it's going to connect and get a pick right there. It doesn't seem to be the case, but they still keep deciding all of the opportunities, how they're going to activate. Lastra takes that deal for now. It really does put Chopper Mag in a tough position here. You're talking 30 seconds left to make a play and take it home. This is interesting.
This is going to be even more interesting. Soon, 20 seconds to go. Pressure higher than ever here, Chopper Mag. Your time is here, your time is now, and will they be able to break through, or will they get left behind? All they got behind them right now is an invisible boundary. And Crazy Raccoon, they can match that with their own boundary. We'll see if they are going to be able to hold firm to this one, because OT time is now primed up. Chopper Mag are ready on Ratatoska, ready to engage into this fight. They're building up the ult charge as much as they possibly can while trying to draw the time here. But Crazy Raccoon, they're ready to try and fight back. One in the same. Zensari now has Strangling Prison. This could be the changing factor they need to swing the fight on its head, but nobody's activating their ults yet. Oh, and it's going to be the first one to Piggy. Looking to lock it down. Chopper Mag reacts immediately. Gargoyle bringing it out to the Meteor as well. Gonna be got a mischief into another boundary potentially. Looking to cycle them through here. Skittles waiting so patiently. And there it is. Kraken Impact coming out as well from FMCL. Trying to see if they can spell trouble for their opponents. Piggy goes down just before the boundary comes up here. Songhun luckily does get it up. Keep their team online a while longer. But it's another Kraken Impact. Brody, it's caught around the sides there. FMCL not going to be able to hunt that one down. It's Soul Resurgence coming into the mix as well now. Just when you think it could all go on its head, it reaches a halt for a moment, but Bobo is ready. They have the End Song Inferno in a second, and it's Dugbuster to do it. They're looking to burn it up, looking to lock it in.
Lock it in and lock it down, but the overtime sticking up 2.37 meters for Chopper Mag. If they can take it home, they can keep him in contention for this map right here. Zensari and Boba taking out swing and then Brandon. That's 1-2 picks. That's 3-4. Trying to get more and seeing where it all unfolds as 5 and 6 are their next targets right there. And the boundary drops from Lastra, keeping Gargoyle and Piggy alive for the ultimate sustained from the Vanguards. Trying to pressure them, trying to hold it down, trying to get the value, trying to get the score. There's just not enough time. The Meteors fly and there it is. Skittles taken down by Gargoyle. But there's still so much pressure pushing in right there. There is so much going on. Bobo taken out too. Oh my Bobo days with the triple KO. You already know. That's the Phoenix meaning it right there. KOs galore, and they do push it to the end. We are going to overtime pushes.
OT, we are here, baby. It's a minute apiece here. Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag, they got their chance to run it back all over again, my man. And It's time to get it done. They are standing on business, and they are looking to bring out the big guns here and now. Chopper Man going to be on the defense this time around, and let's see if they can hit the ground running on their defenses. And let's see if Crazy Raccoon is going to be able to storm ahead of this one, as there's no holds barred on this one now. It's time to really dig in, really give it your utmost into this next pursuit. And let's see if they are going to be able to shoot for the stars and ignite the battle into this next fight here and now. As Crazy Raccoon, they ain't playing, they are changing it up. They got Rocket Raccoon on deck for Sunghoon there. Definitely eager to see that one get into the fight right now. Having the Soul Resurgence as well, you know, they are going to be looking to pump up those damage numbers, and quick, smart. They want to break the walls down. They want to break past the boundaries, break past the walls. They want to do it all, Liger, and this is their time to make it work.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. That's the clean approach right there. If they can make it happen for themselves, it all depends how this first one unfolds. Both teams pushed it the whole way through. I don't think that's going to happen again. A bit tough. We'll see how it all unfolds. Then Starry on the front line holding it down the group. Going to try to match Piggy on their group, but I'll tell you something else, Matsy. A lot of sustain from both teams, but it is kind of a mirror match.
It certainly is. They're looking to bring out the mirror in full of force there, and let's see who's going to be able to have the more intense reflection into this one as they look to wait it out. Looks like Zenstari's just dancing. You know, they're feeling it. Have a bit of a groove on the mission area for a second there, and let's see what else is going to be groovy into this next fight here, as now the God of Mischief gets activated. Boundaries coming up. Chopper Mag got nothing to react with right now. Strangling Prison as well from Piggy, but Chopper Mag are sustaining through it. They've picked up their own God of Mischief into the boundary here. Perfect timing on it too. Now can sustain through the OT timer, and they've got the Strangling Prison of their own should it be required. There it is. Zenstari brings it up. Focus on the Sunghoon. Finds the shot down there. Trying to see if they can catch a last throw as well. Big trouble. They get a bubble down, and now losing strategists left, right, and center. They all come crumbling down, and that will be a successful hold from Chopper Mag.
Wow, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. This is going to be very interesting to see how this next section unfolds for themselves. A lot of opportunity to try and play it differently going into this, or you just take that situation and completely flip it on its head and do something completely unorthodox. Here's to see how they're going to roll out. But again, reminding everybody, these bans are crazy. We're talking Vanguards, Angela, not available. Whew, Venom not available. Matsy, a lot of options. I'll tell you that, there's a lot of options.
There's too many options, too many bits that they can take control of here, and we'll see what the recipe is going to be for success or disaster into this next portion right now, as our teams prepare themselves for what could be the final battle. Nah, there's no way. We aren't seeing the torch. We aren't seeing it. 2F and FMCL, you playing. We ain't seen the torch since To Be Decided played on last weekend. We ain't seeing that again. But we are going to be seeing them back into their respective roles there. Yes, no more torch. It's time to get those gates open. Oh, I got time to get your eyes on the prize, and let's see who will rise up and who will fall.
It all depends. They can take this. All they gotta take is just one big chunk. One chunk. It's a good day. Now, moving into it. Zenstari holding it down. Getting to try to get the value they need. On the grid in the front line, rolling them off. Splitting them up. Because Raccoon looking a bit displaced there. But nonetheless, it's doing pretty good. Trying to make it happen for themselves to see if it's going to be good enough for them. 20 seconds left. Is it enough? Ironwood walls are being set up. Matty, I'll tell you something. The Thorn Slash walls are too. The closest person to an ultimate is probably going to be Sunghoon with the Loki copy. There we have a boundary, and then you know for a fact we get in that quadra boundary once again, Matty. There it is.
Your powers
There it is. There it is. And they're waiting patiently for the bionic hook. They're not going to be able to get it. Boundaries going up on both sides. FMCL locks it down on the Soul Food though. Going to be able to shut that down immediately. Chopper Mag managing to rip and tear through the back line right now. Strackley Prison catches last throw in place. Oh my days. Crazy Raccoon get annihilated on the defense. And just like that, like a blink and you'll miss it, Chopper Mag have locked in series point.
Wow. We are actually here right now at this best of wow. Just insane. Just insane right here. I cannot believe it. I actually cannot believe how well it is. Just so much value coming out. I can't believe it. So much value is being poured in right now. Just so much understanding of the compositions, the different lineups, the different metas, the different unorthodox picks, how to just manage resources and also win these mirror matchups. MRC banding system leads to so many more mirror matchups. So how do you unpack that? How do you counter that? How do you bring opportunity back for yourselves? Now, you're gonna see an MVP to the Lady Loki. Skills, putting in the work. Makes a lot of sense. Again, those boundaries, like I said, I feel like these Lokis, the way they build, it's just slightly faster than it is. It's crazy.
It's absolutely insane, isn't it? You know, like we saw some comments from our viewers as well that were just so impressed by how quickly Loki's able to build up the charge there, and definitely paid dividends in a big way to how they were able to pursue through toward the map there. And looks like it is going to be Piggy on the highlight reel right now. Big impacts from these group players, let me tell you. Those strangling prisons made or broke fights time and time again, and one of the same as some of the bigger dunks added a bit of spunk to some of the plays too. And Bobo, if there's someone you can rely on to make it a big deal, it's a Bobo. They do it well, do it with grace, and do it with style, just like Gargoyle. All the meanwhile getting a big dunk through again. Always love to see such magnificent plays through Liger. And that's the highlight reel there for the third map, which now puts Chopper Mag on series point. I cannot believe this.
Unreal. 3 map wins in a row from Chopper Mag right now against the best team in Asia. This is crazy developments, but nonetheless, they've been working hard. They've been earning every opportunity they can possibly get. Crazy Raccoon as well, just shy of being one of the best teams in the world, as they are, you know, a freshly built team. Matsy, more time is needed for them to fully figure out each other, but they're getting really good and they're learning very fast. Chopper Mag just might have a little bit of experience on top of them. So going into this next map, it is very pivotal, very pivotal that Crazy Raccoon bring out some magic. They need to really change, or not necessarily the hero magic, magic in general, but
magic.
A little bit of magic in general, but nonetheless, I believe we're gonna cut to a little short break, Matsy, and then when we come back, I'm gonna jump into that 4th map. It's gonna be a good one. See you soon.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Back into the action of the Marvel Rivals Championships here in the Pacific region for Season 5. All right, here we go, everybody. My name is Liger, joined by my legendary caster friend, Matsi. We're having a good time here today. We're ready for another map between Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag.
We are so ready. We are ready for this series to go the distance. We are ready to see exactly what these teams are going to be able to do. And you know, you thought the pressure was high before. Nah. It's at an all-time high right here, right now, because now Chopper Mag is within the grasp of championship race. Crazy Raccoon, it's time to lock in. Time to bring it all the way back. It's time for them to really showcase exactly why they are some of the best within Marble Rivals esports here. Some of the best within the Pacific region. They have to give it their all, and you know what? Rise or fall, it's time to go to Burden T'Challa. And if you look at Crazy Raccoon and Burden T'Challa, they have won 5 times on this map in particular. They have only lost once. And let's see if they are going to be able to take control on this one, because Chopper Mag, they only played this one twice. They've won both times so far. Will this be the mark on their record? Let's find out, because our draft's underway and we are straight back into the same old, same old.
Back again, once again. Let's get into it. Now, back into the domination mode. As we know, it's a bit of a bread and butter situation for all these teams in MRC so far. It seems to be something that works well with the, mirror matchups, commonly to have a better bout on, a more evenly paced objective type of game mode. But nonetheless, let's get into the action of witnessing it all. Gambit has been banned first priority for Crazy Raccoon. Why? Why the Gambit, Matsy? Tell me, why is Gambit banned? I gotta know.
They just keep getting those royal flushes, They just managed to elevate the teams a little bit too presently within fights there. That ultimate just has so much power, so much presence in order to just boost your team up into a fight. It's just insane. It's night and day between the before and after effects of a Gambit ultimate. They do not want to deal with that, and you don't want to deal with the combinations that could come with that. Speaking of, though, Crazy Raccoon taking out the Thing ban. So no Wolvie, no Thing, but they do get the protect onto the Angela. You recognize the priority over the Piggy Angela before. Now they have it, Liger, but they don't have cap available.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
Not available for themselves, but nonetheless, very interesting to see ultimately how it's such a unique situation, but something that hasn't been there the past 3 maps, and it's finally available. The Angela for Piggy. They prioritized it and protected it first, which is what I said they should do, to be honest. And it's good to see that with their with their teammates, with their coach, they decided let's lock that in. Let's get Piggy some love, and let's get Piggy on the Angela, and let's see if this last-ditch effort keeps Crazy Raccoon in the running to be the grand final champions. We're about to find out at MRC here today in Season 5. Let's see if they still got another map in them, or a Chopper Mag gonna seal the deal.
That's going to be the big question right now, isn't it? That's going to be all proven, all tested once we get into the endeavor here on Burden T'Challa. But we're going to Burden T'Challa and all of the amazing things that we can see on it. We are going to have our teams get ready to rumble right here, right now. And we are going to see the FMCL special is going to be the Bucky. Forever Lucky into this one. And they're making a hot pursuit straight towards the mission area, but already here's Piggy saying hello on the Angela. This is just the beginning of what's to come.
Beginning of opportunity right here. Seeing if they can get the value already. Bobo knows to just constantly keep marking Piggy, flying around, keep getting the value, keep landing shots, keep pouring in that damage. The sooner you get it, the sooner you get the Edsong Inferno, the sooner you can clear a lot of those, Sun Hoon clones as well. Clearing out the low-key contestation. Really just depends how they decide to play that one, but going in, applying pressure, Loki's setting up. It's a really tough one right now, but it looks like Crazy Raccoon have a bit of the lead on point here. But Bobo's trying to go for some flanks, put some pressure on the back line. Crazy Raccoon are going to drop the boundary early on point, and so in return is Skittles, and it's just both Lokis dropping boundaries, just giving priority to themselves. Gargoyle, however, is getting binary blade value there, and it's going to be backed up by Piggy on the Angela.
That it is going to be backed up and ready to go. Speaking of ready to go, rain on me. Going to be taken out of the show there. Nicely done by Piggy to secure that one on the Angela. And ready to see if we can get more KOs over the top. But already a Crazy Raccoon, once they get their recipe back in order, they can start to establish some of that presence and start to feel confident in their lineup here. And let's see how Chopper Mag responds, because they have 5 ults at their disposal right now. Crazy Raccoon 3 at the moment, more to follow soon, but if Chopper Mag gets to it a little quicker, it might actually work out for them to flip the mission area. But picking off already, here we go. Boundary going to be coming up on both sides. Ensong Inferno into the Meteor. Big reaction from Crazy Raccoon. Cracking impact coming out from FMCL as well. Strangling Prison there, locking him in place. Oh, it's going to be Duap with the dunk coming through as well. Ensong Inferno ready and waiting, but looks like the ults were not required, and they will be able to shut them down in a big way there. So, just as Crazy Raccoon get it almost towards that 60% mark, Chopper Mag bring it back, and they're ready to hold it down.
Ooh, indeed. Hold it down. Let's see if they can hold it down and claim victory. Right now, Crazy Raccoon had the lead. And they're feeling confident, really strong, knowing that they've got his signature picks available for Piggy with the Angela. Having a lot of potential coming out from Brownie on the Phoenix. Sorry. It is now a really interesting one to see, because what we've noted, Skittles has ultimate ready. Matsy, Skittles has the ultimate ready, which means we can see the Loki shapeshift. We can also take on Salvation or Lastro's Boundary once again this next fight. And it looks like they're gearing up to go for it, because I see them ready. And Yaki also has a Strangling Prison if they need. And it's going to go up and it's going to combine. Is it going to bait out the chance for Skittles to heal the team? And it looks like the Boundary finally goes off.
Oh, Boundary goes up. And Heaven falls down. Perhaps Piggy going to be able to take advantage of that one. Hold them in place for a second. But FMCL now going to be able to shut them down. Trying to shut down some of the Ironwood walls as well. And we're going to see if they can get more KOs around the top. They've spotted Brownie on the high ground there. Not going to be able to land the Bionic Hook, but they will land some nasty shots. So looking to dispel the countermeasures immediately. Strangling Prison coming out. It's cracking impact now up front as well. Almost looking to lock it down on at least one of the players, but the Boundary will keep them online. Ensong Inferno coming at you as well. Here comes the big boop. It's time to scoop it up with the Meteor onto FMCL. Duap trying to respond in kind. Not going to be able to get any impact from it this time around. Strangling Prison locking them in place. Oh no, that's Bobo and all the strategists. That is deadly stuff coming out from Yaki there. I can't believe the impact of that Strangling Prison completely wipes out Chopper Mag for the quad KO.
Expect nothing less from our group right there. Constantly just pouring massive damage into their ultimates. Just everybody stationary. You can set up the wall so easily. Get massive value. So now we're looking at Salvation trying to get the angle to build up their ult. Now it's going to be a pick taking out Swing Hoon. That's high value. Honestly, I would activate it now. Right now, if you're Chopper Mag, you go in. Crazy Raccoon don't have any other ults available. 2 are down. Bucky's dropping in. FMCL going straight for Yaki on the group. It looks like it's going to be tougher than that to beat.
Yeah, going to be much tougher than that. They're going to have to work a bit harder. But speaking of working hard, Yaki puts in a little hard work. Shutting down FMCL early into the OT fight is going to really pay off in a big way for them. Now this nullifies some of Chopper Mag's firepower here. And they have to stall it out as well. I mean, FMCL realizes this. They're going to be forced onto the Strange to get the portal through. Zenstari going down is not going to help them either. They're trickling through the KOs now. Sure, the portal comes back. Might allow their team to get back in time. But, I mean, the time is against them at this point. And Heaven's Retribution locks them in place as well. This is not where you want to be if you are Chopper Mag right now. At least Crazy Raccoon, you know, they're still just stuck on 88%. And Chopper Mag, they've managed to utilize the Boundary to stall out the point a little bit longer. Strangling Prison's coming out as well. We're going to be seeing the Ensong Inferno there, and they do catch Skittles. Dark Master Duet back on deck as well. Might just be able to find more. Rain on Me will be able to get Brownie. Good trade though from Piggy, picking up Zenstari. Assassin's Charge coming up as well. Rain on Me desperately trying to stay in the fight here, but they do get caught off guard. Now FMCL Agamotto up front. It gets nullified by the shield there. Bobo trying to stick it out, but it's all for naught here. And now the percentage is just creeping up. Chopper Mag are trying to get back in time. And here's the OT Liger, but is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough is the question. They got the Venom to try and dive and get there earlier. FMCL already switching to the Spider-Man. Maybe throwing somebody off the map could be the value they need if they can get it and execute it. But the overtime's ticking off and nobody's there to contest. Is anybody there to contest? Is anybody going to stay alive? It's the last ditch effort coming out from Duep, and the sliver's over. Crazy Raccoon taking their first round here on Burning T'Challa. They are awake and they are showing signs that they want this. They ain't done yet.
They ain't done till they done, Liger. And it's going to be Warrior Falls captured by Crazy Raccoon here. They are on deck and they are ready to go. But you know what else is ready to go? It could be Bobo on the Star-Lord. I'd love to see that brought out, but Spider-Man for FMCL, maybe going for a bit of a rollout here, but I think it's going to be a bit of a troll out because they are bringing out the Iron Fist perhaps into this next capture point here. So you're going to see how this one works out for them.
Interesting to see how that could turn up. Could be a factor to consider here. I mean, I also got to bring attention to the Meteor. Those have been flying very well. Gargoyle's landing some pretty good ones. Let's go and see how it all unfolds. Here we go. Back onto it. And here we are. Better T'Challa. Let's get another round here on the Galactic Empire of Wakanda. Missionaries unlocking in 20 seconds. It really just screams to show the preparations both these teams have in terms of, you know, getting ready in limited time to pick your heroes, limited time to think about it. You know, only when you're down can you really think about it. And the goal is to never really be down as a pro player. So nonetheless, let's see how it all unfolds. Who's going to be taken out first? A lot of pressure right now being poured onto Piggy, but Piggy flies away, gets some sustain, and keeps it going.
Yeah, they just keep going and going and going, and there is no signs of stopping here. Speaking of, it's got a mischief coming at you. Someone ready with the boundary, does bring it up. Rain on me, quick response there, looking to do more of the same, and it's going to be the Meteor into the Ensong Inferno here, trying to deny immediately. Speaking of, it's the Assassin's Charge, trying to hunt down Skittles in a bit of trouble. It's Strangling Prison coming out with the Ensong Inferno as well. Zenstari quickly quelled there, and there's going to be another boundary from Skittles with the God of Mischief there. Looking to see if they can keep their team into this one. Duckmaster Dueb on deck, scoops it up on Ayaki, and now manages to find the impact in a big way on the mission area. Exactly what they needed in order to push a bit of speed onto the mission area right now. And it's a living Chi coming at you from FMCL as well. They need something further to push them into the mission area here. They need to get a bit of momentum shifting through into this one, and they will be able to utilize it to get control at long last.
At long last, indeed. Right there for themselves. Let's see if they get that contention fully in their favor. Back again. Right now, that is the question for Crazy Raccoon. But Chopper Mag got the point. Got that 14% building up, closer than ever to that 30%. And you know, there's a lot of experience building right here as we're just witnessing, you know, just a real versatility of both these comps and how to handle each other. And we've seen it quite a lot in Domination, but Domination, different maps link to completely different playstyles, you know. Oh, Matzy, I'll tell you what, Bobo has got the Ensong Inferno ready. It's probably gonna get a double KO. I can smell it.
Ooh, you can feel it, huh? You got a bit of that sense in you. Spidey sense, even. We'll see what is going to come out of it, though. It's going to be the boundaries coming up right now. Duep goes down. Brownie going to open the KO show here, and we're going to see if they can further pursue it as well. They're close to their own Ensong Inferno here, but Chopper Mag have done a great job just commanding discipline. They're falling back nice and quickly. Could get caught, though. Brownie committing the Ensong Inferno. There's Skittles. Ooh, the denial. They aren't able to get the impact there. Nicely done. It's going to be the boundaries coming up in consequence there, and it's going to be a Meteor. Gargoyle ready. Will be entering turmoil. Strangling Prison's coming up as well. Like, you think it's done? Nah, it's never done. And Duep might be dunking on it too. There's the Meteor pulling through, looking for the impact, and they get it. Biggie is swept out of the skies, and they're looking to shut down Brownie as well, and they get it done. Duep, a sniper on the mission area.
Unreal right now. So much value. So much value. That is crazy coming out right there. But that's going to be making sense. That's going to be the one that definitely does, you know, really give some answers right here. You know, a lot of the situations right there, poor positioning, but big peak value. Actually activating, getting it done when needed. Moon's taking an FMCL in return. That's going to give quite a lot. The portal, though, is there to contest, and that's going to be coming out from Bobo. Is it enough for them? There we go. Brownie focusing in, taking on Duep, pushing them down. Boundaries being set up this time. It's going to be from Skittles, who's going to, you know, copy and keep us to stand and try to get the value that they need out of them. But it is what it is, and that's going to be a lot of people. A lot of people having a go right now. Signal taken out by Bobo. Skittles being taken down as well. And Matzy, the fight just flips back now to Crazy Raccoon. That is crazy. Can they take it 100-0 though?
Ooh, that's going to be the big test for them, isn't it? You know, Chopper Mag, they were working so hard for that capture point there. They did not succeed in this one, but now at the bare minimum, they have a bit more time to build up their ults again to go for a further fight. But one and the same. Crazy Raccoon, they got more time to build their own arsenal up again as well, as they've got already a few ults at the ready and more quick to follow. But speaking of, they're already looking to get some snipe downs of their own here, looking to see if they can get some KOs through before Chopper Mag can reach the objective. But here we go, the boundaries are coming right back up as well, looking to see if they can swell past them with those strategist ultimates here. So take it slow, take it easy, time for the Ansong Inferno in to the big dunk with the Meteor Ram, and Brownie brings their one of their own gargoyle ready as well, trying to see if they can capture someone, and it's going to be a big one. Skittles to Web, see you later, and now forced to skate away. Chopper Mag will be sent packing here by Crazy Raccoon, and they're not letting up. Triple KO for Brownie right now, looking for more around the corner as well. They want to swell past them and build up even more percentage here.
There it is right there. What a massive value coming out, especially from Brownie, locking in and bringing the firepower right there. They only have 30% left. They're going to be able to try to defend this one. It's going to be key for them if they can pull it off right now. They need to mark what has the ultimate that could stop them. They got to be careful. They're probably tracking that. You know, Zensai probably has the Strangling Prison, but I will also say a lot is going on there. FMCL has Living Chi. Let's see. Starts us off Piggy with a massive Heaven Fall, scooping them up, trying to zone them out. In the same time that the both boundaries drop. So from Skittles and Lastro, it's going to be matching the Living Chi and nullifying that pressure. Let's see how it all unfolds. Ooh, the boundaries up again, once again, right there. Coming up from Singhun this time. It might be the source that Crazy Raccoon need to hold it down on defense. Chopper Manga trying to keep it going, trying to keep it alive. And it's going to be big, and it's going to be primed right there. And there it is, Salvation taken out by Piggy. Massive Angela presence. That's going to be a priority ban next time. That's going to be big value. And there it is. The KOs are rolling in right now. Yaki taking out FMPL. Bobo in return takes out Brownie. Bobo taken down by Lastro. And overtime slivers are just fading away. One last person, and that's enough. And that's going to be Crazy Raccoon. Insane. Taking themselves the second round here on Burn to Charlotte, and they win a map in this best of 7 series. It is now on.
Oh, it's so on, Liger. They are switched on. They are determined to bring it all the way back. And a big shout out to the GOAT on the Loki. Big shout out to Sung-Hoon on the MVP there. Bringing things up for their team in a big way. And you know what? Their team is going to be kept in this series. Just when you think Chopper Mag's on the edge of glory, nah. Crazy Raccoon are back in business, baby. And they managed to get a map of their own on this one. But it's a hard endeavor ahead. This is only the first step for them. They need to win 3 more maps consecutively in order to find a victory here. Chopper Mag only need 1. This is a hard obstacle ahead of them for Crazy Raccoon, and they gotta ride this momentum all the way to the top if they want to reach the top and become champions. And let's take a look at some of the best moments from this map.
We are absolutely going to get into those highlights right now and get into that action. Let's get it. Have a look at those moments. Have a look at those really awesome parts right there. Oh, there it is. So much value pouring in. Just again, the meteors. It's a lot right there. I gotta say, it's Groot City. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the group band coming up next. Really could change the tides, but I know Crazy Raccoon want to prepare themselves and protect that. But they're pretty proud of protecting Angela. That did give them their map win. And that might be the win con they gotta work on from here on out. But nonetheless, Chopper Mag do have options to protect it and keep it in their favor. Nonetheless, ooh, so many questions yet to answer, so many predictions for how this could unfold. But Crazy Raccoon made it spicy. Getting themselves a map. No 4-0s today. We're gonna go the distance.
We're eating good tonight, and let's see exactly how far it's gonna go, you know. Just when you think it might be 4-0, nah. Crazy Raccoon, they go crazy on it. They managed to take a map of their own on Bernard T'Challa. Once you let that Piggy Angela out, there's no doubt they're going to be reaching their true final form there. And they performed so well. They put on a masterclass of how to bring it back how to claim your energy and manage to pump it up to the very top, baby. But Liger, we still got more maps on the way. You know, we got at least one more, which could be before our very eyes very, very soon. You don't know till you know, but I can't wait to see what's going to be brought forth from here, because it's either we see Chopper Mag run it back or Crazy Raccoon just continue their pursuit of the comeback city. Liger, it's all or nothing at this point.
It really is make or break. Get it done or get dusted. Right now, it's on. Let's see how it all unfolds. Moments are gonna be decided right here. Let's see. Can Chopper Mag bring it back, maintain themselves, and get the W? Or a Crazy Raccoon gonna hit the reverse sweep of the century right there to start off 2026 Rivals Esports? Let's see who's gonna be the champion going into action right now. And now, let's have a look. These first bans. There was gonna be the first ban.
Ooh, it's going to be the stock standard draft coming through once again. Oh, so probably going to see that Phoenix Protect again, unless they shift focus direct to the Angela. Honestly, considering how they performed, yep, there it is. Considering how they performed on Bernard T'Challa, doesn't surprise me. But one of the same, this leaves flexibility to Chopper Mag as well. And yeah, their focus is straight on that Phoenix. So going to be keeping that one on deck, but this does allow them to ban something through. They got a bit of priority in that sense for Chopper Mag here. And they've banned the Mantis. No Soul Resurgence this time. That actually could have helped them in a big way here.
Ooh, okay. I like what I'm seeing so far. Changing it very differently for themselves, but again, confident with the Angela Protect, with the Loki Protect, giving themselves some options. Right now, I really want to see what is going to unfold. What's that second Protect going to be from Chopper Mag? You know, that securing the Phoenix is good, but you know, do you want to protect the Invis? Do you want to protect the Groot? Do you want to get the opportunity for something a little bit diabolical? Something. It's the Emma. Now, this makes a lot of sense for Midtown. Emma's really great on Midtown, scooping them up around every corner. Sonic Seduction has not a lot of exit routes. This is a good one, but they're going to ban Mag. They're going to deny the chance of absorbing damage, which means we may see something take flight.
Take a flight into midnight on Midtown, but you know what isn't taking flight? The Thing is not taking flight tonight, but what we are going to be seeing take flight is the Angela on the Protect there. So Crazy Raccoon will be able to bring that one out over and over again. But you know what else is coming out? It's going to be FMCL on my days. The Storm is coming out of the woodwork here. The Storm. They might be looking to match it with the Thor, but no. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. I can't wait to see how this goes, Liger. I love this composition already.
That is exciting. All right, we're going to Midtown. Let's get it. As we know, Matsy, it's all about the route from the Baxter building with Herbie in the Fantastica, taking them all the way to Avengers Tower safely around Main Street, through the subway, past Ambulance Avenue, through the subway, out the subway, out of the theater, and officially down Main Street straight to the Avengers Tower. That's your role, that's your goal, that's how you want to get from point A to point winning at all. But find out, we'll keep it going. Let's see if it's enough for themselves. Okay, Yaki setting up some good drill wars, nice and early, zoning and forcing Chopper Mag to play on their field, and just keep them forward for now. Well, Chopper Mag's gunning it down. They've got that, full force burst out the front door composition, as you said, Matsy. Storm Punisher. It's a lot. It is a lot of damage.
An absolute ton of damage there, and let's see if they are going to be able to use that to build towards success on their attacking side, as Yaki already is shot down. FMCL will be brought back by the Battle Beacon Recon there, and we'll see how they are going to be approaching this one. A Biggie goes down, and we're going to see if they can capture anyone else now. Rain on Me does have the boundary available, so Dispel Trouble. There you go. Good reaction coming into the fight there, ready to go. Skittles, good up to see you as well. Yaki does go down. Good trade on to Bobo, looking for more around the corner. Zenstari ready with a big hug in a second, but it's going to be the Seer coming out into the strangling prison right now. So good to go. Last row, one in the same. Trying to keep their team up and inflict some pain there. The Carbon Crush comes out, doesn't do much. It's going to be Psionic Seduction on both sides right now. Brownie caught off guard. FMCL could smell them with the Spidey sense there. Will be able to get them out of the fight here, but now let's see how things will go into the next endeavor of the fight. Do we have the battle recon beacon online? But whoa, no, it's time for the Hurricane, and here we go.
Hurricane, Omega Hurricane coming out from MCL, just barreling forward and pressuring them. In return, they take out Sungun and they take out Yihaki. That is big plays. Gargoyle down as well. That is gonna be a good flow so far for Chopper Mag as they're gonna push through the subway. And rearranging the terrain is wise. Get yourself a high ground. What a good options for them. But into the actual reality here, Chopper Mag's feeling confident that they're going to be able to take this to the end, past that second gate. But I'm not going to sleep right now because Brownie has got that ultimate line, Sungun as well. And Piggy's been doing pretty consistently with the Heaven Fall and Lastro. Those boundaries, they speak for themselves.
And it looks like more going to be spoken for as well off the back of the Carbon Crush there. Zensari will go down, brought back by the Battle Recon Beacon, and it's going to be the End Song Inferno coming at you from Brownie. Not going to be able to catch anyone yet. Heaven's Retribution coming at you though. Sia in response, looking for more. It is going to be Bobo in front of the KO there. Boundary coming up from Sungun though. It'll be good for them for the moment. Zensari waited, has a big hug with the Triangular Prison there, and we'll be able to lock down 3. Beast of the Abyss coming out from Yaki, but it doesn't matter. Too little, too late. Their fate is sealed, and they will yield big results from the Carbon Crush. Do it on deck, and now Herbie is a moving. They're reloaded once again.
Oh, I like that one right there. Moving it happen, making it happen for themselves. Going to be the movement, the movement. They're trying to get Herbie all the way down to the end of the subway, get him out of here, out of the theater, and take him all the way to Avengers Tower. Herbie wants to be an Avenger. That's the goal for Chopper Mag right now. But Crazy Raccoon, they don't want to let it happen. They want to do it on their terms, so that when they get to attacking, they don't even have to push the full length of the map. That's their goal. Let's see if they can get the value they need. Turn it up, bro, because Emma's. That's going to be Gargoyle and Drip hitting the Sonics on each other, scooping them up. That does catch FMCL in the crossfire right there. But nonetheless, they're going to keep on going, keep making it happen. FMCL taking out Brownie, Yaki as well. Sungun is down, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe 5. Woo! Down and out right now. They're going to have to really reassess how they stack this next fight for themselves on defense, Crazy Raccoon. Because Chopper Mag are kind of flowing through it.
And based on the amount of heroes that just cycled through within the last 10 seconds, Crazy Raccoon are getting a bit confused on how they approach this as well. You saw them cycle between Star-Lord, Psylocke, Venom. They're trying to think about how they can respond to this. Now they've settled on a Psylocke for Yaki here. This could be able to make an impact for them in a big way. But speaking of coming out in a big way, it's going to be Piggy trying to wrap around the back there. Sia coming up front. Big Bionic Hook from FMCL there, trying to keep them in place, but not going to be able to displace them for long. Yaki now locks it down on as the skills. Good impact from Zensari as well, using the Strangling Prison to isolate the KO there. Gargoyle going to be shut out of the fight as well, looking to see if they can get any more around the corner, but Chopper Mag, they continue to maintain pace on the mission vehicle here. Crazy Raccoon, sure, they're making impact, getting KOs, but it don't matter. Brownie taken out, it's going to be huge for them. Ooh, they were looking for a nasty hook as well. FMCL not going to be able to get it, but this is the time to lock in Liger, and let's see if they can make it happen.
Lock in or get absolutely dropped out of the situation. Big 5-out coming out from Bubba, taking out Piggy in the back line, who was flying a little too close for comfort. That's going to be a shred. That's going to be one down for Crazy Raccoon right here. And Bubba hitting the flank. Punisher straight with the zip line, straight to the front line, straight ready to throw everything into this right now. They're only going to have salvation. They might have the Kraken impact. coming out from FMCL. Boom! And that's going to be an insta-cracking impact taking out Piggy. There goes one. The resets are potentially online. Will they be going for it again? They're going to be aiming for 2 right now. It's not going to get the resets they need. And they're nonetheless still going to pressure, still going to hold. Big KO, certified. FMCL taking out Piggy with the Heaven 4, dropping in the background, getting the sustain as much as they can, but then it's there. And Bobo, what are you doing with the Penta KO to end the round?
Oh my goodness. Coming back in a huge way there. Final judgment is gonna be final KO there for Chopper Mag, pushing the mission vehicle the full distance. And you got a big summit to climb here, Crazy Raccoon, if you want to meet Chopper Mag. You gotta put in the hard yards once again. You gotta give it your absolute best there. And let's see if they are gonna be able to build themselves up to this one. Let's see if they are going to be able to make it happen. Because one thing I got to highlight here, one thing I liked is Chopper Mag found their own solution to that Angela. You know, the tainted voltages coming out from FMCL were able to just take the Angela out of the skies. They managed to have their own solution to the big problem there with Piggy on the Angela. And now we see the side switch. They've shifted their focus. They've got the Groot Knight coming at you. They got Yaki now on the Storm as well. They're, you know, taking a bit of the Chopper Mag recipe there. Let's see if they are going to be able to cook up something good as well. They're looking to bring the diner down. Look, they're already breaking down the signs there. Chopper Mag don't want to see anything cooking. They want to be the ones cooking. And let's see how they are going to go once we get back into this fight here, Liger. This is going to be huge.
Absolutely right now. And I will say though, you know, waiting on Bobo to get back from his aura farming moment and returning to the fight and join the team. But until then, we're going to have, you know, reality is often interesting as a Brownie and, you know, Piggy bringing out the Groot Knight. It's a great map to run it, so it makes quite a lot of sense. But nonetheless, they're going to be happening forward. They're going to be pushing. They're going to be doing what they can do. Making it happen. Chop. Oh, okay. I like what I'm seeing so far. The Brownie is on the Moon Knight and building up that ult charge quite a lot. But not as fast as, never mind. It just blinked up 30% in literally a millisecond. It is insane how much value Brownie can get from just a simple Unk bounce when you're playing Moon Knight and already the Moon Knight ult is dropping just to zone out Chopper Mag just a little bit more.
They're doing some great work here, building up their ult charge nice and quick there, utilizing Khonshu in order to barge past, and they are advancing towards the next capture point with great haste. But speaking of great haste, is Bobo back in action with the pentagram of Barala with the portal coming at you right now. Duep going down with immediate effect, but at least they can stall out the time a bit longer. Rain on me, bringing it out. It's time for the Kraken impact as well. Battle of the boundaries here, and we could see another one come out from Skittles and Songhun there. It's going to be big hug coming at you as well from both the Lokis into this one. We are going to be seeing the boundaries up, and Zenstari bringing the Strangling Prison down. Bobo down with it though. Solid KO coming through from Brownie there and looking for more. They are hunting down these Vanguards right now and just building up ult charge like no tomorrow. And they will not let up. It's going to be a quad KO into that one, and that locks it down for that capture point. What a way to start things off. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. That is a huge start to the map, Liger.
That is, yeah, 100%. That is a massive lead. That is easily about 2.5 minutes more of a lead that Chopper Mag had on the flip side right now. They've already rearranged the Masters. Terrain is on their side. They've got a high ground. They've also closed in on that subway choke for themselves right here. Halfway through the map, exactly. Crazy Raccoon, they only have half the map left to go for themselves to keep themselves in the running and get this into overtime and stay in the chance to get another map onto the board. But the Sonic Seductions are coming out. That's going to be from Duep. At the same time, Bobo in the sidelines flanking and absolutely taking the gargoyle, getting the massive value, and they're striding through the walls, not allowing them to get value. Even though the moon haunts you, it's only going to take out one, which is Zenstari, who's going to be back very, very soon from the spawn. But there it is. Moments of truth. Gargoyle has the ultimate ready. Sonic Seduction. This could be very big for themselves right here. Crazy Queen, if they play their cards right as everything unfolds.
Everything unfolds and the story will be told here. We're going to be jumping into it with the Scion Seduction. Sia in response, and Bobo's ready. Final Judgment ready to decimate, but the walls come up and they are trying to shut them down. What a response coming through from Crazy Raccoon, though. They were ready for this and they escape with everything intact here. So ready as well. Does bring the boundary up. They aren't able to respond on Chopper Mag. They have the hand of Conchu coming down as well. Zensari in trouble. Does get pushed down, but they come back. They have the BRB up and will be good for it. FMCL not so lucky though. Here it is. Strangling Prison coming out. Yaki going down though. Nice impact from Bobo into this one. Heavy focus. Trying to shut down Brownie as well. They need to take out those duelists because they have been making things difficult for their backline here, but they're just going to draw it out for now to take their time. Isolate Yaki here. Skittles calling in for the troops, and they will be able to scoop it up. Rain on me bringing it up as well. Here to Conchu out again. It's insane how quickly they got that ult again, and there's another boundary lagger. This fight just keeps going.
Call this man the Winter Knight because he keeps going again and again and again. That is the Brownie way right there. Bringing so much value out of the Moon Knight into the Group Knight. Buffed by every factor. I mean, you know, the Storm is crazy on their side too as well. But yeah, keeping it going right now. This is it. 3 minutes 20. Can they bring it to the end? Take it straight to Avengers Tower. Let's see how it unfolds. Chopper Mag got some ultimates online as well, Matsy. And I will say on top of that, Bobo already has Final Judgment again. Holy.
Holy, they're going to let the Bobo out. We'll see if they are going to be able to dispel Crazy Raccoon's push with that, or whether it could be more where that came from. 3 minutes to go. They are going to have to fight this one out with everything they've got here. Hand of Conchu is available as well. Omega Hurricane, one of the same, but it's going to be Sia into the end zone. Inferno jumping around the back line. They double down on the strategists. Nobody's online here. What a combination. FMCL and Bobo cook up a storm there, and they will completely wipe out Crazy Raccoon. What a way to draw out an extra 30 seconds, and there could be more to come. But speaking of what's in store, Liger, I see 6 ultimates for Crazy Raccoon. They are ready to go headfirst into this one. And FMCL, look at that. They're just like a watchtower awaiting the enemy approach.
Waiting is the smart move, but eventually the best form of defense is offense all the way down. But let's see how it all unfolds. Skittles bringing back you up in the fight with a BRB beacon. Brownie just casually dropping the moon onto Salvation and Bobo right there, taking it down. Lastro taking FMCL since Sorry for Chicago. That's okay because they want to burn those ultimates. They got a minute and 45 seconds here, Matsy. Can they keep it sustained? This is the final corner. This is an insane hold for Chopper Mag. Let's see if they can pull it off right now. And there it is. Sunghun has the ultimate ready to go online. We're watching Brownie right now. The perspective is on the Moon Knight. The Moon Knight is shredding. The Moon Knight is bleeding. A big strangling prison is going to be met right there, and it's going to be met down the range, and it's going to be matched with a Final Judgment. Is it going to be enough for them to pour in that damage, Matsy? But the Omega Hurricane is winding off, and Storm is just absolutely spinning for it right now.
Spinning it through and ready to see if they can push it even deeper now. As they will be looking to stick it back. They've got the Sia online if required. And there you go. Just as soon as it comes up, it's activated. Head of Conchu going to be activated before shutting down Brownie as well. FMCL looking to see if they can get anyone else around the corner here. They find Yaki. Last row luckily does last through with the boundary there. Hold things together for your team a while longer. They still have time to push into this one. And they do find Dueb through the chaos. But the BRB is going to bring Dueb straight back. FMCL ready for the end song Inferno as well. They're ready to burn through this one, and they will find Gargoyle ready to see if they can capture anyone else out of this. They've got Australian Prison of their own if they need it, but it could just be a forced retreat here, Liger, just like that. 30 seconds. Crazy Raccoon, what more can you do?
Hunker down.
What more can you do? You need to know right now, 20 seconds till the overtime potentially takes into effect right here. This is your chance. This is it. If Chopper Mag hold this defensive position and keeping them away from the Fantastica, they will win. They will win it all. And it's 10 seconds out. Is anybody going to make it? Is anybody going to be the contest? The portal is online. Coming out from Gargoyle. That's going to get Crazy Raccoon onto the point right now. And it's winding up and it's going off with Singhun going to bring their own one. But at the same time, Bobo is bringing out the final judgment. The judge, jury, executioner does not care about the invisible boundary. Is going straight into the depths of what he can't see. And he is going to drill through the defensive lineup. That's going to take down Briny from FMCO. That's overtime ticking off. The overtime's ticking down. And there is a moment for a chance to end as there it is. As Chopper Mag holds the insane defense right there. Are you kidding me?
Oh, we're not kidding you. That is going to be it, everybody. Chopper Mag are crowned your Marvel Rivals champions of the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5. There you have it. Take the crown, take a bow, and MVP gonna be right on me. What a way to get it done. 4 maps to 1, and Chopper Mag show a masterclass in how to maintain your composure there. And what a game that was. It was the Bobo show through and through with those final judgments. But let's not forget Brownie on the Moon Knight doing huge work there with those Hanacon shoes. FMCO one in the same with the Ensong Infernos. It was just a synergy 101, my man, and they get the job done.
Woo, absolutely certified. I gotta say, deserved MVP to Salvation on the Invisible Woman. So consistent, all series, all tournament long, all the weekends we casted, and even before that, just absolutely understanding this is an Invisible Woman time. She's one of the best strategists in the game and gonna be the best at it as well. I gotta say, the versatility coming out from FMCL and Bobo on their duelist/hybrid Vanguard hybrid strategist picks, they were there for the team in any shape or form that was needed. But when it comes down to it, boil it down, ground it up, grind it up, they don't bring those big duelists and get that big duelist damage in. But do it, the Dunk Master making it happen. Skittles, always so consistent, especially back. Loki's back now, so a better era for Skittles. They were all putting in the work. And then, of course, I think the big standout, the Vanguard that is putting in a lot of work. The Groot, especially in this recent era of Groot standing up. Zenstar is back. The Zenstar Groot we haven't seen in quite a while, but it's back. But nonetheless, formidable effort coming out from Crazy Raccoon as well. They brought in a new team roster. They're making it happen for themselves, and they went through the lower bracket run of the century to get to the grand finals. Sadly, couldn't get it all the way to that final grand champion spot, but made Chomji work for it and did take a map off them in the end.
Absolutely. Hard work pays off there, and definitely a valiant effort coming through from the new Crazy Raccoon here. And this is certainly going to be not the last we see of them. You know, I think that this is a big opportunity for all teams involved. You know, no matter how far you progressed in the tournament, lock in over the coming months, the coming weeks even, heading towards Season 6, because that's when things really start to kick off in 2026. And I can't wait to see which teams are going to be showcasing what they got heading towards the next edition of MRC, because we just crowned our champion in Chopper Mag, and let's see how it's going to go heading forward in Rivals Esports.
Oh, yeah. Oh, most definitely. I mean, look at that. We also had that earlier matchup between XOXO and Crazy Raccoon. It was a lot stacked up. And obviously, the entire bracket as a whole, the top 8 in MRC Pacific. I mean, you had the upper bracket run starting off with XOXO, you know, Crazy Raccoon, Chopper Mag, and then the lower bracket run between, and TBD. Apologies, I thought that was a they tricked me with their name for a second there, but it was TBD. That is their name. They were putting in the work as well. And then, of course, the lower bracket run between Z10, Hecken, Gosari, and Tedek Thunder. I'd love to see them again. They were exciting. But nonetheless, everybody pulled through. But at the end of the day, it's a Chomji victory once again. But hey, there are some new players on the board here in Pacific. I can't wait to see what the rest of Rivals down here in the Pacific region looks like for the year to come.
You and me both, Liger. This is only the beginning of an amazing year of Rivals Esports once again. You know, we've locked down our first MRC champion. We still got other regions to lock in their champions as well. You know, we've got EMEA, we've got the Americas. There's still more amazing games on offer as well. More champions to be crowned here on a global scale. And I cannot wait to see exactly who the teams, the factions, the forefront of it all are going to be, Liger. But you know what's going to be the forefront of our screens right now? It's our favorite costumes.
Ooh, and let me tell you, when winter answers the call of light and thunder, wrapped in frost and grace, cloak and daggers, pas de deux, trading shadow for shimmering white and blue, as they move like a winter breeze across the battlefield. And when the skies tremble, hail Thor, god of winter, his might sealed in ice and storm. This is going to be available until January 22nd. Embrace the cold and let winter reign.
Ooh, yeah. Let it rain, let it fall, and go nuts this season. The snowballs aren't going to throw themselves. Give in to the holiday spirit in style with Penny Parker's festive Snow Spider, Star-Lord storybook like Starcracker, and Daredevil's, I'm not Daredevil, costume, available right now until January 16. That's pretty close, everybody. Lock it in by 1 a.m. PT on that one. Strike your cold as ice looks and bring on the winter cheer.
Ooh, and you know what you gotta do after that? You gotta show them why they're treading on thin ice. This was no snowman, it was a snow spider, or more accurately, a snow spider. That's right, it may have been coated in a thick layer of snow, but there was no mistaking everyone's favorite mechanical marvel, especially when Penny Parker popped out of the hatch, of course, in a festive holiday dress, dripped out. Everybody's looking good. Penny Parker and the spider, it's just crazy. I mean, 4 letters, spider's the name, represent. That's how we do it out here, Matsy.
Yeah, keep it cool on the battlefield with Penny Parker's Snow Spider, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 5. Available right now until January 16, 1 a.m. PT there. Play the competition. Reign supreme, so not too long to grab this costume here. Make sure you get it before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on an amazing costume such as this one. I mean, just look at some of the visual effects here, you know, and you get an amazing emote alongside it. You know, have a seat. It's great to see that one in full showcase there. A lot of amazing costumes, you know, just to come in through the winter season for Rivals here. And there's going to be more to follow, I'm certain, coming in to the future as well. I mean, look at that. I mentioned it before. There's that take a seat emote. You'll love it. It's just incredible, showcasing it all. And can't wait to see what else is going to be on deck here right now, Liger, because I think we got another costume to unveil into this one right now.
Ooh, it's the most coziest time of the year, my friends. That's right, the festive sweater season. Matt Murdock opted for a slightly more casual option, donning a personalized holiday sweater that still managed to make a bold statement. I spelled bold. Not like my head. But I'll tell you something else. Even if it wasn't a fashion statement, nonetheless, it's looking good. It dripped out. And it's looking grand.
Embrace the festivities in comfort and style with Daredevil's not Daredevil costume, first appearing in Daredevil 2011 issue 7, and bring the warm fuzzy holiday to the battlefield. Available now till Jan 16. 1 a.m. PT. Who said comfort can't look good?
Ooh, and your magical story is about to unfold through countless victories ahead. Star-Lord has decked out themselves with the head to toe in an elaborate costume that made him look like a Christmas nutcracker. From his mustachioed mask to his red and green coat, he looked like a storybook character come to life.
Crack open a world full of mysteries as Star-Lord Starcracker costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 5, available now until Jan 16, 1 a.m. PT. Everybody, make sure you get this one soon. The night sky is full of stars. Be the one that ignites the brightest, and definitely can do that. You know, I love this new Star-Lord costume. You know, they say, Happy Holidays! And you absolutely love it, don't you, Liger? Just so many great costumes coming through. You know, I just can't wait to see what's next.
I know, and hey, we know, we saw what's next. We got that new Phoenix, that new Adam. Everybody's looking sharp. It's looking good. And you know what's even around the corner more interesting than that? A certain merc with a mouth, maximum effort guaranteed. Down, dripped out, red and black. Deadpool is coming out very, very soon. And the next time you'll see all of us, might be a hero we cast. The next time, it's looking good, Matsy. I can't wait. The next time we get to cast some Marvel Rivals, Deadpool will officially be out. But of course, yeah, you know, what do you think about that, Matsy? What do you think about today?
Oh, I think it's been fantastic. It's been a pleasure to come through with all the action. You know, these teams put on one hell of a show, as always. And this is only the beginning of the year, and the teams are already bringing the heat once again on a repeat here, Liger. And there's going to be more heat to come in into the upcoming season. Season 6 right around the corner. Make sure you don't miss it, everybody. It is going to be just absolutely thrilling. And Liger, I can't wait to see what it's going to bring.
Absolutely, I cannot wait either. It's been an honor casting with you for this MRC Matsy, as well as shout out Dan. Shout out Dan, the homie, casting alongside with us. Big W's team in the chat. Love to all the production staff behind the scenes as well. And of course, you know, I gotta sadly let you all know that part of the journey is the end. MRC Season 5 was absolutely amazing. Can't wait to see you next time. But until then, stay marvelous.